In a desolate wasteland for 3 years, April arrives, heralding spring. The night is shrouded in gloom, with ominous clouds looming overhead, and the downpour seems imminent. Not far away, in a forsaken two-story building, a bonfire crackles, around which a few individuals gather, engage in conversation while feasting on grilled meat. After a while, on the ground near the bonfire, a young man with dark hair gradually awakens. As he gazes at the scene before him, a flicker of bewilderment crosses his eyes. But soon, memories come flooding back. His name is Lin Yi, 24 years of age, who mysteriously arrived in this unfamiliar world just a day prior. Upon encountering the remnants of Western-style architecture, his mind momentarily faltered. Before he could ponder further, a slender black dog with 2 heads sprang from the nearby ruins, its gaping maw wide open, lunging towards him with ferocity. After a fierce struggle, utilizing a stone by the roadside, he managed to crush the creature to death, albeit at the cost of a bite to his left arm. However, the creature's bite was venomous. Before long, he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Now it seems he has been rescued, rather than perishing as he had feared before losing awareness. Lin Yi stirs slightly. A sharp pain shoots through him. The sound inadvertently alerts the others by the bonfire. You're awake. A girl with a beaming smile bounces over to Lin Yi. Don't worry, we're not bad people. She points at the bandage on his left arm, her face radiating joy. I wrapped that for you. How does it look? Did I do a good job? Thank you. Lin Yi nods, his voice somewhat husky. The girl studies him and, noticing his lingering weakness, shakes her head. No need to thank me. By the way, are you hungry? I'll get you some grilled meat. With that, she bounces back to the bonfire to retrieve meat from over the flames. Ruth, he's too weak to digest that right now. A burly man by the bonfire suddenly interjects, glancing at Lin Yi. Fetch him 2 nutritional supplements. Oh. The girl, identified as Ruth, nods. In a short while, she returns with 2 tube-like containers, presenting them to Lin Yi with wide eyes. Here, bear with it. My dad says your body can only handle this right now. Thank you. Lin Yi looks at Ruth. It is evident that he has encountered a group of kind-hearted individuals. Yet, the moment his fingers brush against the nutritional supplement, his gaze freezes. Before him appears a shimmering screen. Words begin to materialize. Multiverse Trading System activated, discovered tradable item. Composite nutritional supplement. Would you like to sell? Sale will yield 10 multiverse coins. Yes or no? Lin Yi pauses, not choosing either option, but instead scrutinizes the display. Soon, he finds his own information. Multiverse Trading System name. Lin Yi level. Level 1 merchant multiverse coins. 0 unadorned data. Yet the glaring 0 is striking. However, this is not of great concern, for Lin Yi simultaneously observes the array of goods within the multiverse trading system. A dazzling assortment of items overwhelms him, familiar and unfamiliar, known and unknown, all intermingling. He casually selects a few recognizable icons. Meat floss bread, price 0.2 multiverse coins. Canned steak, price 2.5 multiverse coins. Exquisite handgun, price 20 multiverse coins. After a brief browsing session, Lin Yi closes the shimmering screen. Though he refrains from initiating a transaction, he has grasped the capabilities of this trading system. In simple terms, it resembles a marketplace where one can opt to sell or purchase various items. Since it is a trade, profit must be inherent. For instance, the nutritional supplement in his possession can be exchanged for 10 coins, equivalent to approximately 4 cans of steak or 50 meat floss breads. Clearly, within the multiverse trading system, their values are equal, yet reality may differ. Upon concluding his contemplation, Lin Yi sips the nutritional supplement. He cannot quite describe its flavor, but it is certainly not associated with deliciousness. As the supplement warms his stomach, he finds it unremarkable but sufficient to satiate his hunger. At that moment, Ruth, having also filled her belly, bounces back over, observing the consumed supplement with a smile as she sits beside Lin Yi. Is the nutritional supplement enough? If not, I can fetch you 2 more. No, there's no need to trouble yourself. Lin Yi shakes his head, then hesitates before asking Ruth, May I pose a few questions? Of course. What would you like to know? Ruth's large, curious eyes scan Lin Yi. What is this place? Lin Yi inquires earnestly. Redstone Town, Ruth replies without hesitation. We are currently on the outskirts of Redstone Town. And the time? Lin Yi asks once more. Wasteland calendar, year 3, April 6th, Ruth responds. With these few simple questions, Lin Yi's brow furrows, as it becomes evident that events are unfolding in a manner he most feared. He is likely, if not certainly, traversed into another world. How can you be so uninformed? Scratching her head, Ruth expresses her confusion, for these are basic questions. Just consider me as having lost my memory. Lin Yi gently shakes his head, providing an excuse. His spirits are somewhat dampened, although he has acquired a golden opportunity. He yearns to reside in his original world, leading a safe and free life. Regrettably, the notion of traversal has not afforded him the luxury of choice. Is that so? A flicker of skepticism crosses Ruth's eyes, but she quickly speaks up without reserve. I thought you were rendered foolish by the two-headed dog bite. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi casts an odd glance at Ruth. Then, Ruth continues to explain, the two-headed dog's teeth harbor neurotoxic venom. Prolonged exposure can lead to fatal brain damage. However, my father said your injury is not severe, and thanks to my timely cleaning and bandaging, you should be fine. Then I owe you my gratitude. Lin Yi smiles. The true benefactor, that of course, Ruth replies with pride. After a casual exchange, Lin Yi learns the reason for Ruth and her companion's presence here. They are a hunting team on a mission to eliminate a creature known as the Earth Eater. Ruth's father, Sam, is the leader of this hunting party, primarily focused on combat. The other 3 members assist Sam, whether through harassment, reconnaissance, or joining him in launching attacks. Only the youngest, Ruth, is responsible for medical duties, such as post-battle bandaging and the prevention and treatment of ailments. The 5-member team operates with distinct roles, forming a remarkably mature hunting unit. Their survival strategy involves accepting missions for bounties, while also collecting valuable items from their prey for sale, occasionally scavenging in specific locations. As Ruth recounts her experiences in detail, Lin Yi gains a rudimentary understanding of this world. By the way, my name is Ruth. What about you? After conversing for a while, Ruth remembers to introduce herself. She extends her hand, and Lin Yi, after a moment's consideration, reciprocates, shaking hands with her. I am Lin Yi. Chapter 2. Team Sam. The climate here is relatively warm and comfortable. Even in April, during springtime, Ruth is clad in short sleeves and shorts, exuding a youthful vitality. With her golden hair, azure eyes, and quintessentially Western features, she embodies a rare frankness and enthusiasm. Lin Yi considers himself fortunate. Despite merely grasping a fragment of the world's backdrop, he is acutely aware that this is a post-apocalyptic wasteland, inevitably steeped in chaos. After fainting, he fortuitously encountered Sam and Ruth, who not only refrained from causing him harm but instead rescued him. What could be more fortunate than that? Although Ruth soon expressed her regrets, revealing that the mutated two-headed dog Lin Yi had dispatched had become meat roasting over the campfire. Lin Yi remained indifferent in comparison to life. A mutated two-headed dog is utterly insignificant. How long do you think this injury will take to heal? Lin Yi inquired, gesturing to his left arm as he looked at Ruth. While it wasn't fractured, the wound was undeniably painful, hindering his movements and causing considerable discomfort. 2 days, Ruth responded, holding up 2 fingers. By the day after tomorrow, it should be all right. 2 days. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Remaining in a wounded state for 2 days was hardly a favorable prospect. Ruth nodded, smiling as she added, yes, so it's best you stick with us during this time. Will I be a burden to you? Lin Yi raised his gaze to meet Ruth's, but she shook her head, her cheerful demeanor unwavering. Not at all. Even if you're not of much use, you can help watch over the luggage. Lin Yi fell into silence. Across the campfire, a woman draped in animal skin glanced at Ruth and Lin Yi, gnawing on a piece of meat, and quietly remarked, Sam, is he really okay? Yeah, don't worry. He is not a bad person, Sam replied, casting a glance in their direction. When venturing into the unknown, a degree of caution is essential, especially for those living in the wasteland, who have endured much and must act with heightened vigilance. On one hand, they had found Lin Yi lying next to a deceased two-headed dog, and Lin Yi himself was injured. On the other hand, Sam possessed an extraordinary ability, an astonishing intuition that far surpassed the norm. It was this very skill that enabled him to assemble this hunting team and lead them through perilous situations time and again. Then I can rest easy. The woman nodded, reassured by Sam's ass through the arrow struck with remarkable precision, nearly achieving a perfect hit on the head of the burrowing insect. However, after producing a sharp metallic clang, the arrow fell aside without breaking through its defenses. This outcome did not surprise Sam and his companions, as it had been previously noted that the exoskeleton of the burrowing insect was exceptionally hard to slay it. One could only aim for its underbelly, which would inevitably require awakening the creature. This was all part of the plan, and no unexpected events had transpired. Upon awakening, the burrowing insect emitted a piercing shriek. Its antennae twitched, and it charged violently towards the position of Sam and his two allies. A brutal and realistic battle unfolded beneath Lin Yi. Impressive. After observing for a while, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with admiration. Despite wielding the shortest weapon, Sam adeptly faced the ferocious assault of the burrowing insect. Even the two men whose names he did not know performed impeccably in the fight. Moreover, Ellie fulfilled her role as an archer, frequently harassing the creature and forcing it to change targets multiple times, significantly alleviating the pressure on Sam and his companions. Yet, a significant issue remained. The burrowing insect rarely exposed its underbelly, making the confrontation seem like a test of stamina between the two sides. As a quarter of an hour slipped away, Sam successfully inflicted a wound on the burrowing insect's abdomen. This provoked a frenzy from the creature as danger escalated. It became easier for Sam and his allies to inflict further harm on the insect. Just as the scales of victory appeared to tilt in their favor, the burrowing insect suddenly burrowed into the ground, vanishing without a sound. Where did it go? Sam and the others wore solemn expressions, bracing for a potential ambush. However, 2 minutes passed, and the burrowing insect had yet to re-emerge. Sam furrowed his brow, pondering whether the creature had fled or was hiding underground, never to return. That a sudden explosion drew everyone's attention, and they turned to the source of the sound. Ruth. Clouds of dust rose, indicating that Ruth and Lin Yi were in that direction. The burrowing insect had changed its target with a steely resolve. Sam immediately grabbed his weapon and raced towards the small second-floor building, determined to save his daughter before it was too late, though he wondered if he would make it in time. Regret flickered briefly in his mind, but he pressed on. At that moment. Bang, bang, bang. The series of gunshots caused everyone to tense once more. Upon reaching Ruth and Lin Yi, they beheld Lin Yi brandishing a silver handgun alongside the lifeless body of the burrowing insect. The atmosphere fell into silence, and each person's expression was intriguing. Sam glanced at Ruth, relieved to find her unscathed, then turned his gaze toward Lin Yi. Thank you. This tall man sincerely expressed his gratitude to Lin Yi. If it hadn't been for him, even if they had managed to kill the burrowing insect, he would have been haunted by guilt for the rest of his life. It's nothing. Lin Yi shook his head, secretly relieved. He had not anticipated the burrowing insect would suddenly appear in that location. He had merely felt that the ground was fraught with danger and chose to switch to a different gun for his protection. Little did he expect that gun would be used so soon, and with such deadly effectiveness. As time passed, the atmosphere lightened. Soon, Ruth, having recovered from her shock, also expressed her gratitude to Lin Yi. After a brief respite, Sam and the others began to dismember the burrowing insect. An hour later, the spoils were divided into 2 portions. This portion is for you. Sam gestured toward the larger pile of items, indicating it to Lin Yi. Although they were the primary combatants and had significantly weakened the burrowing insect's strength, it was Lin Yi who had delivered the killing blow, so such a division seemed fair. Looking at the items on the ground, Lin Yi shook his head, stating, "No, you saved my life. These items are a gift for you, a token of gratitude. No, I saved you, and you saved Ruth. We owe each other nothing." Sam waved his hand, reiterating his point that I truly do not need it. Lin Yi shook his head once more. The two sides continued to insist back and forth, leaving Ruth and the others beside them speechless as they exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smiles. That it was amusing and entertaining to witness 2 grown men engage in such a tug-of-war. Chapter 4. Turbulence resurfaces. Discovered tradable item. Burrowing insect mandibles. Would you like to sell? Selling would yield 8 currency units. Yes or no? Discovered tradable item. Burrowing insect exoskeleton X7. Would you like to sell? Selling would yield 70 currency units. Yes or no? Browsing the items before him, Lin Yi found no interest in taking any. He glanced at Sam, who, in the eyes of his group, regarded these items as incredibly valuable, yet in the system's estimation, they were worth even less than a single nutrient solution. Wait a minute, nutrient solution? Observing Sam still adamantly insisting on a 60-40 split, Lin Yi suddenly cleared his throat. This caught everyone's attention, and their gazes shifted toward him. Lin Yi composed himself and addressed Sam and Ellie. How about this? Let us not argue. I genuinely do not need these items. If possible, I would like to receive some nutrient solutions instead. Nutrient solutions. The expressions of Sam and the others turned peculiar. Are you sure about this? Lin, at this moment, Ruth chimed in, urging, you should think it over. Nutrient solutions are not particularly precious items. Their actual value is quite low. These items could easily be exchanged for a multitude of nutrient solutions. Hold on. Lin Yi maintained a calm demeanor while secretly rejoicing at this revelation. The value of nutrient solutions was so low, although he had sensed Ruth's casual attitude towards nutrient solutions earlier. He did not expect that a nutrient solution valued at 10 currency units within the system would hold such a low worth in this wasteland. The vast disparity in value implied a colossal hidden profit. Yes, think it over. My father's distribution is fair, Ruth urged, and Sam and the others had no objections and no need to consider. I want the nutrient solutions. Lin Yi shook his head, watching the group's strange expressions without offering an explanation. Since you insist, then very well. With Sam remaining silent, Ellie stepped forward, holding a box containing the nutrient solution, slowly opening it. We didn't bring many nutrient solutions this time. There are still over 200 left. As she spoke, Ellie gestured toward the pile of spoils. Your share is roughly estimated to be worth more than 5 times the value of these nutrient solutions. Once we sell them and return, the remainder will be replenished for you. Regarding this proposal, Sam still had no objections. Everyone agreed, and this rather unusual matter passed without further incident. However, they remained puzzled as to why Lin Yi sought such seemingly worthless items. During lunchtime, the group sat together on the ground. Ruth's large eyes fixed curiously on Lin Yi. Your actions today, is there a saying in Eastern culture that describes it? A saying? Lin Yi paused, looking at her in confusion. It's like buying a box only to return with pearls. Ruth animatedly gestured, though, buying the case to return the pearls. Lin Yi suddenly realized. Yes, that's it. Ruth nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, buying the case to return the pearls. Laughter and joy filled the air as they enjoyed their lunch, the cheerful atmosphere alleviating some of the oppressive weight of the apocalypse, allowing everyone to relax their nerves slightly. However, just as the laughter echoed, Sam's expression turned grave. Everyone be cautious. His gaze darted around, seeking the source of his unease. What's wrong? As Sam moved, the entire team stood up. This was instinct honed through years of experience. A silent understanding among the group. Over time, this habit had spared them from many crises. A threat was approaching. Sam's face was serious as he drew his weapon. Seeing this, everyone else readied themselves, Lin Yi included, drawing his handgun and preparing for the worst. Before long, the ground trembled as a massive burrowing insect erupted not far from them. In an instant, the creature locked onto them and burrowed back into the earth. This burrowing insect was at least level 9, possibly nearing the evolutionary tier. Observing its almost golden exoskeleton and mandibles, Ellie quickly made her assessment. However, despair soon washed over her. Among the 6 present, the strongest, Sam, was merely a level 7 enhancer, while she and the other 2 were only level 5. This meant that even if they combined their strengths, they would be no match for the level 9 burrowing insect. Retreat. We are not its match, Sam decisively commanded that moment. The burrowing insect had just disappeared underground, giving them a brief window to react. In a flash, before Lin Yi could fully comprehend the situation, Sam grabbed him and Ruth, one on each side, abandoning all their gains and gear as they swiftly retreated. After running for a considerable distance, they still had not managed to escape. Gazing at the muddy ground before the entrance of Redstone Town, Sam subsequently veered toward the right street. After a while, the group halted in a building. With Sam panting heavily, we can't go outside. Addressing the others, Sam explained why they should remain in the town. Here, the concrete and rebar would hinder the burrowing insect's movement, but if they ventured out into the wilderness, they would stand no chance of outrunning it. So what should we do now? Ellie looked at Sam, hoping he would provide a solution. I'm sorry, I don't know. Sam shook his head, his expression bitter. He was eager to find a solution, yet the current situation was glaringly evident. The Earth Eater they had slain bore a profound connection to the one before them, with both parties entrenched in an enmity so deep that it seemed destined to end only in mutual destruction. 3 minutes. We can rest for no more than 3 minutes, Sam cautioned, as the ominous sounds of the approaching Earth Eater grew ever closer. He was uncertain of what to do, but waiting idly for death was certainly not an option. Hours slipped by in a blur, and the group found themselves cornered in the tallest structure of Redstone Town, the bell tower. It seemed escape was no longer possible. In this life-or-death moment, Ellie maintained a serene demeanor, even taking a moment to appreciate the beauty of the sunset in the distance. Life in the wasteland was fraught with uncertainty. No one could predict whether tomorrow or calamity would arrive first. Death was merely a predetermined outcome. It's my fault. I owe everyone an apology, Sam murmured, lowering his head, feeling responsible for the task he had taken on, believing he had endangered them all. Yet, in this moment, no one blamed Sam, for he had accepted the mission with the group's consensus. That a man of similar age to Sam spoke up. No one blames you. We just feel it's a pity to perish here. Who could have imagined that a level 9 Earth Eater, perhaps even one on the brink of evolution, lurked within Redstone Town? Another middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Indeed, there hasn't been a whisper of such news outside. If we must apportion blame, let it be our ill fortune. I don't think you bear any responsibility, Captain. The group sought solace in conversation, awaiting the moment when they would launch their final counterattack against the Earth Eater. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had finally discovered what he had been searching for amidst a dazzling array of goods: a sniper rifle. The M82A1, more commonly known as the Barrett, affectionately dubbed the cannon. Chapter 5. The turnaround purchase. Barrett M82A1 for 1,000 realm coins. Yes or no? Yes. Having descended the stairs, Lin Yi stood at the corner, swiftly executing his actions. The sounds of the Earth Eater burrowing outside echoed ominously. The danger here was even greater than on the rooftop. Upon completing the purchase, a massive metal case appeared. Lin Yi entered the password and quickly opened the case, revealing a finely crafted M82A1 before his eyes. Fortunately, it contained no parts. Otherwise, given his injured left arm, assembling it would have proven exceedingly challenging. Barrett M82A1. Effective range 1,800 meters. Configuration: Barrett competition muzzle brake. M199 fire control scope, ultra-stable mount. Elite stability stock, 20-round magazine. Evaluation: a powerful sniper rifle capable of accurately eliminating target enemies at long distances. Equipped with 12.7mm explosive armor-piercing ammunition, possessing significant lethality against armored targets. Truly deserving of the title cannon. With a determined grip, Lin Yi lifted the rifle, which was a common sight in various games, and flexed his arm. Having served 2 years in the military and wielded many types of sniper rifles, this was his first time using the M82A1 in reality, especially in a state of injury. He wondered how much of its power he could truly harness. Opening the Realm Trading System once more, Lin Yi had intended to select a piece of armor. However, the sound of the Earth Eater erupting from the ground and charging towards the bell tower abruptly interrupted his thoughts, abandoning the idea of purchasing armor. Lin Yi sprinted upwards. 10 minutes earlier, the atmosphere atop the bell tower was heavy with tension. No one knew how long the Earth Eater would take to prepare, but they were undeniably trapped here. Did Lin leave? The oppressive silence was broken by Ellie's inquiry. Yes, he just went downstairs, Ruth nodded, having watched Lin Yi descend the stairs without uttering a word. At such a moment, keeping Lin Yi behind served no purpose. Rather, she hoped he could escape, ensuring at least one person would survive. As for herself, Ruth glanced at Sam. She would not abandon her father, just as her father would not abandon her. If there was any hope left in this wasteland, it was to survive alongside her father. Lin has chosen to leave. We must make our decision. Sam finally spoke. A hint of helplessness etched upon his face as he rose slowly, gazing towards the distant sunset. I am here, Ellie nodded. With a serious expression, Sam spoke in a low tone. When the Earth Eater arrives, you take Ruth and leave. Caesar and Vaughn will accompany you. I will do my utmost to buy you enough time to escape. Dad, I want to go. Ruth stood up, fists clenched. I want to stay with you. This is not the time for foolishness. Sam turned to his daughter, still bearing a smile. Ruth, carry my wish to survive. I refuse. Ruth shook her head vigorously, tears flowing silently. Without you, what meaning is there in my survival? Ellie remained silent. No one wished to witness such a scene of parting, yet reality was far crueler than fairy tales. Devoid of any sense of reason, the Earth Eater circled the bell tower, poised to strike at any moment, while Sam had resolved to shoulder the captain's duty, striving to create a chance for his team. They were coming. Without granting the group much time for sorrow, a sharp cry pierced the air, and the Earth Eater suddenly burst forth from the front of the bell tower, extending its head towards the top. Ellie! Sam shouted, seizing a nearby stone and hurling it at the Earth Eater. The stone struck the creature's armored back, leaving only a slight mark of white dust. The disturbed Earth Eater, just as Sam had hoped, lunged towards him. "We're leaving." Ellie tightly embraced the struggling Ruth and turned to dash toward the staircase. Behind them, Caesar and Vaughn exchanged glances but did not follow Ellie. Instead, they approached Sam. "Why aren't you leaving?" Sam called out loudly, as his intention was to grant others a glimmer of hope. What benefit would it serve now for Caesar and Vaughn to stay behind? "You saved my life," Caesar replied nonchalantly, his tone casual. Vaughn, standing beside him, looked at the Earth Eater and smiled. "My reason is the same as his. Besides, after fighting alongside you for so long, how could we leave you to face this alone?" Sam fell silent, but the Earth Eater could not comprehend the complexities of human emotions. It raised its head once more, its massive body crashing down. Sam, agile and quick, managed to evade the strike. But the ensuing bite was not so easily avoided. To his left lay the bell tower, to his right a colossal water tank, and retreating was no longer an option. Even Caesar and Vaughn found themselves at a loss for how to respond. Death loomed, and the crisis appeared unavoidable. Just as Sam was ready to surrender, a dull, thunderous sound erupted from behind him, and the Earth Eater suddenly recoiled. Sam turned in astonishment to see Lin Yi standing proudly at the entrance of the bell tower. "Uncle Sam, how could you start the fight without waiting for me?" Lin Yi's voice rang out, and smiles spread across the faces of the others. "Well done, Lin." "Thank you," Sam exclaimed, his voice booming with praise. If circumstances hadn't been so dire, he would have embraced Lin Yi and lifted him high in the air. Particularly, having initially thought Lin Yi had left, he was astonished to see him return and save the day. Lin Yi smiled and declared, "I won't waste time with pleasantries. Uncle Sam, I need you and the other two to create another opportunity for me." "All right," Sam replied with conviction. "No problem," as soon as the words left his mouth. The Earth Eater, having been struck, lunged forward once more in a panic. Its target remained Sam, who remained calm, striving to create a shooting opportunity for Lin Yi. Caesar and Vaughn intermittently harassed the Earth Eater, drawing its fire. Finally, the Earth Eater attempted another strike, and Lin Yi chose to hold his breath. Bang! Once more, a deep, resonating sound echoed, deafening in its intensity. This time, Lin Yi aimed not at inconsequential limbs, but at the creature's head. A precise shot to the head, yet due to the Earth Eater's thrashing, he only managed to sever one antenna. Nevertheless, the Earth Eater did not retreat. It lifted its head once more and lunged towards Lin Yi with its gaping maw. As the distance between Lin Yi and the Earth Eater diminished, he appeared momentarily paralyzed by fear. Time seemed to halt at an exquisitely tense moment, the creature's mandibles merely a meter away from him. As if in the next instant, his body would be bitten in half and swallowed whole. Yet just then, time resumed its flow, and a burst of flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, a bullet striking true, piercing the Earth Eater's body. The explosive armor-piercing round finally showcased its power in that instant. Flames ignited within the Earth Eater's mouth, and Lin Yi, his expression impassive, seized the opportunity to pull the trigger once more as the creature writhed in agony. The bullet exited the barrel, successfully penetrating the armored head of the Earth Eater and breaching its well-protected core. A piercing scream erupted, and the Earth Eater ceased its struggles, collapsing towards the base of the bell tower amid a cloud of dust. Above the bell tower, everyone gazed at Lin Yi in astonishment, and cheers erupted in jubilant celebration. Chapter 6. Preparing for the return. If there is anything that can be etched in memory, it is undoubtedly Lin Yi's remarkable effort to turn the tide, a moment that Sam will never forget in his lifetime. From the depths of despair, knowing that death was imminent, to the courageous choice of fighting for others' escape, culminating in the unexpected joy of a glimmer of hope. Every bit of this can be attributed to Lin Yi. After the battle, Sam embraced Lin Yi tightly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude, while Ellie and the others looked on with smiles. "You saved us. I don't know how to repay you." After the embrace, Sam gazed at Lin Yi, speaking from the heart. "When you rescued me, I felt the same way, but kindness is not meant to be repaid. Why must there be so much calculation?" Lin Yi chuckled softly, patting Sam on the shoulder. "And a good person like you deserves to live longer. It would be a pity to die here." Sam was momentarily speechless. Vaughn and Ellie nodded in agreement. In this era rife with deceit and the survival of the fittest, their decision to follow Sam stemmed from the fact that he was a good man who would not treat them as mere tools. After some casual conversation, while the sun still hung high in the sky, Ellie suggested that they first dismember the corpse of the earth-eating worm and recover the supplies they had discarded during their escape. It would be a shame to lose them. Everyone turned their gaze towards Sam, who pondered for a few moments before slowly nodding. I see no problem with that. Ellie and I will go search for the packs. While you all rest here, when we return, we can decide what to do next. One voiced any objections to this proposal. Sam and Ellie set off toward the location where they had abandoned their backpacks during the chase. On the clock tower's peak, Ruth observed Lin Yi, her mind swirling with questions, particularly about the sleek black sniper rifle in his possession. Where could it have come from? This curiosity was shared by everyone in Sam's team. Yet they all tacitly chose to avoid the topic. You seem to have a lot on your mind that if you have questions, feel free to ask, but I cannot guarantee that I will answer. Ruth refrained from asking, but her awkward demeanor did not escape Lin Yi's notice. With a hesitant expression, she quietly inquired, "Lin, did you come from a shelter? Why do you ask that?" Lin Yi queried, intrigued as to why Ruth would associate him with a shelter. "Because you seem unaware of enhanced humans, and you don't grasp the fundamental information about the current state of affairs. Plus, the exquisite weaponry you possess. I cannot fathom where else you might have acquired such marvels aside from a shelter." Ruth explained, her eyes filled with gratitude. Before Lin Yi could formulate a response, Ruth softly cautioned, "But once you're outside, do not reveal these items. If they attract the attention of raiders, they certainly won't let you off easily." "What are raiders?" Lin Yi asked again. "They are demons, vermin, the cockroaches of the wasteland." Ruth frowned as she described them. "They are a group of almost mad individuals who will attack anything in sight. Even considering humans as part of their rations." Lin Yi pondered thoughtfully. After discussing the raiders with Ruth for a while, the information gradually crystallized in his mind. Soon enough, Sam and Ellie returned, placing several backpacks on the ground. Their expressions tinged with regret as they looked at Lin Yi. "I'm sorry, Lin. I couldn't find any trace of those nutrient agents. Finding them would indeed be a surprise," Lin Yi remarked, his expression peculiar. He had exchanged all the nutrient agents for interface currency during his escape with Sam, and the containers had been transported away by the system, leaving no trace in this world. Naturally, he could not disclose such details. So he smiled and said, "It's all right. They were merely nutrient agents. The earth-eating worm down below is more than enough to compensate for our losses." "Indeed." Sam nodded in agreement, pleased to hear Lin Yi's words. With daylight still lingering, the group began to dissect the body of the earth-eating worm, removing all the valuable parts, while Sam skillfully threaded the meat from the worm's head onto skewers. As night fell, they gathered around, with Sam starting a fire to roast the meat. Lin Yi gingerly picked up a skewer and tasted it. To his surprise, disregarding the source of the meat, the aroma and flavor were indeed exceptional. Observing Lin Yi's gleeful expression, Sam chuckled, "This is the brain meat of the earth-eating worm. There's only one piece in each worm. So, how does it taste?" "Delicious." Lin Yi wiped his mouth, attempting to maintain his decorum. However, seeing everyone else with grease-smeared faces, he decided to join in wholeheartedly. His actions infused the night, which was filled with the relief of survival, with laughter and joy. "Lin, thank you." Sam raised his cup in a toast to Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi had emphasized that there was no need to dwell on the matter of saving their lives, Sam could not dismiss such a significant act. "I've already said no need for thanks." Lin Yi sighed. He preferred not to be viewed as a benefactor, wishing for a normal relationship instead. "I thank you too," murmured the usually silent Caesar, followed by Vaughn, Ellie, and Ruth as they all raised their cups. Lin Yi looked around, a smile suddenly breaking across his face. "All right, I'll accept your gratitude, but just to be clear, after today, this matter must not be mentioned again." With cups raised, Lin Yi signaled to everyone, and they drank together. The water was faint, far less potent than any liquor, yet this was not a safe zone, and drunkenness could pose a danger. Considering this, Lin Yi abandoned any thoughts of alcohol and continued conversing with the group. As night deepened, they all drifted into a peaceful slumber. Were heading back. As they exited Redstone Town and loaded their items into the vehicle they had previously hidden, Sam remarked, "It was only a 3-day journey. Yet it turned out to be so thrilling, nearly costing the lives of the entire team. Indeed, we can finally go home." Ellie nodded, a smile gracing her face as she surveyed the fully loaded truck. Despite the journey's numerous dangers, the outcome remained favorable. Not to mention the experience of escaping from a level 9 enhanced earth-eating worm was memorable in its own right. "Where is Lin? Why has Teehee arrived yet?" After waiting by the truck for a while, Sam's gaze drifted toward the entrance of Redstone Town. "Not sure." Ellie followed his gaze, and Ruth seemed to do the same. "Could there be danger?" Vaughn inquired from the side. "Not likely." Sam shook his head, his instincts sharp, sensing no disturbances in the atmosphere. As the group pondered in curiosity, Lin Yi and Ruth finally appeared in view, each carrying a box and hurrying toward them. "What's in the boxes?" Ellie asked, puzzled, as they approached. "Is it worth the special trip? Just a few cans of beef, but I thought you all would appreciate them." Lin Yi chuckled as he patted the box, explaining with a smile. Chapter 7. Outside Giant Forest Town. Canned goods. Beef canned goods. Sam's expression was one of astonishment as he absorbed Lin Yi's words. After 3 years in the wasteland, aside from the occasional can retrieved from a shelter, nearly all cans found outside had long surpassed their expiration dates. Now, looking at the boxes Ruth and Lin Yi were carrying, he felt as if they were not holding mere cans but boxes of gold. Strictly speaking, they are cans of steak. Lin Yi nodded, having purchased these 2 boxes for 100 interface currency. Observing the complex expressions of Sam and the others, he wondered if canned goods were not considered rare in the wasteland, or if factories still produce such items. Was purchasing the cans a misstep? "We cannot accept this gift. It is far too precious." Ellie gently shook her head. Those 2 small boxes of canned goods, if handled properly, could yield a return surpassing that of hunting 2 earth-eating worms. Yet, precisely because of this, she understood that this gift could not be accepted. She could not allow Lin Yi to be taken advantage of simply because he was unaware of the value of these goods. Swiftly, Ellie offered further explanation to Lin Yi. Although the steak in those cans won't provide any enhancement benefits, many would gladly pay a hefty price for that flavor alone. It is best to take them back to the gathering place and sell them for a more profitable outcome. "Thank you, Ellie." Lin Yi sincerely replied. He had resources, yet his knowledge of the wasteland was scant. Ellie's words had undoubtedly been a great help. Compared to this information, the 2 boxes of steak cans held little significance for him. "Get in the car. We need to head back." As the 2 concluded their discussion, Sam waved, calling out from the passenger seat. The team originally consisted of 5 people, but with Lin Yi, they became 6. Fortunately, the pickup truck's width was sufficient, allowing 4 people to sit in the back without feeling cramped. The vehicle roared to life, speeding away from Redstone Town. On the road, Lin Yi gazed out at the scenery, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. In the distance, he noticed some figures wandering. He could not tell if they were scavengers or the corpse demons Ruth had mentioned. "What is that cloud of smoke over there?" After a moment, Lin Yi suddenly spotted a significant plume of smoke to his left front. Unable to clearly see what lay within, he inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity. "Fuck, it's raiders." Vaughn was the first to follow Lin Yi's gaze, and immediately an expletive escaped his lips. Raiders. Lin Yi recalled Ruth mentioning them. They were individuals who took pleasure in plundering others, akin to the bandits and marauders of the wasteland. "Have they set their sights on us?" Sam inquired in a low tone, for being targeted by raiders was an ordeal no hunting team wished to confront. Although these ruffians might not be particularly formidable, they resembled a pack of famished wolves, patiently trailing behind, ready to pounce at the first opportunity. "No, they are pursuing another group," came Ellie's response. Peering through her binoculars, despite the considerable dust cloud ahead, she discerned the unfolding situation, but it appeared they had already spotted us. "Should we take a detour?" Caesar asked gravely. Continuing forward would significantly increase the likelihood of an encounter with these raiders. Damn it. They are coming for us." Just as Sam was about to make a decision, he saw several raider vehicles already turning around, heading straight for them. In a moment of crisis, Caesar demonstrated his adept driving skills, even executing a drift with flair. The raiders, intent on encircling the pickup, were evaded by Caesar's unique maneuvering. Nevertheless, the raiders were not willing to relent. Relying on their modified, lighter vehicles for greater speed, they once again attempted to close in on the pickup, their harpoon-like weapons poised to strike. He did not inquire of Lin Yi why he was so insistent on the matter of nutritional agents, nor did he wish to delve into Lin Yi's secrets. Sam swiftly fulfilled his promise, converting all of Lin Yi's share into nutritional agents, which were then transported back to the container hotel in a pickup truck. A total of 5,000 nutritional agents lay before them. As the mountain of nutritional agents materialized in front of Lin Yi, not only was he taken aback, but even those like Ellie, who had been yawning in the corner, were equally astonished. Is it too much? Sam scratched his head, feeling that the quantity was indeed excessive, yet Lin Yi was entitled to such a distribution this time. Upon returning from Redstone Town, Sam and his 4 companions had only garnered the equivalent of around 2,000 nutritional agents worth. The majority had been allocated to Lin Yi. "Uncle Sam, didn't I suggest splitting it evenly?" With just a glance, Lin Yi understood that Sam had not heeded his advice. He had mentioned that the spoils collected from the devouring worm should be shared equally. Yet the present circumstances indicated that he was reaping the full benefits of the level 9 devouring worm. But that wouldn't be fair to you. Sam shook his head, his expression earnest as he spoke. You need not worry. We undertook this mission. Besides these gains, we have a guaranteed income from the task. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi pondered for a moment, glancing at Ruth, who was fiddling with a can of beefsteak. An idea emerged in his mind that he then turned to Sam and asked, Uncle Sam, may I ask you a question? What is the typical income from one of your missions? Chapter 9. Recruitment if one were to measure value in terms of nutritional agents. Then a single mission could yield approximately 300 to 1,000 nutritional agents, Sam replied slowly, unable to provide a precise figure due to the inherently fluctuating nature of mission rewards. The bounty of the task, the worth of mutated creatures, and combat losses all influenced the earnings of the hunting team. Sometimes, with a stroke of luck, if the parts of the mutated creatures were valuable. Combined with the mission reward, it was even possible to harvest over 1,000 nutritional agents, with figures reaching 2,000 or 3,000 not being out of the question. Take, for instance, the level 9 devouring worm that Lin Yi just defeated. When summing up the valuable parts and factoring in a portion of the level 7 devouring worm, the total could indeed reach 5,000 nutritional agents. However, such occurrences were deemed low-probability events for hunting teams. When they did happen, it was akin to a celebration akin to a festival. Lin Yi realized he had posed a rather foolish question, or perhaps he should not have asked it at all. So, how much do you earn in a month? Lin Yi inquired once more, this time more aligned with his intentions. Each month, Sam lifted his head, contemplating seriously. After a moment, he glanced at Ellie. I believe last month it was over 4,000. Allow me to clarify, Ellie interjected with a resigned shake of her head, turning her gaze towards Lin Yi. The team's earnings last month amounted to 4,700 giant forest coins. And for February, it was approximately 5,400 giant forest coins are the official currency issued by the Giant Forest Group in Giant Forest Town, cast from scrap copper and iron. With a purchasing power roughly equivalent to that of a single nutritional agent, Lin Yi absorbed this information, his expression revealing mild surprise. He hadn't anticipated the monthly earnings of Sam's team to be so meager. Even at a calculation of 5,000, considering the prices he had seen in the Giant Forest Trading Company, 5,000 nutritional agents divided among 5 individuals would barely suffice in this town. So, after expenses, it's quite difficult for your team to have any surplus each month. Lin Yi tentatively glanced at Ellie. That is indeed the case, Ellie admitted candidly, her expression as usual, noting that regular income dictated the team's expenditures for the following month. She did not perceive any issue with this, as most hunting teams shared a similar plight. In this wasteland, hunting teams appeared glamorous, enjoying better treatment than scavengers, yet they were merely straddling the line of survival. With their living conditions only marginally improved, the room fell into silence, with only Ruth gazing at Lin Yi with wide eyes in confusion. Lin, why are you inquiring about such matters? Rationality told Ruth that Lin Yi bore no ill intentions towards them. Yet his seemingly baseless probing into such information raised suspicions. As all eyes turned to Ruth's words, Lin Yi slowly rose to provide an explanation, supporting himself on the table with a complex expression. He uttered, actually, I was just considering the possibility of hiring you. Hiring us. The mere utterance of those words left everyone in the room utterly astonished. Why would you want to do that, Lin? Sam paused momentarily, scanning the others before suddenly asking, why? Lin Yi mulled over the question for a few seconds, shaking his head. I can't articulate it precisely right now. Perhaps it stems from a lack of security, prompting me to wish to establish a larger force. Or maybe it is because I find you trustworthy, reliable companions, making me feel comfortable entrusting my back to you and standing alongside you. At this point, Lin Yi fell silent. Since his arrival in this world, he had been plagued by a recurring question. What was his purpose? Or rather, in which direction should he strive? This question had lingered in his mind, deliberately ignored or evaded until he reached Giant Forest Town. Compared to others, his circumstances were not dire. Relying solely on the abilities granted by his golden finger, he could easily survive in this land. Previously, Lin Yi envisioned finding a safe place to open a shop, engage in small business activities, and earn a living. However, after perusing Giant Forest Town, he realized that even the desire for a quiet shop was fraught with challenges. Without a backing or influence, should he attempt to sell anything of value, it was likely that those wishing to seize and eliminate him could come from Giant Forest Town all the way to Redstone Town. It was at this juncture that Lin Yi grasped the reality of a world governed by the survival of the fittest, where the notion of a safe zone was merely a delusion. Most crucially, he did not want to live under someone else's thumb, nor did he wish to be a slave to another. Gazing at Sam and the others, Lin Yi's expression remained complex. He understood that his proposal might lead Sam and the others into peril. which was why he had hesitated before voicing it. You want us to work for you? The usually taciturn Caesar suddenly interjected, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Yi. Meeting Caesar's gaze, Lin Yi nodded. Though it may sound harsh, it can be understood in that manner. I require you to work for me, to help me achieve certain objectives. What a perplexing proposition, Ellie remarked softly from the side, discreetly glancing at the silent Sam. So, Lin, if we agree to your terms, what kind of compensation can you offer? That question had long been anticipated by Lin Yi, who promptly replied, as for compensation, or wages, I can currently assure you that each of you would receive items equivalent to 3,000 nutritional agents per month. As Lin Yi's words settled, the room once again fell into silence. 3,000 nutritional agents per person amounted to 15,000 nutritional agents for the 5 of them, a figure tripling their previous month's earnings. Lin Yi's offer was undeniably generous. Do I qualify as well? After a moment of hesitation, Ruth timidly raised her hand to inquire. Being merely a teenage girl, her abilities were limited to tending to injuries and administering basic medication, leading her to doubt whether Lin Yi had included her in the offer. Of course you do. You are a member of the team. How could I forget you? Lin Yi smiled at Ruth, appreciating her innocent gaze and charming appearance. However, this affection was akin to that of an elder sibling's admiration, rather than romantic interest. Hearing this, Ruth's face lit up with joy. The feeling of being acknowledged truly delighted her. Yet, the decision to join did not rest with her, and she dared not speak out. Casting a glance towards her father, Sam had been silent for quite some time. After posing that question to Lin Yi, he had not uttered a word. His silence stifled the others, so Lin Yi had recognized that the crux of the matter lay with Sam. The proposed compensation was remarkably generous, yet Sam was not the type to be swayed solely by benefits. He placed far greater value on the lives of his companions. Their safety was paramount in his mind. May we have a moment alone to discuss? Sam inquired, standing slowly as Lin Yi nodded in agreement. The two exited the container hotel together. Chapter 10, Communication Watch. This day was of immense significance for Sam's team. No one knew what Lin Yi and Sam discussed outside the container hotel. Even the other members of the team were only aware that upon their return, Sam officially transferred the leadership to Lin Yi. I have no objections. Ellie raised her hand, smiling at Lin Yi. Since Sam had already expressed his stance, she felt no need to hesitate. Besides, the wage Lin Yi had promised was quite tempting to her. Following Ellie's declaration, both Caesar and Vaughn, who had no particular thoughts on the matter, adopted a where Sam goes, I go attitude, and after a brief moment of hesitation, they unceremoniously agreed. Thus, the entire Sam's team accepted the employment offer. While Sam went to collect the mission rewards, Ellie stood by the window on the first floor of the hotel. She glanced at Lin Yi beside her and casually asked, Why us? Why specifically the Sam squad? Given Lin Yi's extravagant approach, he could have easily selected any hunting team in the entire great forest town without a second thought. Why, then, did such fortune fall upon the Sam squad? Was it merely due to their prior encounter and the mutual act of saving each other? Ailey found herself grappling with numerous uncertainties, yet she was unsure if Lin Yi would deign to answer her questions. Humans are, after all, intricate beings. Lin Yi wore a faint smile, casting a sidelong glance at Ailey before slowly speaking. Ailey was undeniably the second in command of the Sam squad. Although her strength was only at level 5 enhancement, she was an indispensable right-hand companion to SAM. As a scout, strategist, and the team as steward. She juggled multiple roles with remarkable aplomb, a talent that certainly warranted admiration. Yet, I harbor doubts. While Ailey pondered Lin Yi's first statement, he refrained from beating around the bush and instead articulated his answer directly. His mistrust of others was not a trait that emerged post-transmigration. He might engage in light conversation with strangers, but should they overstep certain boundaries during their discourse, his demeanor would shift instantaneously to one of vigilance. Even retreat.it was precisely this characteristic that rendered Lin Yi incapable of collaborating with unfamiliar individuals. Thus, the choice of the Sam squad was self-evident. After days of observation, he had grown quite familiar with the members of the squad. Their dispositions and habits laid bare before him. You do not shy away from such matters. Ailey glanced at Lin Yi, her eyes momentarily widening in surprise. She could not ascertain the veracity of his words. Yet his candid demeanor was undeniably persuasive. There is nothing to conceal. Every person has flaws and issues, and I am indifferent to whether you are aware of them. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Turning to head towards the room he had just rented. Please call for me when Uncle Sam returns. I shall rest for now. Very well. Ailey nodded, watching Lin Yi depart, her gaze drifting to the scenery outside the window as she contemplated the potential paths the Sam squad might take under Lin Yi's guidance. After a moment, she shook her head, realizing that pondering the future amidst the wasteland was a rather extravagant exercise, devoid of true significance. Purchase exquisite handguns X5. Expenditure 100 universal coins. Yes or no? Yes. Purchase communication wristwatches X6. Expenditure 600 universal coins. Yes or no? Yes. Within the confines of the room, Lin Yi procured a few minor items. His universal coin balance merely diminished by a trifling amount after selling the 5,000 nutrient solutions brought back by Sam. His reserve of universal coins had swelled to an impressive 51,000, a stark contrast to his previous holdings. Scouring through the myriad offerings of the Universal Trading System, Lin Yi found nothing more suitable. He had initially intended to purchase several bulletproof combat suits, only to be informed by the trading system that his level was insufficient. Must one possess a level to acquire an item? Lin Yi was taken aback at that moment. He recalled the personal profile he had glanced at on his first day, but had never truly regarded. Universal Trading System name. Lin Yi level. Level 1 merchant money. 50400. He also discovered the requirements for leveling up, which entailed selling items worth a total of 100,000 universal coins to achieve advancement to level 2. This meant he was still short by over 4,000 nutrient solutions. A gap that did not seem insurmountable. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from the door. Lin, Sam has returned. All right, I understand, Lin Yi replied, quickly tidying up the assortment of boxes before exiting the room. I in the hall. Sam was distributing the bounty of their tasks. Upon seeing Lin Yi emerge, arms laden with an array of items, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. What are these? Before Sam could inquire further, the inquisitive Ruth had already posed the question. Lin Yi placed the items on the table and, surveying the individuals gathered around the round table, began distributing the boxes. A few trinkets, consider them gifts from me. Gifts, the term held an air of wonder. Ruth's eyes widened as she regarded the two delicate boxes before her. Without waiting for Sam or AI to respond, she eagerly opened one of the boxes to unveil its contents. This is As the box opened, Ruth instinctively recoiled, glancing at her father, then at AI, and finally sweeping her gaze over Caesar and Vorn, ultimately settling on Lin Yi. Ruth contemplated numerous possibilities. Yet she never anticipated that Lin Yi's notion of a gift would encompass such items. Inside the box lay a finely crafted desert eagle. Merely observing the magazine filled with golden bullets revealed that this was no mere toy. After a few moments of silence, the others around the table silently opened their boxes. And true to expectation, they too discovered a similarly exquisite silver handgun. Within, AI opened a smaller box, extracting a device resembling a wristwatch. A handgun and a wristwatch. Sam regarded Lin Yi with astonishment. Lin, you truly harbor many secrets. In the wasteland, firearms retained immense power. Yet as time progressed, the maintenance of these weapons and the supply of ammunition had rendered them tools for only a select few. Now, Lin Yi had nonchalantly gifted away 5 handguns, and most crucially, these handguns were brand new and unused. Sam's remark elicited a subtle smile from Lin Yi, who refrained from offering a definitive response. His intention in presenting these items as gifts was merely to convey a sentiment that life alongside him would be far easier than in the past. Excellent firearms. The usually taciturn Caesar caressed the desert eagle, his gentle touch reminiscent of handling a delicate woman. Were it not for their location in Great Forest Town, he would have relished the opportunity to fire a few shots and experience the weapon's potency. AI observed the scene, acutely aware that Lin Yi had effortlessly won the hearts of the entire team with just a simple display of means. What an impressive individual, AI mused inwardly. Glancing down at the new watch adorning her wrist, her face betraying unmasked delight. The watch boasted a plethora of functions, capable of monitoring bodily metrics, making communications, sending messages, calling for support, displaying maps, and even recording videos and taking photographs. Chapter 11. Astonishing Abilities v. 3 Communication Wristwatch Functions. Communication, map, photography, body monitoring, evaluation. A communication wristwatch tailored for complex battlefield environments, capable of maintaining short-range contact even without satellite signals. The specially equipped signal generator enables the establishment of a team network for information exchange. The individuals present were unaware that this seemingly complementary communication wristwatch possessed an even greater value. Lin Yi donned one himself, upon completing the binding process. He did not focus on the watch's extensive functions but rather scrutinized the body monitoring section. His data was displayed clearly on the watch. ID. Unnamed. Strength. 8. Agility. 9. Intelligence. 8. Constitution. 7. Perception. 6. A series of data presented itself before him, and upon glancing at Sam's data, Lin Yi was momentarily speechless. After binding the wristwatch, personal data within the squad became interconnected, and Sam had preemptively designated his name, sparing Lin Yi the need to discern. ID. Sam. Strength. 18. Agility. 17. Intelligence. 17. Constitution. 18. Perception. 18. Genetic talent. Enhanced intuition. Sam's attributes overwhelmingly surpassed Lin Yi's, and he also possessed an additional genetic talent. Glancing over the data of AI Li and the others, Lin Yi began to grasp the concept of enhanced individuals. If the attributes displayed by the wristwatch served as a benchmark, then AI Li, Caesar, and Vorn, each a level 5 enhanced individual, averaged around 15, with some attributes reaching 16. Only Sam, a level 7 enhanced individual, boasted an average attribute closer to 18. Did this imply that Sam was on the verge of achieving level 8 enhancement? Lin Yi pondered deeply, contemplating Din's view. This matter was not difficult to ascertain. All he needed to do was wait a few days to observe whether Sam would experience any improvement. It was time for a meal. What should they have today? Watching as Sam and the others produced simple jerky and vegetables, Lin Yi deliberated and ultimately resolved to return to his room to retrieve some self-heating rice boxes. The reason was simple. He was unaccustomed to jerky, and, now that he had the means, he was reluctant to endure such a taste. Delicious. It had been quite some time since he had savored anything so delectable. The simple self-heating rice boxes, which he would have previously dismissed, had transformed into an unparalleled delicacy here. Every member of the squad devoured their portions ravenously. Is there any left? Even Ruth, as an enhanced individual, had a greater appetite than Lin Yi. Observing Ruth's pitiful expression and glancing at the seemingly indifferent Sam and AI Li, Lin Yi shook his head in resignation and returned to his room once more. That evening, the 6 of them consumed a staggering 30 self-heating rice boxes. Lin Yi stared at a single meal box before him, then glanced over at the towering piles beside the others. He blinked silently, mentally calculating the self-heating rice box and a canned steak were priced the same, merely selling for 2.5 universal coins. Thus, 30 rice boxes amounted to only 75 universal coins. It may seem like a substantial consumption, yet when converted into nutritional supplements, it amounts to merely 7.5 servings, a fact that leaves him with no reason to feel even a twinge of regret. He is utterly satiated and finds the meal delectable. While everyone else has paused, Vorn continues to devour his food with fervor, fearing that others might seize his last bowl. It has been 3 whole years, since he has enjoyed a dinner this exquisite. And the thought nearly brings tears to his eyes. To him, the individual responsible for conjuring these provisions appears as a deity descended from the heavens. Could he truly be human? As he watches Lin Yi enter the house, Ailey's voice carries a note of astonishment. If the previous conjurations had included a handgun and a sniper rifle, they could have assumed Lin Yi had hidden them away beforehand. However, today's 5 handguns and 6 wristwatches are undeniably beyond Lin Yi's capacity for concealment. Especially the 30 boxes of self-heating meals just witnessed. Their distribution would undoubtedly spark contention. I don't know, Sam replied, shaking his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over the group. But his affairs must remain confidential. Even the minutiae, rest assured, Ailey affirmed, her demeanor serious, mirrored by Caesar and Vorn. After 3 years of surviving in the wasteland, they all understood the peril Lin Yi would face if others learned of these matters. I won't speak of it either, Ruth interjected softly. Someone often overlooked. She rarely voiced her opinions, but this time, she raised her head to meet the smiles around her. Actually, I had a chat with him this afternoon. Ailey recounted their earlier conversation, echoing Lin Yi's words. Sam and the others remained nonchalant. If they possessed such extraordinary abilities, they would likely display an even more extreme demeanor, after feasting and sharing stories. The group retreated to their rooms to rest, save for Vorn, who, having lost the game, was tasked with cleaning the dining hall. Having consumed so much, he felt this might indeed require some effort as he tidied up the remnants of the meals. Vorn softly reflected on his experience. Setting aside other considerations, having savored such delightful cuisine, he found it exceedingly difficult to return to a diet consisting solely of mutated beast meat or nutritional supplements. Even for the sake of these delicious meals, he could not allow Lin Yi to encounter danger. Perhaps then he might occasionally indulge in a feast again. Outside, the sky had plunged into darkness, yet the inhabitants of Giantwood Town felt secure. The Giantwood Group upheld a reputation for reliability. As long as taxes were paid, no mutated creature could breach the fortified walls of the automobile city before the guards fell. Throughout the night, the occasional crack of a hunting rifle echoed until the dawn broke, dispelling the darkness. Were you all waiting for me? Lin Yi, accustomed to waking naturally, was taken aback upon stepping into the hall and finding Sam and the others already gathered. Indeed, we awaited our new captain's orders. Who knew you could sleep in so late? Ailey teased, adding, had I known, I would have slept longer to mitigate my dark circles. Then you might as well have called me directly. Lin Yi glanced at his wristwatch, noting the absence of any missed calls. That would be unthinkable. Ailey jested again, laughter following her words. All right, enough of the banter. Let us have some quiet, Sam interjected, coming to Lin Yi's aid. However, the group's attention remained fixed on Lin Yi. They were eager to learn what tasks awaited them that day, that I'm not quite sure what to do yet. How about I grant you a day off to rest? Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings, genuinely uncertain about the day's agenda. Sam and the others clearly did not favor this idea, with a monthly allocation of 3,000 nutritional supplements as their wages. Sam felt a pang of conscience at the thought of taking a day off. They say a hand that feeds may bind, and presently, the five of them had both advantages. The plan for a holiday fell through. Leaving Lin Yi somewhat disheartened, he turned to Sam and asked, Uncle Sam, how do you usually accept missions? Is it solely reliant on someone reaching out? Sam shook his head. Not at all. In Giantwood Town, there is a designated bulletin board for posting missions. When there are no assignments, I frequently visit it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi pondered for a moment before slowly raising his head to say, since there is nothing pressing, let us go check it out together. If we find a worthwhile mission, we can take it on. Chapter 12. My way, my vision. What to do when employees are overly enthusiastic? Lin Yi had never anticipated such a scenario, as he had never been a boss before and lacked experience and information in this regard. As he took on the role of leader, managing merely 5 people left him feeling somewhat flustered. However, he soon conceived a brilliant idea. He would allow Sam to remain the captain, keeping the squad structure intact while he served as the ultimate decision-maker. Much like a ship sailing the seas, he would only concern himself with the vessel's direction, acting as a figurehead. This arrangement was both simple and agreeable, aligning perfectly with his preferences, as it required minimal oversight. Before long, Lin Yi followed Sam to the bulletin board in Giantwood Town. Not far from the Giantwood Trading Company, the bulletin board was plastered with an array of printed missions, most of which involved hunting mutated beasts to acquire materials from their bodies. With generally modest rewards. In addition to beast hunting, there were also missing person searches and various collection tasks, the variety of which was dizzying. This side features mostly routine tasks, Sam remarked, seemingly aware of Lin Yi's bewilderment. Generally, these missions cater to drifters and hunting teams with enhancements below level 3. What are drifters? Lin Yi inquired upon encountering a new term, unashamed of his unfamiliarity with this world, a fact to which Sam and the others had grown accustomed. Drifters are a group of hunters who prefer to operate solo. They harbor a distrust of others and dislike forming partnerships, Sam explained, casting a glance at Lin Yi. In reality, his earlier sentiments of suspicion were not uncommon in this wasteland. Without lingering on the topic, they continued walking until Sam suddenly pointed ahead. The bulletin board where I frequently accept missions is right there, in front of that white building. As they moved forward, the crowd around the bulletin board thinned. Lin Yi arrived at the designated board, which was quite large but bore only a few postings, each significantly more challenging than those he had previously observed. These missions were intended for hunting teams with level 7 enhancements or higher. As Sam elaborated, even we, in the past, could only select relatively simple missions to earn some income. Lin Yi nodded slowly. Indeed, the rewards here were more substantial. Yet one misstep could lead to grave consequences, as undertaking a mission inherently involved life-threatening risks. After surveying the board, he found nothing appealing, but his primary intention was merely to gain a better understanding of this world. So he felt no disappointment. Standing beneath the board for a while, Lin Yi finally grasped the source of his inner dissonance that a normal hunting team undertakes missions to earn money, while his objective was to gain strength and influence, ensuring a leisurely existence devoid of safety concerns. Furthermore, if he truly aimed to earn, he could easily profit more by selling canned meals or similar items than by completing a single mission. The only complication was that until he grew sufficiently powerful, he couldn't afford to draw too much attention. Thus, the idea of offering a plethora of canned meals as merchandise remained a mere thought, not to be acted upon. The most prudent strategy was to develop steadily, like an ordinary hunting team, progressing gradually. Having clarified these crucial points, Lin Yi alleviated his internal discord, realizing that it was the previous day's substantial income that had inadvertently inflated his expectations. Now, he felt a semblance of calm return. Indeed, there were no worthwhile missions available at that moment. Sam finished reviewing the bulletin board, having found no suitable assignments either, and could only shake his head. There's no rush. We have plenty of time, Lin Yi said with a smile. Let us explore other areas. I want to take a closer look. All right, Sam nodded in agreement. The six of them strolled along the streets of Giantwood Town. Compared to the hurried pace of other passers-by, they appeared remarkably relaxed. It can be said that the atmosphere is easily contagious. As the de facto leader, Lin Yi exuded a sense of ease, prompting the others to follow suit. Giantwood Town isn't particularly large. In fact, it is less than half the size of Redstone Town. In just a short span of 10 minutes, Lin Yi and his companions completed a circuit of the town and returned to the bulletin board. All right, disperse. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to arrange their own activities. After standing still for a moment, he slowly lifted his foot and walked towards the entrance of Giantwood Town. Recalling the scavenger camp he had seen upon entering the town, he suddenly felt an urge to visit that area. The entrance to Giantwood Town was strictly monitored upon entry but lenient upon exit, with almost no scrutiny in place, not far from the scavenger camp. Merely a few dozen meters from the gate, the locals did not seem surprised by Lin Yi's arrival as a stranger. Tailor's shop, tool shed, laundry, barber shop, Lin Yi observed as he walked past several storefronts. After a brief inquiry, he learned that these shops relied on business from within Giantwood Town to sustain their livelihoods. Then why not move inside? Lin Yi asked the owner of the laundry. His curiosity piqued. It was evident that the shops bore the marks of daily life, indicating that their proprietors did not simply conduct business during the day and retreat to Giantwood Town at night. Since it is possible to earn a living, why then choose to reside in a perilous area, forsaking the comforts of town? The matronly proprietor chuckled softly. It is simply because the shops in town are prohibitively expensive. Moreover, the meager profits we earn are barely sufficient for subsistence, but if we factor in the cost of rent, our gains might dwindle to nothing. Should any mishap occur, we could find ourselves unable to afford even nutritional supplements. Lin Yi pondered this, realizing the evident conclusion. The townsfolk offered scant wages to those laboring here. Under such relentless exploitation, one could hardly expect substantial returns. Any misstep might lead to a loss of capital. After a leisurely stroll and observation, Lin Yi discerned that the lives of scavengers were not as brutally harsh as he had imagined. At least this group outside Giant Forest Town had discovered a viable way to survive. Nonetheless, the outcome of his observations was not dissimilar to his initial thoughts. Despite having managed to sustain themselves, the scavengers still lived on the edge of survival, and their living conditions were abysmally poor. Having completed his circuit, Lin Yi came to a halt. His original intention had been to scout for eligible young individuals in the scavenger camp to recruit. However, after his round, he found only the elderly and young children. He wondered where the youth of these families had gone. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, his communication watch vibrated, revealing a message from Sam. He had found a suitable task, clearing a den of two-headed mutated dogs to the east of Giant Forest Town. Inquiring if Lin Yi wanted to accept it. Yes, I would like to take it on, Lin Yi replied promptly, then swiftly made his way back into Giant Forest Town. Chapter 13. A luxurious battle standing at the entrance of Giant Forest Town. Lin Yi did not proceed immediately but paused to wait. Behind him, two furtive figures, unable to conceal their presence any longer, stepped forward. We weren't following you. Vaughn scratched his head, his face awash with embarrassment, his gaze darting about uncertainly. We are here to protect you. In contrast to Vaughn's unease, Caesar calmly explained. This is Giant Forest Town, which, while not devoid of danger, becomes particularly concerning given your unique circumstances. We would all prefer to avert any unforeseen incidents and no need for explanations. I understand. Lin Yi gently shook his head, teasingly remarking, I am not angry, merely bemused by your rather lackluster tracking skills. Vaughn and Caesar exchanged glances. Before Vaughn muttered, was it really that lacking? I thought I was doing quite well. Caesar remained silent. If he had indeed been effective at concealing their presence, Lin Yi would not have detected them. Joining the procession, the three entered Giant Forest Town and returned to the container hotel. Let us discuss the task, Lin Yi said as he settled into a seat. He had perused the screenshot Sam sent. But the specifics remained unclear. Sam nodded and began to elaborate. The task entails clearing a den of over 52-headed mutated dogs. The reward is 1,000 giant forest coins. Over 50, upon hearing this figure. Vaughn's brow furrowed deeply. Two-headed mutated dogs are quite common in the wasteland. They are not particularly formidable, and even an unenhanced Lin Yi could dispatch them with bare hands. However, there is a critical caveat. While a single two-headed mutated dog can typically be subdued by an adult, the threat level multiplies significantly when faced with 5 or more. 50 of them constitutes a highly dangerous scenario. And the reward of 1,000 giant forest coins is hardly commensurate. What makes this task so challenging? Lin Yi inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. He had seen the notices and encountered two-headed mutated dogs. Yet his limited experience in the wasteland left him puzzled as to why the task warranted such a high valuation. It lies in their sheer numbers and the toxicity of their fangs. Ellie interjected. If a swarm of two-headed mutated dogs were to attack, even a level 9 enhanced individual could be overwhelmed by their venom. There exists a significant risk of being devoured on the spot. The hall fell silent for a moment as Lin Yi contemplated this. The task was indeed more complex than it appeared. Sam likely considered the availability of firearms when deeming this mission feasible. But the inherent dangers could not be overlooked. Suddenly, Lin Yi raised his head, scanning the faces around the round table with an inquisitive tone. If we possess 6 rifles, would we not be able to eliminate these two-headed mutated dogs with ease? At his question, Sam's pupils dilated, and the others gaped in disbelief, unsure of how to respond. Initially, they had assumed Lin Yi was contemplating strategies for action or ways to mitigate the risks and losses associated with the task. However, they were surprised by the audacity of Lin Yi's suggestion. Merely hearing it left them astounded. Not 6. If we have rifles, 2 would suffice. After a moment of awkward silence, Sam slowly replied, his heart racing. Even more so than in combat, it was simply that Lin Yi's statement resonated with clarity, yet he struggled to comprehend it fully. Is that so? Then let us proceed with 6 rifles, for safety's sake. Lin Yi decisively concluded, we shall depart tomorrow morning. For now, it's time to rest. With that, he turned and left, heading back to his single room at the Container Hotel, seemingly ready to indulge in a deep slumber. The others remained at the round table, still processing the conversation. After a lengthy silence, they exchanged glances, uncertain whether to cheer or to chuckle wryly. Had anyone else made such remarks, they would have dismissed it as the ramblings of someone driven mad by the harsh realities of the wasteland. Yet, coming from Lin Yi, they genuinely believed that if he could conceive it, he could indeed accomplish it. Purchase Scar Z Rifles X6, cost 3,000 dimensional coins. Yes or no? Yes. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yi promptly procured 6 rifles. He opened one of the gun cases, revealing a classic variant of the Scar series, adorned with numerous modifications that enhanced its aesthetic appeal. Scar Z Rifle. Effective range 800 meters. Maximum range 1,600 meters. Configuration: adjustable fire control scope, ergonomic grip, elite tactical stock, 30, round modified magazine, foldable bipod, red laser sight, competition length barrel, and attachable grenade launcher. Review: a versatile rifle capable of both close and long-range combat, utilizing the classic 7.62 by 51 mm ammunition, with substantial firepower, minimal recoil, and exceptional durability. After inspecting the weapons, Lin Yi turned to rest. He was still over 4,000 nutritional agents short of becoming a level 2 merchant, and he aimed to execute every task flawlessly. When it came to overwhelming force, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. A direct firepower approach would suffice. The following morning, Lin Yi distributed all the weapons as he had indicated the day before. He would assume a hands-off role, allowing Sam to organize the team following breakfast. Sam, being the most familiar with the group, arranged everything meticulously, eliciting a satisfied smile from Lin Yi. Fire! The battle commenced, with Sam assigning Lin Yi to the rear while he, along with Caesar and Vaughn, took aim at the wandering two-headed mutated dogs. 1, 2, 3 in a matter of moments. More than a dozen two-headed mutated dogs lay slain at the entrance of the den. Shortly after the gunfire erupted, a horde of two-headed mutated dogs surged forth from their lair, encircling Sam and his companions. Having mutated, these dogs seemed to have lost the instinct to flee, yet their intelligence remained intact. Positioned at a higher vantage point, Lin Yi could observe as the dogs swiftly surrounded Sam and his team, assailing them from all directions in a manner reminiscent of a wolf pack. However, all their meticulous plans crumbled beneath the thunderous roar of the rifles. Under the relentless firepower of the trio, The two-headed mutated dogs could scarcely approach within 20 meters of Sam and his companions. 3 minutes later, a mounted grenade struck the den of the two-headed mutated dogs, sending a cloud of dust into the air, signaling the successful completion of the mission. Lin, do you really think this approach will recoup our costs? Ellie asked, her lips twitching as she regarded Lin Yi. The 1,000 giant forest coins promised as a reward might not even cover the cost of the grenade, let alone the numerous bullets expended in the process of clearing out the mutated dogs. The disparity between losses and gains was glaringly disproportionate. It felt extravagant, even. Chapter 14. Concerning the bigger picture cost is of little concern. The priority is minimizing risk. Lin Yi gently shook his head. As long as the price of nutritional agents in the dimensional trading system remained stable, these losses were hardly worth his attention. He valued the safety of Sam and the others and the efficiency of task completion far more. Before long, Sam and his team began to scour the battlefield for valuable items. The only items of worth were the dog's fangs. Reporting to Lin Yi, Sam noted, the only valuable finds are these fangs. Additionally, the meat of the two-headed mutated dogs holds some value. Should we collect it? Lin Yi surveyed the two-headed mutated dog's fangs, discovered tradable items. Mutated dog fangs X210. Would you like to sell? Sale will yield 21 Jiuan coins. Yes or no? After reading it, he inquired of Sam, how many Jiuan coins could these canine teeth fetch if sold? Sam replied in a low voice, the canine teeth can be fashioned into arrows that paralyze prey. So they are worth approximately a ratio of 1 to 2 or 1 to 3, depending on their size. Lin Yi nodded slightly and said nonchalantly, let us sell all these canine teeth when we return, and exchange them for nutritional agents. Additionally, select a few complete specimens of the meat and discard them at the scavenger camp. Understood. Sam nodded and promptly set about carrying out Lin Yi's orders. Moments later, the pickup truck swayed as it made its way back to Jiuan Town. Passing by the scavenger camp, Vaughn forcefully tossed several intact corpses of the two-headed mutated dogs onto the roadside. The meat of the mutated dogs is edible and serves as a preferred occasional improvement to the diets of those struggling for survival in the scavenger camp. Lin Yi had gathered this information during his passage yesterday. For the camp inhabitants, this meat represents a form of welfare. Upon returning to Jiuan Town, they completed the task, sold their spoils, and exchanged them for nutritional agents. After a series of activities, it was merely 9 in the morning. Sam soon delivered 1,500 nutritional agents to Lin Yi's room. Excellent. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Despite consuming a considerable amount of resources, he still reaped substantial benefits. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he could elevate his trading level, allowing him to purchase a wider array of goods. Lin, shall we take a look at the tasks? After moving the goods, Sam asked Lin Yi. The recent battle was brief, but if Sam were to express his feelings, it would be that he had never felt so at ease. In the wasteland for 3 years, even as a level 7 enhancer. He felt immense pressure before various mutated creatures. He never imagined he could advance with such overwhelming force as he had today. To speak from the heart, he felt invigorated and had no desire to rest. He simply wanted to take on more tasks and drive those detestable mutated creatures away. Don't you need a moment to rest? Not for me, Lin Yi replied, nodding, ready to follow Sam. Caesar and Vaughn also stood up, joining them. I feel utterly inconspicuous, Ruth complained from behind. Lin Yi's arrival had brought significant changes to Sam's team, rendering her a mere battlefield medic, almost redundant. This is a good thing. A child of your age shouldn't be on the battlefield, Ellie said, gently stroking Ruth's forehead with a smile. Ruth grumbled a bit more, but upon noticing the candy Lin Yi had left on the table, she quickly dispelled her complaints. What about this? Under the bulletin board, Lin Yi's eyes fell upon a particularly challenging task. The reward for the task was 2,000 Jiuan coins, and considering the battle's yield, it could potentially reach 3,000. However, this task had lingered here for quite some time, with no one daring to accept it, as the objective was to hunt a level 9 sand tiger. A creature said to be invincible against non-evolvers. A level 9 sand tiger. Sam's pupils constricted. He recognized this task and understood the terrifying nature of its target. A few months prior, Jiuan Town organized a hunting expedition against the sand tiger, even dispatching 2 level 9 enhancers to lead the other participants. Sam had not joined that mission, but he was aware of the outcome. Over 20 level 6 enhancers perished, 8 level 7 enhancers, 2 level 8 enhancers, and a level 9 enhancer was gravely wounded. The sand tiger, however, reportedly emerged unscathed. It's truly fearsome. Sam hesitated slightly. Level 9 mutated creatures in the wasteland were not to be trifled with. Let alone this notorious sand tiger. He relayed the sand tiger's dreadful history to Lin Yi, fearing that Lin Yi might be impulsively tempted to challenge its strength. Let us pass on this one. Then, Lin Yi was no fool. In his eyes, level 9 mutated beasts were not particularly formidable. However, based solely on its track record, this sand tiger appeared to be several tiers stronger than the level 9 earth devourer he had slain. Perhaps a testament to the innate advantages of its species. Discarding the task involving the sand tiger, the remaining tasks were exceedingly complex. Lin Yi sought tasks that involved clearing an area or hunting certain high-value targets. Yet, those tasks were either already claimed or offered insufficient rewards. Lin, these lower-level tasks seem decent. We might be able to take them on together, Sam interjected, pointing to another bulletin board displaying various tasks. These tasks were generally intended for mid-level enhancers, specifically those in levels 4 to 6. Nevertheless, several of the tasks appeared quite reasonable. Lin Yi followed Sam's gesture, noticing that these tasks were issued by the Juin group, aimed at clearing trade routes, essentially extending westward. Are they looking to open trade routes? Observing the term trade route, Lin Yi pondered. Sam nodded. Indeed, currently, Juin Town only has one frequently visited gathering place, which can only accommodate a limited amount of goods. Hence, it has long been rumored that the Juin group has stockpiled a considerable number of products, all piled in their warehouses. Then let us proceed to accept these tasks. Lin Yi nodded gently, recognizing that opening trade routes would benefit both the town and himself. As someone eager to learn more about the outside world, he was in dire need of external information, requiring knowledge that could significantly influence the direction of his future endeavors, shaping his overarching strategy. Thus, aiding Juin Town in establishing trade routes served to assist both the town and himself. The tasks were not claimed at the bulletin board. After selecting the tasks, Sam led Lin Yi to the Juin group's office, where they registered for the tasks they intended to undertake. Upon completion of the tasks, rewards would only be dispersed if verification confirmed no issues. Are you certain you wish to accept 5 tasks at once? The elderly registrar adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing them for a moment before reiterating the question. Yes, Sam nodded. He understood this was quite audacious, as failure could even diminish their hunting team's credibility. However, times had changed. They had Lin Yi. Sam's confidence aside, the elderly registrar merely shook his head and silently recorded Sam's name next to the tasks. Indeed, the so-called hunting team, in the eyes of Juin Town, hardly constituted a tightly knit organization. In the town's records, or when accepting tasks, there was virtually no difference between hunting teams and drifters. The only distinction lay in the credibility levels established to differentiate how many tasks they had completed for Juin Town. The lowest credibility level was none, followed by the white card holders as level 1 members, and then red, blue, and black levels above that. A black card holder could enjoy a discount of up to 95% when making purchases in Juin Town. But that was the extent of the benefits. After completing the task registration, the group turned to exit. Just then, a somewhat sharp and jarring voice pierced the air from the entrance. Sam, how have you been lately? Lin Yi turned to regard the speaker and saw a man dressed in a white suit, sans tie, deliberately leaving 2 buttons of his shirt undone, standing there with a smile. Yet, his expression, coupled with his tone, rendered the greeting more akin to sarcasm than a salutation. What stood out most was that, despite being in the wasteland, this man's attire resembled that of an ostentatious show-off. Carloan, we're not that familiar. Sam replied coldly. The expression on his face won Lin he had never witnessed before, detached, repelling, and filled with disdain, as if he had encountered something utterly revolting. Oh dear, it seems you've forgotten all about old times. Carloan continued to smile, but it's all right. Whenever you find yourself in a bind, my door will always be open to you. Sam chose not to respond and coldly walked toward the office exit. Carloan moved aside, but his gaze quickly fixated on the unfamiliar Lin Yi. With a flicker of thought, he extended his hand. Little brother, meeting you is serendipitous. Would you like to join my team? Get lost. Before Lin Yi could react, Caesar had already swatted Carloan's hand away. With Caesar and Vaughn providing protection, Lin Yi successfully evaded this discomforting individual. Who was that guy? Upon leaving the office, Lin Yi frowned and inquired. The encounter had left a very unpleasant impression on him, hypocritical, flamboyant, and exuding an air of superiority. Carloan Fiss, a former teammate of mine. Sam replied in a low voice that he betrayed me during a hunting mission and had Ruth and me expelled from the hunting team. The reason being he felt threatened by my position as team leader. Caesar added, and he thought Ruth was merely a burden. consuming resources. That's all in the past. Sam shook his head, continuing to walk forward. Through their brief exchange, Lin Yi inferred quite a bit. But given that the individuals involved were unconcerned, he saw no need to bring it up. However, it was evident that Sam had encountered quite a few acquaintances today. Before returning to the container hotel, Robert encountered Sam once again on the path back. Upon seeing Sam, a man who seemed to have been waiting for a long time greeted him. "Robert, what brings you here?" In stark contrast to his meeting with Karen, Sam's gaze was not cold, and his tone carried a hint of surprise. "I specifically came to find you. Ellie mentioned you were on a mission, so I thought I might catch you here." Robert looked at Sam. "Actually, I came seeking your assistance, and I hope you don't mind. Take your time. No need to rush," Sam replied, sighing as he listened quietly to Robert's account. Robert's dilemma was not particularly complex. After Sam had heard him out, he succinctly summarized, "Your two companions have recently suffered injuries, and you wish to temporarily add 2 others to my team to earn some income." "Yes." Robert nodded. He understood that his request was rather unreasonable, but with 2 members injured, the remaining 3 in his team found it challenging to undertake tasks that offered decent rewards. Sam looked at Robert and said, "You could simply remove those 2 from your team." Robert offered a wry smile. "If I were to do that, we wouldn't be friends anymore. You know, they have fought alongside me for so long. I could never abandon them." It was not uncommon in hunting teams to expel injured members. For instance, Karen frequently did so. Anyone who hindered the team's efficiency or jeopardized their livelihood would be cast out. Karen was notorious for not harboring the inept, and while this might seem brutal, his elitist policy had ensured that his team remained competitive within the great forest town. Sam fell into silence, unsure of how to respond. Although his team still bore his name, they had all accepted employment from Lin Yi, and he had no authority to allow Robert and his companions to join. Moreover, Lin Yi's secret was something that could never be revealed. Observing Sam's silence, Robert attempted to comfort him, saying, "It's all right. I understand that you have your own difficulties. I'll think of another way." "I am sorry," Sam sighed, empathizing with Robert's plight. Essentially, hunting teams were, in a strict sense, simply groups of individuals banding together for warmth. Previously, Sam's team had only 5 members, not due to a lack of recruits, but because their collective earnings could only support that number. Adding another member did not necessarily enhance hunting efficiency. Rather, it inevitably increased expenditures. Conversely, reducing team size often resulted in diminished efficiency. Finding a balance was a challenge many hunting teams continuously grappled with. However, even if such a balance was achieved, any misstep could cause the precariously balanced lever to tilt dramatically in the opposite direction. It could be said that 90% of the hunting teams within Great Forest Town possessed little resilience against risk. "Uncle Sam, give him a chance." Just as Robert was preparing to bid farewell and leave with a sense of dejection, Lin Yi's voice suddenly rang out. Robert looked at Lin Yi with a puzzled expression. He did not know him and assumed he was a new companion of Sam. Yes. What astonished Robert was Sam's respectful tone. The sudden turn of events left Robert momentarily bewildered. "Robert, congratulations. Your luck is quite fortuitous." Sam placed a hand on Robert's shoulder. "In a while, you and your companions should wait at the entrance of Great Forest Town. We just received a mission and are about to head out." Realizing the implication, Robert nodded eagerly. He glanced at Lin Yi's retreating figure before hastily racing towards his usual residence to contact his companions. Following Lin Yi, Caesar voiced a query. "Lin, why allow them to join?" "This might expose your secret," Lin Yi calmly explained. "We will inevitably need to expand the team. We cannot remain just the few of us forever." Robert's arrival has merely expedited that process. Chapter 16. The growth of Ruth. Caesar struggled to comprehend Lin Yi's perspective. But Sam had an inkling. Ever since the day they were hired, Sam had discerned that Lin Yi's vision was far from merely securing a small territory. However, it seemed that Lin Yi's thoughts were still unclear. At times he appeared overly ambitious, while at others he hesitated. 15 minutes later, a pickup truck emerged from the yard of the container hotel, arriving at the gate where Robert and his 2 companions awaited. Although Robert had a vehicle that looked quite rudimentary, lacking even a door, as long as it ran, it served as a competent tool in this wasteland. "Follow us," Sam instructed, rolling down the window and waving. "Beep," Robert honked in response. The 2 vehicles departed from the entrance of Great Forest Town and turned westward. The mission's objective was to eliminate wandering zombies, which could be concealed within buildings or hidden among dense foliage. "Once we arrive, Ellie, you will scout ahead. Caesar, Vaughn, and I will advance steadily to clear the area." Sam, an experienced leader, outlined the initial battle plan. As for you, Lin and Ruth, Just focus on protecting yourselves. If any issues arise, simply fire a signal, and we will rush back to assist you. Understood? Lin Yi nodded, accepting Sam's arrangement. In truth, he had no desire to engage in battle himself. The thrill of dancing between life and death was not what he sought. Sam's plan resonated perfectly with his inclinations. Half an hour later, the vehicles halted in a small village, marking the first area of their mission to establish a trade route. Robert, you and your companions will stay close to us until I issue further orders. After disembarking, Sam quickly assigned tasks to Robert and his companions. In reality, Robert and his comrades were not weak. 3 level 6 enhanced individuals were considered above average in a typical hunting team. However, Sam's team was now a different entity altogether. Just level 6 enhanced individuals. It's nothing remarkable. All right, Robert nodded. Soon, he and his companions observed Sam and the others unloading several boxes from the vehicle. Their expressions grew increasingly peculiar. Are those guns? Robert's companion inquired, puzzled. Yes, Robert swallowed hard, noticing the exquisite rifles. Just by their appearance, he could tell that these firearms were far superior to the trash wielded by the guards of Great Forest Town. Yet even those inferior hunting rifles were rarely found in hunting teams. So where had Sam procured such equipment? Robert, keep up. Sam brandished the weapons. His demeanor shifted. Though he deemed Robert trustworthy, he would not allow him to get too close to Lin Yi. The mission commenced swiftly. Listening to LES updates through his wristwatch, Sam, along with Caesar and Vaughn, gradually advanced, while Robert and his companions could only stand guard against potential threats from behind. After a skirmish, Robert and his comrades managed to eliminate 2 zombies that had emerged from dilapidated houses, but beyond that, they had no other achievements to report. Let us check for any remaining zombies. Having cleared one side of the village to the other, Sam turned back, tossing stones and broken wood towards the structures. This was an effective method to probe for lurking zombies, as they would make noise if present. Finding no anomalies, they confirmed that no zombies had been overlooked, thus declaring victory in the operation. Returning to the pickup, Sam inspected the magazines. One could say that LES concerns were not unfounded. In clearing the 2-headed mutated dogs and these zombies, he had expended 4 magazines. A truly extravagant use of resources. Yet at this moment, Sam was not worried about ammunition, for just before their departure, Lin Yi had replenished each of them with 5 magazines, ensuring they wouldn't run D or Y. As he was about to board the vehicle, Sam suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. In a matter of seconds, the heat subsided. What's wrong, Sam? Ellie asked, puzzled. I leveled up. Sam glanced at his palm. He had successfully ascended from a level 7 enhanced individual to a level 8. Had this been in the past, he would have been elated, but now he felt little joy. Not being an evolver still left him lacking in certain aspects. Congratulations, the group chimed in unison. Lin Yi also checked his wristwatch and confirmed that Sam's stats had indeed transformed to 18. Aligning with his earlier speculation that these values represented the level of enhanced individuals. How does it feel? Lin Yi inquired curiously. He had not adapted well to the meat of mutated beasts, leading to a slow progression in his physical attributes, but this did not signify a rejection of the enhanced individual sequence. My strength has increased significantly. In terms of close combat, I now far surpass my former self. Sam replied, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Regardless, this enhancement was tangible. While it might not bring about a cataclysmic change for the team, it nonetheless bolstered their overall strength. After this interlude, the group proceeded towards the second target location. The battle erupted swiftly, and Lin Yi noticed a hint of despondence in Ruth's gaze. He turned to her and inquired, "What's the matter? Are you bored?" "Not at all. My previous life was much like this," Ruth replied, shaking her head as she watched her father Sam and his companions engaged in combat. She felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Believing she was of little assistance. "Do you long to participate in the fight?" Lin Yi asked with a smile. "Not necessarily. I simply wish to be of help," Ruth responded, shaking her head once more. It wasn't that she relished conflict. Rather, she aspired to be useful, even if it meant merely assisting in carrying the fallen. She had grown up and no longer wished to be regarded as a burden. Even if no one currently referred to her as such, nonetheless, she was acutely aware that she had hindered her father Sam's progress, fueling her fervent desire to grow stronger. Is that so? I might have an idea," Lin Yi said with a slight smile as he retrieved a gun case from the back of the pickup truck and handed it to Ruth. "This sniper rifle is for you. This way, you won't need to get close to the enemy, yet you can still assist your father and Aunt Allie." "What?" Ruth's eyes widened in astonishment. She hesitated to accept. Lin Yi had already placed the gun case in her hands. Observing her, he patiently continued. However, I must remind you that you cannot aim at the enemies near your father until you can reliably hit your targets. That I understand. Ruth nodded firmly. She quickly opened the gun case, revealing the sleek and hefty Barrett M82A1, lifting it to aim at the battlefield where Sam and his team were engaged. Moments later, a thunderous crack resounded, and a ghoul concealed on the second floor of a nearby building collapsed instantly. Chapter 17. Ready for action. There's no need to return. We are not in danger. It's Ruth firing, came Lin Yi's voice through the communication watch, soothing the startled Sam and his companions, although they were familiar with the sound of the Barrett. Robert and the others were taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the gunfire. Robert, keep up, Sam called out. While the village might not pose significant danger, he did not wish for his old friend to encounter any trouble. That sound, Robert hesitated. Though he was well acquainted with Sam, he sensed an unfamiliar atmosphere surrounding Sam's team. That was the sound of a sniper rifle. You needn't worry, the bullets won't harm you, Sam reassured Robert. Though internally he was shaken. He was uncertain why Lin Yi had entrusted Ruth with the sniper rifle. Yet he was well aware of its formidable power. It could penetrate even the carapace of a level 9 devourer and was capable of causing a raider's vehicle to explode with a single shot. Yet now, it seemed almost toy-like in Ruth's hands, unleashing its firepower with reckless abandon. What is Lin thinking? Suppressing his thoughts, Sam focused on completing the mission, while the frequent booming noises awakened all the ghouls in the village, which were then dispatched by Sam and his team. Standing beside Ruth, Lin Yi looked on with mild astonishment. He knew that as a level 3 enhanced individual, Ruth's physical prowess surpassed his own in every regard. But he was unprepared for the exceptional sniping talent she displayed upon taking aim. Calm, composed, and seamlessly transitioning her targets, each bullet she fired seemed to eliminate at least one ghoul, with a commendable headshot rate. In peaceful times, such reflexes and abilities would easily earn her a gold medal in competitive events. The ranks of enhanced individuals truly were fascinating. Lin Yi stood in place, his mind awash with thoughts. The combat did not last long, and once it concluded, everyone promptly set off for the next area that required cleansing. By the afternoon, they had successfully cleared the last region of ghouls, and the group joyfully made their way back to Giant Forest Town. What a pity. These ghouls had nothing of value on them. In the pickup truck, Sam shook his head, reflecting on the afternoon's battle experience, which had been remarkably efficient while remaining safe. Hence, no one was inclined to accept such tasks, as they were too impoverished to even pique the interest of scavengers. Ali smiled gently. Ghouls are indeed destitute. Having been transformed from humans, they exist in a liminal state between life and death, not quite zombies, yet devoid of reason, half human and half ghost. And because they were once human, normal people instinctively avoid treating them as food. Only some deranged raiders would regard ghoul corpses without hesitation. Unfortunately, there are no good tasks available right now. Sam sighed. And we need to earn more nutrients. In times like these, we cannot afford to be choosy. Nutrients, Lin Yi repeated, a term he had often mentioned and collected. The nutrients exchanged would vanish from his room. A fact that Sam's team was well aware of, though no one dared to voice it, coupled with Lin Yi's previous performance in Redstone Town. Everyone except the straightforward Ruth could surmise that the weapons and equipment they were currently utilizing were likely intricately linked to the nutrients. Their only puzzlement was why the low-value nutrients could transform into weapons in Lin Yi's hands, given the stark disparity in their values. Unfortunately, this was a question they could not pose. The fragile trust they had established was not something anyone wished to jeopardize over such matters. Returned to the days of old, it was clear that no one in Sam's team would desire that. Observers could easily see that their living standards had significantly improved during their time with Lin Yi, and the prospects for the future far exceeded the mere rewards of merely guarding a hunting team. These were unspoken truths that everyone was aware of, yet no one dared to mention. As the topic of nutrients arose, a silence fell within the pickup truck. Ali decisively shifted the conversation. How much profit is to be shared with Robert today? I'm not sure. They didn't accomplish much, but they did cover a fair bit of ground, Sam replied, a look of hesitance crossing his face. Although they were 3 level 6 enhanced individuals, they had little opportunity to contribute during today's operations. If he gave too much, it would harm his own interests. If he gave too little, it would seem unreasonable for them to have gone through the trouble without fair compensation. Give him 1/10. Lin Yi slowly interjected from the back seat. For the 5 tasks, the total profit was approximately 2,000 giant forest coins, so 1/10 would amount to 200 coins. This sum would adequately cover Robert and the others' expenses for the day. ensuring that 6 or 7 people could eat to their fill. Very well, Sam nodded. Lin Yi suggested 1/10, so it would be 1/10. Upon returning to Giant Forest Town, Sam promptly submitted the mission. An hour later, he returned with 2,000 nutrients, waving to Robert and discreetly calling him outside. However, Robert did not accept. Moments later, Sam returned indoors, gently shaking his head. That aligns with his temperament. Lin Yi remained silent. He offered, and Robert declined. That was Robert's own issue. Soon, the 2,000 nutrients were transported into the bedroom, and Lin Yi did not hesitate to convert them all into interface currency, still 13,000 short. Glancing at the gap to becoming a level 2 merchant, Lin Yi's eyes flickered slightly. He understood that the goods he currently saw were likely not the entirety of what was available. At present, he could only view level 2 goods and was unable to purchase them. However, level 2 goods could not be the highest tier. There must be level 3, level 4, and even level 5 and level 6 items above them. Nevertheless, those considerations were not pertinent to him at the moment. Focusing on the present was the prudent course of action. The next day, at 8:12 a.m., Sam began reviewing tasks. Just as Lin Yi was finishing breakfast, he had, against all odds, arranged a goal for the day: to acquire a profit of 1,500 giant forest coins. Furthermore, Lin Yi would not accompany him today, but would remain at the container hotel. Determined to achieve the goal, Sam diligently sought suitable tasks. Before long, a newly available task caught his eye: Hunt and Level 8 Enhanced Crawler. The location was not far from Redstone Town. Upon seeing this task, Sam, who had been contemplating whether to undertake a trade route exploration task, immediately shifted his focus and accepted the crawler task without hesitation. The task reward was 1,000 giant forest coins. Yet Sam perceived it as even easier than clearing the lair of mutated dogs. 2 hours later, Sam returned with his team. Just as he anticipated, the crawlers posed no threat in the face of rifles. Still 500 short. Having secured 1,000 giant forest coins, Sam casually accepted 2 additional tasks. After 2 hours of completion, he presented all the profits before Lin Yi. Robert, take this. Distributing 200 giant forest coins. Lin Yi indicated to Robert, who should not refuse. Once everything was arranged, he promptly returned to his room, gazing at the amassed nutrients before him, unable to conceal his delight. Including the final 1,300 nutrients, he had accumulated the required 100,000 interface currency to upgrade to a level 2 merchant. Now, let the upgrade commence. Chapter 18. Receiving rewards. Discoverable trade item, composite nutrients x 1300. Do you wish to sell? Selling will yield 13,000 interface currency. Yes or no? Yes. Lin Yi made his choice. The ensuing moments were filled with anticipation. Total sales value has reached 100,000 interface currency. Transaction level upgraded to level 2. Special upgrade discount activated. Please select your desired reward. Note: the discount is limited to 1 item. Please choose wisely. The trading interface automatically opened, and Lin Yi noticed that all the items had an enticing 90 discount buff. However, restricted to purchasing only 1 item, he found himself at a loss as to what to choose. His eyes darted across the options until, quite by chance, he stumbled upon an item, a set originally priced at 500,000 world coins. Now available for a mere 50,000. It was the Consciousness Projection Set. Configuration: Consciousness Projection Device and Highly Bionic Body. Evaluation: in various worlds, you may occasionally encounter crises. The Consciousness Projection Set allows you to manipulate a bionic body, achieving the purpose of deceiving others. Lin Yi paused for a moment. This item was exceptionally suited to his predicament. With this, it seemed he could operate in this world without risking his own physical body. After all, if he were to perish, it would merely be the demise of a bionic form. That he examined the trading system and discovered that the highly bionic body normally retailed for 100,000 world coins, while the consciousness projection device was priced at 500,000. Though the body was indeed costly, it paled in comparison to the value of life itself. After a thorough and composed analysis, Lin Yi chose not to suppress his desire. He resolved to purchase the set. With just over 60,000 world coins in his account, acquiring this set would leave him with an ample 11,000 coins. Sufficient indeed. With a determined heart, he declared, purchase the consciousness projection set, costing 50,000 world coins. Yes or no? Yes. Upon completion of the purchase, a new prompt appeared before Lin Yi. The size of this set is considerable. Please seek a suitable location for placement. A suitable location. Lin Yi hesitated momentarily. The system had previously demonstrated the exact dimensions of the consciousness projection device. This small container hotel could certainly not accommodate it. And once placed, it would be challenging to relocate that he could not store the device here, as it would pose a security risk. But if not here, where could it possibly go? Bury it underground. In a moment of clarity, Lin Yi suddenly recalled a location, a place sparsely inhabited, where the most formidable monsters had already been vanquished. Placing the consciousness projection device there should provide a relatively concealed area. Sam, accompany me outside. Stepping out of the room, Lin Yi spoke slowly, then glanced at the others, pausing briefly. Forget it. Everyone come along that we're heading to Redstone Town. I need to find something. Understood. Sam nodded, and the others echoed their assent. The pickup truck swiftly made its way out of Giant Forest Town, heading directly towards the Redstone Town area. Although the return journey from Redstone Town was not long, by the time Lin Yi and his companions arrived. New mutated beasts were already wandering aimlessly in the town. If the two-headed mutated dog was an unsightly creature, then the big-headed mutated dog was undoubtedly even more grotesque, its form severely disproportionate. Lucy. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Soon, a loud roar announced their arrival. Moments later, the few big-headed mutated dogs were swiftly eradicated, restoring tranquility to Redstone Town. What's our next move? Sam asked Lin Yi, patiently awaiting further orders. Locate an underground space large enough, ideally exceeding 100 square meters. Lin Yi articulated his objective. Subsequently, Lucy was tasked with standing guard on the truck bed, while the others ventured deeper into Redstone Town in search of the underground area Lin Yi had mentioned. Before long, a message from Vaughn came through the communication watch. I just remembered there is an underground vault in this town. In the space there is quite expansive, though it's mostly empty. In the wasteland for 3 years, every place that should have been searched had been, and the original underground vault was exceptionally barren. Tell me the location. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes brightened. I'll head over immediately. This way. Vaughn marked a signal on the communication watch. Following the signal, Lin Yi located the only bank in Redstone Town and descended the stairs. The absence of lighting cast the basement into an eerie darkness that sent chills down his spine. Nevertheless, Lin Yi paid it no heed that he casually purchased a few illumination sticks and tossed them around, illuminating the entire underground space before him. The area was quite vast, roughly estimated to exceed 300 square meters. He decisively chose this location. Area selection complete. The consciousness projection device is being relocated 0.5, 4, 3, 2, 1.0. As the display flashed through, a colossal device appeared silently at the center of the area. Moments later, the device gradually unfolded, revealing a seat before Lin Yi. He slowly sat down, and the device began to close around him. Beside him, a massive cylindrical apparatus opened, revealing a pristine new bionic body. Was this the highly bionic body? Lin Yi clenched his fists. It was evident that the quality of the bionic body surpassed that of his own. He turned to gaze at the device, aware that his original body was concealed within. This area would undoubtedly become of paramount importance. He could not allow anyone else to occupy it. Regrettably, funds were insufficient. Glancing at the value of the automatic defense machine gun and then at his meager savings, Lin Yi understood that arming this area would not be feasible in the near future. Hence, the best course of action was to seal the vault door, preventing others and mutated beasts from easily accessing it. The vault door was heavy. Even a level 9 enhancer might struggle to move it. However, upon testing, Lin Yi discovered that the door's valve was still functional. After a few turns, he successfully closed it. Ascending the stairs, he issued a peculiar command to Sam and the others stationed nearby. Seal this place with stones. Do not allow anyone or any mutated creatures to enter. Understood. Sam nodded, though he was somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he executed the command decisively. Crumbled stones were scattered all over Redstone Town, and even the dilapidated and shattered residences could assist in accomplishing this task. Before long, the underground area was secured. Lin Yi nodded in approval. Let us head back. Looking at his arm, a smile crept across Lin Yi's face. He had just tested that the multiverse trading system was bound to his soul, meaning that even while utilizing a bionic body, he could still purchase items from the system's trading hall. Lin Yi felt elated. While Sam and the others remained in the dark, they were unaware of why Lin Yi had ventured out or why he had gone to the vault. Yet, they adhered to their previous conduct, not mentioning the matter at all. The pickup truck gradually returned to Giant Forest Town. From that day forth, Giant Forest Town would witness a genuine transformation. Chapter 19. The germination of ambition night fell upon Giant Forest Town. At the Container Hotel, Sam and the others stared blankly at Lin Yi, puzzled by his inexplicable cheerfulness. It seemed that ever since their return from Redstone Town. No, it should be said that from the moment they set out for Redstone Town, Lin Yi had been exuberantly animated. Sam and the others could not comprehend this. It was entirely normal. They were unaware of the existence of the consciousness projection device and did not grasp how its emergence had liberated Lin Yi from his greatest constraint, his anxiety regarding safety. Now he felt almost invincible, free from previous worries. Wait for me to finish eating. After everyone had completed their meal, Lin Yi nodded gently. He turned and walked towards his room, already formulating plans in his mind. Purchase Black Special Operations Set X6, costing 6,000 world coins. Yes or no? Yes. With his choice finalized, Lin Yi watched as 6 sets of the Black Special Operations Set materialized before him. Black Special Operations Set Configuration, Black Tactical Helmet, Black Tactical Vest, Black Tactical Combat Suit, Black Custom Bulletproof Underwear. Evaluation, Standard Set, possessing considerable functionality. Each set consisted primarily of these few items, with the tactical helmet adorned with numerous components being the most expensive. Aside from the bulletproof underwear, he took these items out and placed them on the table in the hotel lobby. Lin, are we planning to assault the giant forest group? Upon unveiling the sets and gazing at the equipment resembling that of legitimate military forces, Sam hesitated for a moment before he could not resist asking, assault the giant forest group? What makes you think that? Lin Yi adjusted the gear on his body. It was his first time donning such attire, and he felt somewhat out of place. Sam shook his head. I don't know. It's just that seeing you bring out so much equipment made me instinctively think that way. Does Lin Yi possess the capability to assault the giant forest group? Sam was uncertain, but he leaned towards believing it was possible, and with a high chance of success. After living in Giant Forest Town for over 2 years, he was well aware that the Giant Forest Group had originally been an ordinary company, with its current armed forces relying solely on a single evolver. Yet Lin Yi, no one knew what he might pull from his mysterious abode. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. Lin Yi was oblivious to Sam's thoughts. But he indeed had no intention of attacking the Giant Forest Town. I'm not planning to assault the Giant Forest Group. I merely intend to enhance your equipment and briefly discuss the next steps. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Sam and the others all approached earnestly. They settled around the round table, their expressions attentive. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd. First and foremost, starting tomorrow, I intend to initiate an expansion to increase the number of personnel in our team. Our objective is to enlarge the current scale while ensuring the quality of our members. Let us set our sights on becoming the most formidable hunting group in Giant Forest Town. This shall be our immediate goal. Furthermore, I plan to engage in certain commercial activities, selling a portion of canned goods and trading with the Giant Forest Group. However, I have yet to devise a concrete plan for the trading aspect, so if any of you have suggestions, please feel free to voice them now. Lin Yi paused, quietly observing everyone. The silent Caesar was the first to speak. Expanding should be manageable. We know many acquaintances and have our own familiar hunting teams. However, how do we determine their compensation? Shouldn't we establish this in advance? Lin Yi pondered for a moment and nodded gently. Caesar is correct. Thus, let's provision the primary enhancers with 500 nutritional agents per month, the intermediate enhancers with 1,000, and the advanced ones with 2,000, at least for now. Vaughn raised his head, directing his gaze at Lin Yi. Should we equip these individuals? As for equipment, that will not be necessary for the time being, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. Until they generate profits for us, I will refrain from offering rewards. They shall use their own weapons. And those who make special contributions will be rewarded additionally. Vaughn nodded in understanding. In truth, he was not advocating for gear for the incoming members. Rather, he was contemplating whether what he had received would also be available to others. He did not wish for his newly donned combat suit to become commonplace. Unbeknownst to Vaughn, the combat suit he wore was worth even more than his rifle, hardly resembling something that could become ubiquitous. After a moment of silence from the others, Ailey, noticing Sam's reluctance to speak, slowly remarked, I can provide advice regarding the trading that if you wish. I can also represent you in negotiations that if you desire. I permit you to take charge of the trading matters, Lin Yi replied calmly. However, doing so may leave you somewhat behind in combat. He was not concerned about Ailey betraying him, for she was an astute individual, and the Giant Forest Town was unlikely to offer her any leverage for treachery. Following him would undoubtedly elevate her future prospects, a fact Ailey was certainly aware of. That's all right. I was merely a scout to begin with. Ailey smiled faintly, glancing at Sam. Besides, with Luna now equipped with a sniper rifle, Even in my absence, she can assist. In fact, I prefer safer environments over combat. Ailey was indeed a clever person. She understood that as Lin Yi's expansion orders were issued, numerous formidable enhancers would soon join. With Lin Yi providing firearms, the role of a scout was diminishing. It made more sense to abandon combat and transition to supporting roles to aid Lin Yi. After all, in the realm of commerce, enhancement levels and brute strength bore little significance. Sam began slowly but chose to abandon his persuasion upon seeing Ailey's resolute expression. After all, even if she wasn't on the front lines, they would still see each other often, and most importantly, Ailey's determination was evident. 1,000 boxes of state canned goods, totaling 125 cases. Lin Yi likewise regarded Ailey and began to speak. Tomorrow morning, I will have them brought out, at which point you can negotiate with the giant forest group. Understood? Ailey nodded, lingeringly gazing at her untested gear. This combat suit. You may wear the combat suit. There's no need to return it just because you might not need it for battle. Lin Yi remarked with a gentle smile. Strictly speaking, this combat suit is not solely intended to assist you in combat. From another perspective, it represents your identity, distinguishing you from others here. As Lin Yi elaborated. A glimmer of understanding flashed in the eyes of the others. It was evident that Lin Yi regarded them as close companions, which suddenly imbued their attire with a newfound significance. In the ensuing time, Sam and the others began discussing the recruitment of personnel while keeping in mind Lin Yi's modest objective of becoming the most powerful hunting team in Giant Forest Town. After a while, Ailey suggested, since we are expanding, the name of the hunting team seems somewhat ordinary. Should we not consider renaming it to a mercenary group? I believe that would be more fitting. Her suggestion. All eyes turned to Lin Yi. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his head and solemnly declared, "That is an excellent proposal. Henceforth, we shall be called the Redstone Mercenary Group. Our future base shall be established in Redstone Town." Chapter 20. Trade and Expansion. Lin Yi held a special affection for Redstone Town. It was there that he first encountered Sam and the others upon his arrival in this land. And not long ago, he had also deployed a consciousness projection device in Redstone Town. Deep down, he genuinely harbored aspirations of developing Redstone Town. The town was situated in a flat area, vast in expanse, and not far from Giant Forest Town. The only drawback was its lack of inhabitants, which would pose challenges for defense if it were to serve as a base. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yi continued to engage in discussions with the group. There was no urgency in establishing a base. What was paramount was to proceed with steady development. After articulating a series of commands and objectives, Lin Yi leaned on the table and addressed everyone. That will be all for today. The meeting is adjourned. The group nodded and departed, each lost in their thoughts. Redstone Mercenary Group recruiting? Primary enhancers to receive 500 giant forest coins monthly. Intermediate enhancers 1,000. Advanced. Early the next morning, Sam prepared a notice and brought it to the task distribution center in Giant Forest Town. This large sheet of paper instantly captivated the attention of numerous hunters. However, after some scrutiny, the number of interested individuals was disappointingly few. Was it the compensation that was insufficient? Not quite. The majority of hunters had established teams already, and their current earnings were stable enough. The allure of this notice existed, yet it was not as enticing as anticipated. Standing still, Sam surveyed the surroundings. His expression remained unchanged, seemingly unconcerned by the lack of inquiries. Moments later, as the crowd began to disperse, a young boy approached slowly. Observing Sam's finely crafted gear, a hint of longing flickered in his eyes. "I am only a secondary enhancer. Can I still receive 500 giant forest coins?" "Yes," Sam replied calmly with a nod. "Then I will join," the boy stated, affirming his decision. "What should I do next?" "Just wait here," Sam replied, casting a glance at the boy. A mere secondary enhancer offered little assistance in combat. However, if nurtured, one could never tell what the future might hold. With the boy as the first recruit, many less confident individuals began to gather around Sam, inquiring about joining. After exchanging a few simple words, they too chose to enroll in this relatively obscure Redstone Mercenary Group. The reasoning was straightforward. They were all primary enhancers. Earning 500 giant forest coins each month was no easy feat. Seeking to join other hunting teams often yielded rejection. "You wish to meet with the upper management of the company?" A beautiful saleswoman at the Giant Forest Trading Company gazed at Ailey, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. Ailey smiled and replied, "Yes, I would like to negotiate a business deal with your esteemed company, selling a batch of goods." The saleswoman inquired, May I ask what type of goods you wish to discuss? Ailey produced a can of goods from her bag and handed it to the saleswoman. A batch of canned goods. This is a sample for you to present to them. Understood. The saleswoman nodded eagerly before turning to leave. Ailey settled into her chair, gazing calmly into the distance, unhurried. Moments later, the saleswoman returned, breathless, and respectfully informed Ailey. Our boss is willing to meet with you. Please follow me. Very well. Ailey responded with a gentle nod. Following the saleswoman, she traversed from the Giant Forest Trading Company into the inner sanctum of the Giant Forest Group. In a spacious container, Ailey encountered a woman adorned with a golden wolf mask. This woman possessed an alluring figure, her skin smooth and fair, clad in a black strapless dress beneath an open black trench coat, her hair a striking red. Although her face remained obscured, Ailey could still sense the woman's captivating allure. This woman was someone Ailey had heard of, the chairwoman of the Giant Forest Group, known as the Wolfhead, a formidable enhancer. Sophia rose. I have met the Wolfhead. Ailey slightly bowed, paying her respects to Sophia. No need for excessive formality. Please, take a seat, Sophia replied with a soft voice, gesturing for Ailey to sit. The space was modest, lacking in extravagance. Ailey nodded, her gaze subtly drifting towards the opened can of steak before Sophia. How many of these goods do you possess? Where did they come from? Sophia inquired directly, her elegance unabated. In total, we have 125 cases, 1,000 cans. Ailey answered with a smile. As for their origin, I am unable to disclose that information. And what price do you intend to ask? Sophia gently shook her head, feeling somewhat disappointed by the lack of specific details from Ailey. However, she sensed that these canned goods were exceptionally fresh, unlike those that had been left to expire. Eli chuckled softly and said, Lord Wolfhead, I wish to exchange these cans for some nutritional agents. The price is negotiable. Nutritional agents? Upon hearing Eli's request, Lord Wolfhead slightly raised his head, scrutinizing Eli's expression. Unfortunately, he could discern no emotions on her face, rendering him unable to gauge her intentions. You only desire nutritional agents? Sophia inquired once more. Indeed, Eli nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Sophia replied slowly. To be frank, the merchant caravan in Giant Forest Town has encountered some issues, and the new batch of nutritional agents has yet to arrive. Eli glanced at Sophia and pondered for a while before asking. Then what price can you offer? At most, 20 agents per box, Sophia indicated with 2 fingers. After accounting for the agents required for their mission and those needed for daily exchanges, she could only offer a mere 20,000 agents. At that moment, Sophia and Eli locked eyes intently. Eli lowered her gaze first, yet her voice remained steady as she said, Lord Wolfhead, you must be aware of the potential profits if these items were to be sold elsewhere. I understand, Sophia nodded, but what you propose is merely the most ideal scenario. If these cans were to be sold even within Giant Forest Town, many would undoubtedly show interest. If they were transported to other gathering places, their value would soar even higher. However, 1,000 boxes of beef cans cannot be consumed by Giant Forest Town. With such an influx, prices would inevitably plummet. Transporting them elsewhere also presents significant risks. All of this, she concluded, was a matter of fact. May I consult? Eli asked softly, looking at Sophia. Of course, Sophia nodded. After manipulating her watch for a moment, Eli spoke. The boss has agreed to your terms. These cans will be sold to you at 20 agents per box, totaling 20,000 agents. Deal, Sophia said with a smile, though her gaze remained fixed on Eli's watch. Is that also provided by your boss? Yes, Eli confirmed with a nod. Chapter 21. Ambition. What is the situation? Caesar inquired upon seeing Sam. Sam shook his head lightly. Only 12 have signed up. All of them are at the initial enhancement level. Caesar nodded. About what we anticipated. Have you spoken to Robert? I have. He mentioned he needs to discuss it with the others and might provide an answer soon. Whether they will join remains uncertain. Sam shook his head, taking a seat. What about your side? How is it looking? Not bad. A few friends' hunting teams are interested, Caesar replied with a smile. If all goes smoothly, they should arrive this afternoon. Listening to Caesar's words, Sam's expression was filled with contemplation, given the current circumstances. The recruitment conditions offered by the Redstone Mercenary Group were quite favorable, yet unfortunately, few were willing to take the leap of faith. Just as Sam was reflecting, the inn's door swung open, and Eli entered. A hint of curiosity in her voice. Have you all returned? Was everything smooth? Fairly well. Mediocre? Caesar and Sam responded in turn. Observing their expressions, Eli had already surmised the outcome. With a gentle smile, she turned to retrieve the boxes laid out on the floor, slowly saying, "Since you're not busy, if you don't mind, please help me deliver these goods to the giant forest group. No problem." Sam immediately stood up, followed closely by Caesar and the drowsy Vaughn. Soon after, the initial enhancement recruit Sam had gathered arrived to report and quickly joined the effort of transporting the goods. As the best driver in Sam's previous team, Caesar naturally took on the role of the driver. However, with a total of 125 boxes, even with every load exceeding capacity, it took multiple trips. After much toil, it consumed over an hour's time. By the way, where is Lin? After concluding the transportation, Sam turned his head to survey the surroundings. The boss went back to his room after breakfast and has tea come out all morning. Caesar replied slowly, glancing at Lin Yi's room. He has been in there all morning? Sam furrowed his brow, a hint of concern on his face. Nearby, Eli chuckled. No need to worry. I spoke with the boss earlier. This deal was made with his approval. Upon hearing this, Sam's expression softened. Moments later, everyone's watches buzzed with a message from Lin Yi. I have a few matters to attend to and may be delayed for some time. The upcoming actions are up to you to arrange. Understood, Sam replied. After the response, the 5 individuals in the room exchanged glances. Lin Yi had not scheduled their next steps, instead leaving the decision-making to them. After a moment of contemplation, Sam said, "This afternoon, I plan to take these recruits on some tasks to assess their capabilities." Agreed, Caesar nodded. If more people join shortly, I think we could take them along too. The 3 others remained silent. Vaughn appeared uninterested. Eli merely smiled, while Ruth continued polishing her sniper rifle. Thus, the plans for the afternoon were set. Shortly after, Robert entered, observing the few individuals seated at the round table, and approached them. Have you reached an agreement with them? Sam smiled upon seeing Robert. Robert nodded. We've discussed it, and we all agreed to join the Redstone mercenary group. From today onward, I hope for your guidance. Now that you've joined, we are all family. There is no need for such formality, Sam replied with a smile, with Robert's small team of 5 joining. The mid-tier combat strength of the Redstone mercenary group was bolstered prior to equipping more firearms. Not long after, the several teams Caesar had contacted arrived at the Container Inn, with their respective leaders entering the inn. We agree to join the Redstone mercenary group. Soon after, several individuals expressed this intention one after the other. They trusted Caesar and Sam and acknowledged the wages offered by the Redstone mercenary group. As long as they were not intentionally sent to their doom, they were willing to fight for the Redstone mercenary group in exchange for their rewards. Welcome, everyone. Sam and his companions stood and nodded to the crowd. From this moment, the Redstone mercenary group transformed from a mere 6 members into a genuine mercenary group boasting over 40 individuals. However, despite the increase in numbers, only Sam remained as a high-level enhancer. The apparent strength of the Redstone mercenary group was even less than that of several large hunting teams, such as the Carillon hunting team. Yet, Sam and the others were unfazed by this. They possessed firearms and had a strong backing. In this regard, even Carillon could not compare. Let us move out. At the command, a fleet of vehicles set off in grand fashion. Sam took on numerous tasks from the notice board, aiming to hone their teamwork and scout for any individuals displaying remarkable talent. Moreover, if anyone attempted to take advantage of the situation, it would also serve as an opportunity to evaluate everyone through practical experience. Eliminate the undead beneath Feet Mountain. This was the first task Sam accepted, and it was classified as a high-level mission on the notice board. Once a populous village, it had succumbed to disaster during the war, with many of its inhabitants turning into undead. This place was referred to as the Devil's Village by the people of Giant Forest Town. Even high-level hunting teams were reluctant to approach it. As numerous vehicles came to a halt by the roadside, the recruits gazed at the towering mountains and the nearby village, coming to understand the objective of their mission. Some hesitated, others felt anxious, while some remained composed. Yet, their gazes converged on the location of that village. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Sam stepped forward, detecting the foul odor in the air, and slowly turned around. I will give you another chance. If anyone is unwilling to approach that area, now is the time to raise your hand and withdraw. Upon hearing this, some began to waver. Before long, a few initial enhancers stepped forward. Their abilities were too weak to offer any resistance against the undead. The pressure weighed down upon them like a mountain or an ocean. They began to retreat. With a leader taking the first step back, the sense of shame began to dissipate among the group. Soon, a few intermediate enhancers also stood up. Witnessing this scene, Sam felt no disappointment. He calmly stated, "Very well, you may remain here. Those who wish to leave may do so freely. The rest, please follow me as we cleanse this village." After saying this, Sam turned and led the way forward. The others filed in behind him, ascending the slope. "Isn't this a bit hasty?" Robert whispered from the front of the line. "I know, but this is the fastest way," Sam replied, glancing at Robert. Times had changed. The support Lin Yi provided was substantial. If he were to proceed slowly, step by step, it would be a disservice to Lin Yi's backing. They needed to accomplish the goals Lin Yi had set forth with utmost efficiency, ensuring the name of the Redstone Mercenary Group would dominate the world. Chapter 22. Striking at the strong gunfire echoed in the Devil's Village. Sam led the charge, wielding his rifle to clear the undead that roamed before him. As the ominous sounds echoed, a multitude of undead began to converge. While under the command of Sam and Caesar, the group formed a solid line to confront the approaching horde. The defensive line was remarkably robust, and the undead attempting to flank them were systematically dealt with by the intermediate enhancers. The intermittent thunderous roars served to deter potential casualties among those who might otherwise have faced peril. "Advance steadily. Remain vigilant on both flanks," Sam's voice rang out as he led over 30 individuals, a task that was a novel experience for him. Fortunately, with Caesar and Vaughn safeguarding the sides, any minor oversights would not result in irretrievable losses. Gunfire erupted continuously, yet the procession could not be deemed swift. Although he was mindful of the assessment at hand, Sam did not overlook the safety of these new members that in the wasteland. Human life was the most undervalued commodity. Yet paradoxically, it was also the most precious. That young man, Caesar's gaze drifted to a nearby secondary enhancer who wielded a crowbar, astonishingly dispatching an undead foe single-handedly. He had raised his weapon multiple times, intending to aid the youth, yet the boy's actions compelled him to lower his gun. Thus, he observed as the boy executed a remarkable victory against a stronger adversary with calm determination. "What is your name?" Caesar approached the resting youth with a smile. "I am Ryan, sir." Upon meeting Caesar's gaze, Ryan sprang to his feet, his eyes lingering on the dark rifle in Caesar's hands. "You are quite impressive." Caesar nodded in commendation, etching the name into his memory. Though he was weak, Ryan exhibited remarkable composure and resilience, a promising candidate worthy of nurturing. "Thank you for your praise, sir," Ryan replied, slightly bowing, his face flushed. He grasped his crowbar and rejoined the fray. In this moment, Ryan was not the only one shining. The intermediate enhancers, previously part of a cohesive unit, were also inflicting damage upon the undead in various ways. 2 full hours elapsed. The Devil's Village continued to echo with gunfire. However, a significant number of undead had been slaughtered, leaving only a few stragglers to be eliminated. "Rest for 1 hour," Sam commanded, glancing at his watch. He had accepted numerous tasks, sufficient to sustain them for a continuous 3-day journey. This, too, was part of the assessment, but he wondered how many would ultimately succeed in the challenge and truly integrate into the Redstone Mercenary Corps. "Let us depart." Moments later, Sam led the group towards their next objective, a household comprised of 3 super mutants. This mission remained listed as high risk in the records of Giant Forest Town. Even the evolved would find themselves vexed when facing such thick-skinned behemoths. "Mutants," Robert remarked, gazing at the enormous creature in the distance, its muscular limbs and verdant skin evoking a sense of it was hard to believe that these terrifying beings were once human, now possessing strength beyond the imagination of even enhancers. "Are we to hunt them?" Robert turned to Sam for confirmation. "Indeed, we shall hunt them," Sam affirmed with a nod. Under normal circumstances, he would have preferred to avoid provoking the 3 super mutants. However, he recalled Lin Yi's earlier advice to open the trade routes from Giant Forest Town to the outside world, and the location of these 3 super mutants obstructed the path to Towerstone Town. Just as before, Sam turned to the group behind him. "If anyone feels fear or apprehension, raise your hand to remain here. You need not partake in the battle." This time, more individuals stepped forward than had in the Devil's Village. Sam maintained an impassive demeanor as he turned to move ahead. After a few strides, he suddenly inquired, "Ruth, what is the situation?" Ruth's voice promptly responded, "They have yet to detect your presence. My vantage point for sniping is excellent." "Proceed as planned," Sam instructed solemnly. "Understood," Ruth replied. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the in the distance. a super mutant, attempting to fortify itself with scrap metal, was instantly struck in the heart. Yet, this bullet, capable of penetrating the armor of the earth-eating worm, did not fell the super mutant. It collapsed to the ground, still struggling to rise. Nearby, two super mutants roared, brandishing their weapons and swiftly turning towards the source of the gunfire, though they failed to locate Ruth. They spotted Sam, their eyes ablaze with fury as they charged forward, weapons in hand. They're coming. Sam's gaze sharpened. The super mutants possessed formidable strength. Even as an 8th level enhancer, he could not hope to compete with their raw power. However, despite their grotesque abilities and formidable healing, they were not invincible. They could still perish. I'll take the lead. Caesar stepped forward, deciding to draw the attention of one super mutant, while Sam would attract the other. These creatures, despite their intelligence being compromised by the virus, still retained a semblance of cognitive ability, surpassing that of mere beasts. That I understand. Caesar nodded. As the two super mutants charged, they sustained injuries along their path. Yet their self-made armor made headshots a formidable challenge. Finally, the mutants closed in on Sam and his team, shouting, "Die, you wretched cockroaches!" Their massive clubs began to swing forward. However, in the next instant, bullets rained down upon them mercilessly. The mutants absorbed the onslaught of gunfire, yet their strikes failed to land on Sam. In this scenario, Sam found himself engaged with one mutant, while Caesar and Vaughn, with Ruth and the other's support, encircled the second. Under the relentless barrage, the second mutant's injuries multiplied, and soon it collapsed with a resounding thud. In that moment, the pressure on the assembled group significantly diminished, and Caesar and Vaughn swiftly turned to assist Sam. Shortly thereafter, the first mutant fell as well, leaving a throng of individuals surrounding its lifeless body, jubilantly exclaiming, "Mutants can be defeated. They too can die." At this moment, everyone comprehended the profound significance of those words. A burgeoning sense of courage began to take root in their hearts. Chapter 23. Encirclement of the Evolved Ones. There's another one. Be cautious. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers, Ruth's warning crackled through the watch. Upon hearing this, Sam and the others immediately scanned their surroundings. They spotted the mutant, previously struck in the chest by Ruth, now rising once more. Its skin glowed a sickly red, and its eyes were tainted with crimson. Sam could not shake the feeling that the mutant appeared larger than before. "I will kill you." The mutant's fragmented speech echoed ominously. An invisible aura of menace enveloped the area, emanating from its position. Suddenly, the mutant unleashed a surge of power, slamming its right hand into the ground, causing the earth to shatter and debris to erupt in all directions. "Seek cover," Sam barked, issuing a clear command almost instinctively. His gaze remained fixed on the mutant, fingers ceaselessly pulling the trigger, releasing wave after wave of bullets. However, these bullets merely grazed the mutant, leaving only superficial wounds without impeding its advance. That it may have crossed the threshold. That Ruth's voice reached him, causing Sam to pause momentarily. The threshold referred to the line between enhancers and evolved beings. For mutated creatures and super mutants, the same principle applied. Crossing this threshold indicated that the mutant might have attained evolutionary capabilities, significantly augmenting its strength. "Should we retreat?" Caesar asked, reloading his weapon and glancing at Sam. The current situation was glaringly apparent. They no longer held an overwhelming advantage against the evolved mutant. The rifle in Sam's hands was now inflicting minimal damage. Only Ruth's Barrett sniper rifle remained capable of injuring the mutant. "Ruth, can I trust you?" After a moment of contemplation, Sam fixed his gaze on the distant mutant and asked into the watch. "Absolutely, Dad," Ruth replied with a smile. She understood the weight of Sam's inquiry, a question he typically reserved for Caesar and others. The validation from her father brought Ruth a sense of joy, yet she quickly refocused on her aim, seeking the opportunity to strike. "All right, my plan is straightforward. First, we disable one of its legs." Sam continued speaking into the watch, then addressed Caesar and Vaughn, surrounded in a triangular formation. "If danger arises, seek cover immediately." "Got it," Caesar affirmed. "Understood," Vaughn echoed. Meanwhile, the enraged mutant was eager to charge forth and wreak havoc. Yet every bullet that flew from afar inflicted sharp agony upon it. Not long after, the mutant lost track of Sam and the others. It began to race toward Ruth, following the sounds of the Barrett. "Open fire." With the mutant seemingly about to break free from the encirclement, Sam decisively issued the command. bullets from rifles began to rain down upon the mutant. The plan to encircle and annihilate had been set in motion. Left leg, Sam shouted. Bullets from 3 directions, including Ruth's sniper rifle, all targeted the mutant's left leg. The projectiles arrived in an instant, tearing flesh and blood from the mutant's limb. With the continuous gunfire from Ruth's Barrett, the mutant's leg bone sustained catastrophic damage that it continued to howl and curse. But despite its remarkable healing abilities, it was hopelessly incapacitated by such injuries. The mutant fell, left with but one leg, struggling to rise only to quickly collapse again at that moment. The gunfire descended once more. After a while, only the lifeless body of the mutant remained on the ground. Alongside a trail of blood that had crawled away, the stench of blood filled the air, yet they had long grown accustomed to it. They approached the corpse, firing a few additional shots for good measure. Finally feeling at ease upon confirming the mutant's demise, "We have slain an evolved specimen," Sam remarked, reflecting on the fact that they had taken down an evolved being at the cost of only a few minor injuries. This was an unimaginable feat for any hunting team. The sole regret was that the mutant's flesh was inedible. These creatures were cannibalistic, akin to corpses, and no one was willing to touch their meat. However, being an evolved specimen, it contained primal essence, a substance that could be absorbed by the evolved, also known as evolution crystals, of considerable value. They found it. Shortly thereafter, those tasked with dissecting the body discovered the location of the evolution crystal. This crystal was nestled within the mutant's brain, roughly the size of a billiard ball, its surface uneven and oddly shaped. After receiving the crystal and giving it a brief wash, Sam commanded the complete destruction of the small mutant camp. "Pack up. We're done for today." "Yes, sir," the others acknowledged. The following time was spent gathering their belongings, preparing to return to the great forest town. In the cargo truck, a woman clad in a golden wolf mask. Her figure slender and voluptuous, lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest of her seat that a look of confusion crossed her gaze as she pondered for a moment, then turned her attention forward. "Are you certain they delivered all those nutrients to the container hotel?" "Yes, boss. Moreover, I investigated. The woman under Sophia's watch is named Ailey. She was originally part of Sam's team. Now, it appears that Sam's team has received backing from an unknown force and has officially rebranded as the Redstone Mercenary Corps this morning. Sam remains the captain and has recruited some newcomers, consolidating several hunting teams. However, I couldn't trace any leads on the individuals or forces behind Sam. They are very well concealed. What I can ascertain is that their equipment is exceptionally fine. In addition to the suits they wear, they possess numerous rifles that these words." Sophia gently shook her head. "Exceptional equipment and rifles? I can't think of anyone nearby who could provide such items to mere hunters. And those canned goods are also of dubious origin. Let's maintain surveillance on them. But remember, as long as they don't exhibit hostility, we shouldn't escalate our relationship too much." The woman nodded. "I will arrange that." Go ahead." Sophia waved her hand, signaling the woman to leave. After the woman departed, she gazed at the scene outside the truck, murmuring, "I hope these actions aren't directed toward Great Forest Town. Otherwise, we might be in for a fight." Flames erupted from her fingertips, igniting in a fiery blaze, only to be extinguished as Sophia fell into other musings. Chapter 24. Willing to serve the Master Evolution Crystal. Looking at the treasure Sam presented, Lin Yi's eyes reflected a hint of confusion that he reached out to take the uneven red stone, and immediately, a system notification chimed in his ear. Discovered a tradable item. Evolution Crystal, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Would you like to sell? Selling would yield 50,000 world currency. Yes or no? Lin Yi toyed with the evolution crystal, temporarily declining the offer to sell. Its value was not insignificant according to the evaluations of the multiverse trading system. But Lin Yi currently had no shortage of funds. On the contrary, he was more intrigued to understand its nature. "Allow me to explain," Ailey smiled, seemingly accustomed to Lin Yi's bewilderment regarding such common knowledge. The evolution crystal is a special crystal formed when a creature transcends its limits. This crystal can be absorbed by the evolved to enhance their abilities, hence its high value. What if a human transcends their limits? Would they also produce such a thing? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. If this were the case, could the evolved still be considered human? It seemed unlikely. I'm not sure, Ailey replied uncertainly. On one hand, we know that there are few reports of deceased evolved beings. On the other hand, evolved beings rarely engage in combat among themselves. If humans could also produce evolution crystals, There should be someone specializing in hunting the evolved to hunt evolved beings, treating humans as mere animals. Such a notion was chilling, yet in the wasteland, where profit reigns supreme, anything could happen. Uncertain? Never mind. It's not important. Lin Yi shook his head. Smiling, he turned his gaze to Sam and calmly asked, "How did those individuals perform today? Are there any suitable candidates for cultivation?" "Only one day has passed, so it's hard to say," Sam replied, shaking his head. "However, if you're willing, Robert would be a good candidate." "Robert, you say? Good. Are there any others?" Lin Yi's gaze shifted to Caesar and Vorn. The core of the Redstone Mercenary Corps consisted of just a few individuals. Thus, there weren't many suggestions to consider. Vorn, under Lin Yi's scrutiny, gently shook his head, while the usually quiet Caesar suddenly spoke up. "Today, I saw a boy named Ryan. He displayed great courage and composure. Perhaps he is worth cultivating. Bring them here. I wish to see." Lin Yi nodded gently at Caesar. "Understood, boss." Caesar quickly rose and turned to head outside the lodge. A few minutes later, Robert and Ryan, who had not yet dispersed, were brought into the container lodge. Facing the scrutinizing gazes, both Robert and Ryan appeared somewhat tense. "Sit," Lin Yi smiled, gesturing for them to take their seats. He picked up 2 prepared boxes of fast food and placed them before them. Observing the bewildered duo, Ailey softly interjected, "Allow me to introduce. This is our boss, the leader of the Redstone Mercenary Corps. Greetings, boss." "Hello, boss." Robert and Ryan spoke in succession. "No need to be nervous." Lin Yi shook his head. "Eat something first. We shall talk shortly." The two ate their meals in a stiff manner. The food that Lin Yi deemed unremarkable turning into a delightful feast for them. Delicious, not only visually appealing but also aromatic. It surpassed simple roasted meat in flavor. Within minutes, both had finished their meals, licking their lips in lingering enjoyment. "Now, let us discuss business." After they had eaten, Lin Yi spoke softly. "The reason I called you two here is quite simple. I wish to know your thoughts on the future of the Redstone Mercenary Corps." The future? Upon hearing the question, both appeared momentarily dazed. However, Robert quickly articulated his thoughts. "I believe the prospects for the Redstone Mercenary Corps are tremendously bright. Compared to other hunting teams, we are far ahead in terms of equipment. From the ways of combat to task completion efficiency." Robert elaborated on the distinctions between the Redstone Mercenary Corps and other hunting teams. Lin Yi could discern a clear sentiment in Robert's words, that the Redstone Mercenary Corps would undoubtedly grow to dominate the entirety of Great Forest Town. "And you?" After listening to Robert's response, Lin Yi did not comment, but turned his gaze to Ryan. The young Ryan looked towards Sam, gently shaking his head. "I'm not sure how the future of the Redstone Mercenary Corps will unfold. But with such equipment, no one in Great Forest Town would stand a chance against us." "Very good, very good." Lin Yi smiled and applauded. Without further ado, he retrieved 2 boxes from beneath the table and gently handed them over. Robert and Ryan took the boxes from Lin Yi's hands and opened them to reveal a handgun each. The silver Desert Eagle reflected dazzling light under the overhead illumination. "From now on, I am willing to serve the master." Robert gazed at the handgun, immediately rising to bow. "Me too." Ryan, momentarily taken aback, then mimicked Robert's gesture. You may leave now." Lin Yi nodded gently, speaking slowly as he watched the two depart. Lin Yi shared a meal with Sam and the others, then returned to his room, clutching the evolution crystal. "Evolution crystal," Lin Yi murmured, contemplating the stone. That he was not an evolved being, so it was impossible for him to absorb this stone through natural means. Yet, if he were to embed this stone into his own bionic body, could it be possible for him to harness such evolutionary abilities? Lin Yi was filled with curiosity. The bionic body was devoid of pain, and after some tinkering, he successfully inserted the evolution crystal into his arm. In that instant, an inexplicable sensation surged through his mind. He comprehended a power known as bloodthirsty rampage. This method indeed allowed one to wield the strength of these evolution crystals. Bloodthirsty rampage. In that moment, as Lin Yi rose, he inadvertently damaged his bed. It was evident that upon activating bloodthirsty rampage, his body had acquired tremendous strength. Once he deactivated the bloodthirsty rampage, a wave of hunger washed over him. It seemed that utilizing the power of bloodthirsty rampage had consumed a significant amount of his stamina, necessitating a substantial intake of nourishment. After some experimentation, Lin Yi had discerned the function of this evolution crystal. His thoughts were not centered on how powerful he could become, but rather, through this means, perhaps many others could gain such evolutionary power. After all, his philosophy was to avoid the battlefield. There was no need for him to strengthen himself first. A peaceful night passed, and in the following days, Sam continued to train the newly joined members. During various perilous missions, everyone's coordination improved remarkably. Those who had received commendations for their prowess with handguns quickly surpassed 10. Ryan, in particular, played a crucial role in one mission, earning himself a rifle. Chapter 25, Pursuit Advanced at Sam's call echoed around. The members who had fully integrated into the Redstone Mercenary Corps swiftly moved forward. Obeying Sam's command at this moment, the first batch of members had all acquired handguns, and the sporadic gunfire signified the demise of hostile creatures. Report to the captain. The area has been cleared. Soon, a youth of similar stature to Ryan returned to report to Sam. Okay, you go notify Ryan to lead the team back. Sam nodded, issuing a new command. Although only a few days had passed, the Redstone Mercenary Corps had already undergone significant changes. Ryan, having received 2 commendations, had become a squad leader, commanding 10 individuals, all of whom were novice enhancers. Robert, likewise a squad leader, led a team of 10 intermediate enhancers. This was not favoritism on Sam's part, but rather a necessity. Ryan was too young. Even with Caesar's remarks of calmness and bravery, those intermediate enhancers would not defer to him. Thus, after a brief period of adjustment, to prevent potential insubordination, it was better to make preemptive arrangements during the division of teams. He had never considered how difficult managing dozens of people would be. After Ryan concluded the team gathering, Sam looked at Caesar beside him and shook his head, sighing. Take it slow. More people will join us in the future. The burden on your shoulders may become heavier. Caesar spoke calmly, observing Sam with a composed demeanor. Sam nodded. I understand, but I'm beginning to doubt whether I possess the necessary talents. Listening to Sam's words, Caesar remained silent. Indeed, Sam had performed admirably in leading the team. However, managing a small unit and a large team were entirely different matters. Being able to manage a 5-person team efficiently did not guarantee the same success with a 50-person unit. Regardless, I believe in you. After a long pause, Caesar spoke solemnly. Good brother, your words mean a lot. Sam embraced Caesar tightly, then stood on a small hill, gazing into the distance with a smile. After a brief moment, Sam turned back. We've been out for 3 days. Our supplies are nearly depleted. It's time to return. All right. Caesar nodded gently. After a while, a convoy of vehicles began to head back toward Giantwood Town. Marking the conclusion of their 3-day journey. 3 days was indeed a brief period. Many hunting teams took longer than that to complete their missions. However, Sam's group had been exceedingly busy, almost continuously engaged in high-level tasks. With little time for rest aside from meals and travel in the vehicle, Sam perused a book given to him by Lin Yi, which introduced various military knowledge and operational command strategies. Upon closer inspection, it was even marked with made in PRC in English, learning and absorbing knowledge. Lin Yi had told Sam that this was a capacity that should never be relinquished. Hence, when Sam expressed his frustrations, Lin Yi promptly provided him with several books. Since then, Sam had taken to reading with fervor, even more diligently than during his school days. As the vehicle sped along the road, Caesar suddenly inquired, Sam, has the boss sent you any messages these past few days? No, Sam replied, glancing at Caesar. Are you worried something might have gone wrong? A bit, Caesar chuckled, but the boss also said that what remains at the inn is merely a bionic body. Even if it were to perish, it wouldn't matter much. Sam nodded. Exactly, if something were amiss, Lin would certainly inform us. Then he is probably engrossed in some peculiar research. Caesar laughed, noting that Lin Yi had taken to studying various oddities during these days. With many mysterious devices appearing at the Container Hotel. Who knows? Lin's actions are always so elusive. Sam shook his head, expressing his wonder. Although he was among those who knew Lin Yi best, he still could not fathom what occupied Lin Yi's mind. Compared to them, Lin Yi resembled someone who had never experienced an apocalypse. His carefree demeanor was impossible for anyone to replicate. What are the plans upon our return? Noticing Sam's lack of intention to resume reading, Caesar asked once more. After a rigorous 3-day journey, the personnel had successfully integrated into the Redstone Mercenary Corps. Coupled with the superior treatment and exquisite equipment offered, it was likely that no one would wish to leave the Redstone Mercenary Corps. This was the allure of the Redstone Mercenary Corps, and the charm of Lin Yi as its leader. Sam pondered for a moment before replying. Let us take a day off first, and then seize this opportunity to recruit some new members. Let us not forget our goal, to become the foremost in Giantwood Town. That's just a matter of time. Vaughn in the back seat remarked confidently. Indeed, Caesar chuckled in agreement. It'll be a breeze. With Lin Yi around, achieving the top spot in Giantwood Town for the Redstone Mercenary Corps is hardly a challenge. Currently, the Redstone Mercenary Corps even possessed the capability to contend with the Giantwood Group, a feat unattainable by other hunting teams. Only they possess such potential. Yet, despite their strength, they were not yet the leaders of Giantwood Town. The reason was simple. Their reputation was not sufficiently widespread. Not enough people knew their name. That was all. While the group jovially envisioned their future, Ryan's voice crackled through the communicator. Captain Sam, vehicles belonging to raiders are approaching us. Engage with lethal force. Sam's gaze sharpened as he immediately replied. Understood. Ryan acknowledged. In no time, gunfire erupted, and within moments of confrontation, the raider convoy turned tail. However, for Sam and his crew, this did not bode well. Raiders were a greedy lot. Seeing their firearms would not instill fear. Instead, it might provoke an attack. What should we do? Caesar inquired lightly, glancing at Sam. The raiders, once feared, now seemed insignificant to them. Chase them down and eliminate them all. Sam commanded with a frown. As this order spread through all the vehicles. Nearly the entire convoy adjusted their course, pursuing the raiders. Dust billowed along the dirt road. The raiders' vehicles were swifter, yet those in pursuit were armed with handguns. It instilled a deep-rooted fear within the raiders, akin to the Grim Reaper demanding their due. However, Sam had no intention of letting them escape. The chase continued unrelentingly. Chapter 26. Survival. The convoy pressed forward, not opting to follow those who scattered in fear, but selecting a few to pursue relentlessly. Thus, after approximately half an hour, the raiders' vehicles could no longer maneuver in circles and were forced to return to their base. This base was a desolate village, surrounded by makeshift walls constructed from discarded wood and vehicles. The enclosed area was not particularly large, covering about 400 to 500 square meters. There were two large gates at the front and back for vehicle access. Sam halted the vehicle and raised his hand, signaling everyone to wait. After observing for a while and employing the knowledge he had acquired during this time, he concluded that this was a defensible position, difficult to breach without explosives. Moreover, it was evident that upon the return of those vehicles and the subsequent closing of the gates by other raiders, some individuals had climbed atop the rudimentary walls to stand guard. They were not solely armed with melee weapons. Several were clearly holding firearms. A frontal assault would undoubtedly result in casualties. Remaining still, Sam discreetly surveyed the surroundings, his mind racing with thoughts. Soon, he devised a plan. Caesar, how many individuals will you bring to provide cover for Ruth as she ascends that tall building over there? Sam gestured to his right, where a skyscraper stood, nearly half destroyed. From that vantage point, one could almost overlook the entire raider camp, offering an exceptional view. Very well. Caesar nodded. Shortly thereafter, he led his subordinates to shield Ruth as they proceeded to the right. Robert, Ryan, come over here. Sam turned to his old friend and the young Ryan. Once they approached, Sam spoke in a low tone. You two, take some men and flank them from the left, blocking the large gate on that side to cut off their escape routes. Do we want prisoners? Ryan inquired. No. Sam shook his head. Anyone who resists must be eliminated on the spot. Understood, Ryan replied, bowing his head. Soon, Robert and Ryan departed with their men, following the plan towards the rear. Sam turned to the dozen or so individuals behind him, speaking solemnly. As it stands, we are at a numerical disadvantage. If we find ourselves in peril, those raiders will likely choose our position as their escape route. Should such a scenario arise, I expect none of you to let a single one escape. Do you understand? In response, a chorus of voices rang out. Understood. The ensuing moments saw everyone commence their prearranged tasks. Sam instructed the team to position vehicles along the road, using them as shields while also obstructing any potential vehicular assaults. Ruth took her position. However, in the event of injury, various aspects of management tend to lag behind. Take this recent battle as an example. A combat member sustained an injury but did not receive timely medical attention. Fortunately, the injury was not severe, and after a couple of days of rest, he recovered significantly. As for battlefield medicine, there are indeed solutions. Lin Yi nodded lightly, suggesting that the best course of action would be to establish a dedicated team of medics. I can provide the necessary equipment, which should adequately meet your needs. Are there any further questions? Lin Yi inquired, gazing at Sam. None at the moment, Sam replied, shaking his head. Lin Yi smiled. Very well, please complete the performance report for this battle tonight. I need to review it to determine who should receive rewards and prepare the appropriate materials. Understood, Sam said earnestly, nodding. Once this was settled, Ailey had also prepared dinner. A group of people gathered around the table to commence their evening meal. During the dinner, Sam spoke of the scavengers from the raider camp, mentioning that he had left them food and 2 firearms. Upon hearing this, the table fell silent, with everyone discreetly glancing at Lin Yi, uncertain whether he would commend or reprimand Sam for his unilateral decision. You did well, Lin Yi chuckled, but next time you might consider doing it this way. He pointed at the map on the table, directing his gaze at Sam. You could escort them to Hongshe town, allowing them to clear the obstacles on the road and the ruins in the town that I previously mentioned the intention to establish a base there. You can prepare in advance. Sam nodded in acknowledgement. I understand that as the conversation shifted to the base, everyone openly shared their thoughts, and Sam discussed his plans, such as recruiting tomorrow to expand the Hongshe Mercenary Corps and bolster its strength. Naturally, Lin Yi endorsed this idea. With Sam and his team around, Lin Yi's life has become remarkably leisurely. If it weren't for the absence of internet access for watching videos, his current existence might even surpass that of his previous life. The only drawback is that Sam and the others seem increasingly constrained around him, no longer as friendly as they once were. The next morning, under a bright sun, the Hongshe Mercenary Corps enjoyed a day off, while Sam led a few members back to a familiar spot. The same old notice remained, the same conditions applied, yet this time, far more individuals sought to join the Hongshe Mercenary Corps than before. What could be the reason? Sam turned to Caesar and Vaughn for insight. Caesar shook his head lightly, and Vaughn appeared equally perplexed. Sam summoned Robert, instructing him to gather information from the crowd. 2 minutes later, Robert returned. Did you find out anything? Sam asked, puzzled. Yes, Robert nodded gently, beginning to relay what he had learned. The influx of new recruits was not due to any single reason. On one hand, many witnessed the Hongshe Mercenary Corps return to Julintown last night, clad in uniform black attire and armed with advanced weaponry, which painted them as a formidable force. This left a deep impression on many. Additionally, the Corps' recent efficiency in completing tasks was exceptionally high, leading to a decline in the workload for the hunting teams and a reduction in their overall gains. Given these factors, joining the Hongshe Mercenary Corps appeared to be the more advantageous choice for many. Chapter 28. Probing the Hongshe Mercenary Corps began recruiting once more. Compared to previous days, their weaponry had seen significant improvements. From my observations, every member of the Hongshe Mercenary Corps is now equipped with at least a handgun. However, further details are challenging to ascertain unless we capture one of their members. Inside the internal office of the Julin Group, a woman slightly bowed before Sophia, meticulously reporting her observations of the Hongshe Mercenary Corps. Capture someone? Sophia shook her head lightly. She was still unaware of the Hongshe Mercenary Corps' true nature. While capturing a member might be straightforward, exposure would rupture relations, inevitably leading to disputes and potentially full-scale war. It is said that even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Yet the rapid growth of the Hongshe Mercenary Corps astonished Sophia. In this era, resources in the wasteland are scarce. Where did the forces behind the Hongshe Mercenary Corps acquire such a vast arsenal, even providing handguns to the lowest-ranking members? If conflict arises, aside from her, as an evolved being, the Julin Group might not stand a chance against the Hongshe Mercenary Corps. Furthermore, neutral hunting teams would not recklessly engage. The disparity in their strengths, amplified by weaponry, had long been equalized. Yet, should the Hongshe Mercenary Corps continue to develop unchecked, the Julin Group's hold on Julin Town's authority would be called into question. Sophia pondered continuously, needing to consider every facet. However, passivity was not in her nature. A quarter of an hour later, Sophia raised her head and addressed her secretary. Please contact Ailey, the one I met previously, and inform her that I wish to see the person behind her. Yes, the secretary nodded respectfully, noting that Sophia had no further instructions. She turned and exited the office, gently closing the door behind her. 2 hours later, the secretary returned to the office. She looked at Sophia and said, Boss, Ailey has arrived. Is it just Ailey? Sophia inquired softly. Yes, the secretary confirmed with a nod. Let her in. Understood. Soon, Ailey entered the office. Upon seeing the familiar office, filled with the ambience of the wasteland, Ailey slightly bowed. Greetings, Lord Wolfhead. Please, have a seat, Sophia motioned. After Ailey settled Sophia curiously asked, "Is the person behind you unwilling to meet me, or is it simply impossible for them to appear?" Ailey chuckled lightly. "I apologize, Lord Wolfhead, but my boss has been quite busy lately. I have reported your request to meet him, but whether he will meet you and when, I cannot say." "Your boss?" Sophia fixed her gaze on Ailey, implying that behind you is merely one individual. Ailey smiled, clearly unwilling to disclose further details. Sophia continued, "Since you haven't contacted your boss, what brings you to meet me today?" Ailey smiled. "I have recently acquired a batch of high-grade mutated beast materials, and it seems that only you possess the strength to handle such goods. So, you are here to discuss business?" Sophia asked with a smile. "Indeed," Ailey nodded. She glanced at Sophia's secretary and handed over a notebook containing a comprehensive list of high-grade mutated beast materials for Sophia's selection. "Is this the result of the Hongsher Mercenary Corps efforts over the past 3 days?" After perusing the list for a while, Sophia raised her head, feigning casualness. "Is it indeed?" "Yes," Ailey affirmed with a smile. "The Hongsher Mercenary Corps has recently completed numerous tasks, and the Julin Group also has backups. Moreover, the origins of these materials cannot be concealed, nor is there a need to hide them. The yield has been bountiful, and the efficiency remarkably high." After a brief glance, Sophia commented directly. Her tone was casual, yet she was internally astonished. This level of efficiency was almost on par with a team composed entirely of evolved beings. From this perspective, the Hongsher Mercenary Corps was not only well-equipped, but also boasted a substantial ammunition reserve. Such results could only have been achieved through the extensive use of ammunition. These thoughts crossed her mind. Sophia closed the materials list and stated, "I will accept these items. However, the Julin Group's reserves of nutritional agents are running low. Once the merchant caravan returns in 3 days, we will finalize the transaction in one go." "No problem," Ailey replied with a smile. Observing Ailey, Sophia suddenly asked, "I am quite curious. Given the current capabilities of your Hongsher Mercenary Corps, why do you not handle the transport yourselves?" This question piqued her curiosity. After all, nutritional agents are not exclusive to Julin Town, and the Hongsher Mercenary Corps undoubtedly possesses the capability to traverse uninhabited zones. Transporting these goods externally would certainly yield a higher price than selling them here. "Unfortunately, we lack sufficient manpower," Ailey chuckled. "But more critically, my boss currently has no intention of pursuing the merchant caravan route." "No intention?" Sophia expressed mild surprise. "The profits from commerce can be staggering, especially in the current wasteland environment, where most people cannot traverse great distances, resulting in even more exaggerated profits. Yet, the Hongsher Mercenary Corps appears indifferent to such gains. This bodes well for her Julin Group." After discussing further, Sophia sought to glean more about the Hongsher Mercenary Corps and Ailey's mysterious boss. However, Ailey was no naive novice. Despite Sophia's attempts to extract information, Ailey deftly sidestepped her inquiries, leaving Sophia inadvertently revealing much about herself. Ultimately, Sophia could only watch helplessly as Ailey departed. That evening, in the container lodge, everyone gathered around a round table. Ailey recounted the news she had gleaned from Sophia, and upon hearing it, Sam exclaimed in astonishment. "The previous trade route has been reopened. The merchant caravan from Julin Town will return in 3 days." Yes, these are the words of the Wolfhead himself. Thus they bear considerable reliability. Moreover, she has scheduled our transaction for 3 days hence, which coincides almost perfectly with the return of the merchant caravan. Ellie nodded in agreement. That indeed bodes well. Sam mused for a moment, stating that in 3 days, the substantial amount of giant forest coins we have accumulated could be exchanged for nutritional supplements. Recently, the earnings of the Redstone Mercenary Corps have been quite considerable. However, as the stock of nutritional supplements dwindles, the rewards for the missions they will collect upon their return cannot be immediately converted into supplements. Such a scenario is rather commonplace, as these supplements are essential for many people's livelihoods. Should they exhaust their supply, it could potentially compel some individuals to venture out, culminating in dire consequences. Chapter 29. The Giant Wolf. 3 days is but a fleeting moment. Ellie gently nodded beside him and inquired, "By the way, how has your recruitment fared today?" "There were numerous applicants, but we only selected a portion," Sam replied slowly, explaining that if they were to recruit too many individuals at once, the ratio of those yet to integrate into the Redstone Mercenary Corps would be excessively high, significantly impacting their subsequent training. Caesar nodded in agreement, given that they had only just begun to cultivate the initial foundation of the mercenary group. A sudden influx of recruits might lead to disarray. However, if they were to recruit in smaller batches, it would facilitate a smoother adaptation for these newcomers into the mercenary environment. The crux of the matter lies in time. They do not possess an abundance of time to swiftly screen and select these recruits. Moreover, most of those brought in would soon be thrust into combat, but in such circumstances, a gradual expansion of their ranks is, in fact, preferable. I am not well versed in these matters, Ellie chuckled, noting that the affairs of the mercenary corps have been entrusted entirely to them. You and Caesar should coordinate accordingly. Sam nodded gently, and Caesar also affirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, Vorn and Ruth appeared to be lost in their own worlds. One was dozing off, while the other was engrossed in a handheld gaming console, tapping away with headphones on. By the way, hasn't the boss emerged today? Sam suddenly asked, glancing at Lin Yi's bedroom door, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Had he not seen Lin Yi the day before, he might have felt a tinge of anxiety. He hasn't come out. He merely sent me a message, Ellie replied, shaking her head. He mentioned he would emerge in a few days. When I inquired about what he was doing, he said he was cultivating. I did not comprehend it fully, and I did not press further. Cultivating? Like in a monastery? Sam scratched his head, his gaze shifting to Caesar, who appeared equally perplexed. That it was Ruth, whose headphones had slipped off, who suddenly interjected, cultivation is not synonymous with a monastery. According to the Eastern perspective, it should be referred to as self-cultivation. In simpler terms, it pertains to honing one's own abilities, ultimately leading to extraordinary prowess. How do you know all this? Sam widened his eyes, staring incredulously at his daughter. During their nightly discussions, Ruth was typically either zoning out or quietly listening. However, after acquiring the gaming console that Lin Yi had specifically gifted her, she had become increasingly indifferent to the discussions. Yet now, her explanation left Sam utterly astonished. Could it be that Lin Yi had informed her? I learned it from playing games, Ruth replied cheerfully, shaking the gaming console in her hand. The device contained a cultivation-themed game where characters could even fly on swords. Well then, thank you. Sam shook his head, glancing at Caesar and Ellie. They had come to understand that Lin Yi's seclusion was a sign of his increasing strength, thus alleviating their concerns. Moments later, Ruth's voice of complaint broke through. Why is dinner still comprised of these mutated beast meats? I yearn for some delectable spicy hot pot. Hot pot can wait. We cannot indulge in it daily, Ellie admonished, furrowing her brow. Moreover, if you do not consume the mutated beast meat, how will you grow stronger? Very well, Ruth pouted slightly. Though she had many counterarguments, she found herself unable to voice them in front of Ellie, who had practically assumed a maternal role in her life over the past few years. Vorn chimed in. Indeed, while Lin's food is delicious, it does not contribute to enhancing our strength levels. During this period, Sam and the others had noticed that after consuming those convenient food items daily, their strength levels had barely budged. Those at level 5 remained at level 5, and those at level 6 stayed at level 6. That after some reflection, they quickly identified the issue. While Lin Yi's provisions sufficed for their daily needs, they did not aid in enhancing their strength levels. Though they possessed firearms, the significance of strength levels seemed diminished in the present context. However, once they crossed the threshold and ascended to the ranks of evolutionary beings, the transformation would be nothing short of monumental. Consequently, the meat of mutated beasts re-entered their diet, becoming a staple necessity for the Redstone Mercenary Corps. That a peaceful night passed. Sam commenced engaging the new recruits in various missions. Meanwhile, Caesar remained in Giant Forest Town, assuming Sam's responsibilities and recruiting a steady stream of new members daily. Everything progressed in an orderly fashion. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had slipped by. A multitude of vehicles approached from the eastern side of Giant Forest Town, led by a woman riding an enormous wolf. This giant wolf stood over 3 meters tall and measured more than 6 meters in length. Boasting a robust white and blue coat, its speed rivaling that of the cars trailing behind. The woman atop it had long brown hair and donned a snug black outfit, carrying a spear taller than herself. Among this group, aside from the leading woman, the others were members of the merchant caravan dispatched from Giant Forest Town. After numerous tribulations, they had finally succeeded in their return journey. Before long, the gates of Giant Forest Town came into view, where a woman with red hair clad in a black trench coat awaited. Who else could this be but Sophia? Soon, the giant wolf came to a halt at the town's entrance, and the woman leapt down gracefully. Upon seeing her, Sophia stepped forward and embraced her tightly. Flora, it has been far too long. Indeed, It has been a while, Sophia, Flora responded warmly. Releasing Flora, Sophia smiled. Had it not been for your assistance, I would have been at a loss for what to do. Come, let us go inside and have a proper chat. Of course, Flora nodded with a smile. As the caravan entered the town, Sophia led Flora back to her office. After a brief conversation, Sophia's secretary prepared a welcoming luncheon. A modest affair with a limited guest list. Ellie was also invited to partake in this gathering. The arrival of the giant wolf stirred considerable excitement within the town, and as its owner, Flora naturally attracted much attention. However, Sophia showed little interest in entertaining guests near Flora, ensuring that none approached her area. This steak seems to be exceptionally delectable, Flora remarked, her eyes lighting up as she tasted the food prepared by Sophia. If you enjoy it, I shall have them bring you more, Sophia replied with a smile. These canned goods were, of course, the ones Ellie had sold to her, and their flavor was indeed commendable. Sophia had put considerable thought into hosting Flora. Though, regrettably, aside from the steak, the other dishes lacked appeal. The primary reasons were the limitations of the ingredients, having grown weary of various mutated beast meats, and the scarcity of seasonings. Without seasonings, the ingredients retained only their raw flavors, failing to showcase their full potential, akin to soulless dishes. Chapter 30. Flora, thank you, Flora said with a smile, savoring the taste lingering on her tongue. After a while, not only steak cans were served. Sophia even produced a bottle of treasured red wine, preparing to share a drink with Flora. Just then, the secretary approached, whispering a few words into Sophia's ear. Shortly thereafter, Sophia nodded in acknowledgement. Moments later, the secretary brought Ellie before them. Greetings, Wolf Leader. Ellie smiled and respectfully greeted Flora. Flora remained silent, while Sophia inquired earnestly, Sia mentioned you had an urgent matter for me. What has occurred? Sia was the name of Sophia's secretary. It is nothing of great consequence. Ellie shook her head, retrieving an exquisitely crafted gift box from her backpack. This is a present prepared by our boss for you, initially intended for after the transaction was completed. At this point, Ellie glanced at Flora, adding, however, seeing that you have esteemed guests, I believe it is more fitting to present it now. Under the watchful eyes of Sophia and Flora, Ellie gently opened the gift box. Inside, the left compartment housed a finely crafted revolver, while the right contained a bottle of red wine. Presenting the gift box to Sophia, Ellie nodded slightly, saying, the gift has been delivered. I shall not disturb the wolf leader further. With that, Ellie turned and returned to the common area, leaving Sophia and Flora to quietly observe the gift box before them. Who is this? Flora inquired, puzzled. Sophia replied nonchalantly, she is the commercial representative of the Redstone Mercenary Corps. Ellie, the Redstone Mercenary Corps? Before Flora could pose further questions, Sophia had already retrieved the revolver from the gift box. Upon inspection, the revolver was nothing short of exquisite, its silver metal body almost devoid of any blemish. The bullets remained within the box. Sophia did not load them but instead returned the gun to its place. Sophia extracted the bottle of red wine from the right half of the gift box and directly handed the gun case to Flora, saying, this gun is quite impressive. It now belongs to you. You. Flora was about to refuse when Sophia chuckled, I have no use for such a thing, as you well know. Considering Sophia's capabilities, Flora nodded gently. Nevertheless, a question lingered in her mind. From where had the Redstone Mercenary Corps emerged? It seemed that the woman was not intimidated by Sophia at all. After a brief hesitation, Flora finally voiced her curiosity. Actually, I am not certain either. Casting a glance at Flora, Sophia shook her head lightly, picking up the red wine that Ellie had sent and pouring it into a decanter. In fact, I am even more eager to discover who is behind the Redstone Mercenary Corps. Unfortunately, my attempts to arrange a meeting with him have been thwarted by his claim of being too busy. Sophia shook her head and began recounting the details of the Redstone Mercenary Corps to Flora. Upon learning that the Corps had been established for less than 10 days, Flora's eyes filled with astonishment. However, when Sophia disclosed the extensive armaments of the Redstone Mercenary Corps, Flora's brow furrowed involuntarily. Possessing a vast arsenal of firearms and ammunition, this is truly astonishing. It is crucial to note that we are currently in the third year of the wasteland era, and regions with complete manufacturing facilities are exceedingly rare. For an ordinary person to stumble upon a single rifle is akin to striking gold. In such circumstances, one wouldn't dare to waste ammunition indiscriminately. Yet, according to what I have gleaned from Sophia, every member of the Redstone Mercenary Corps seems to be armed with a firearm. Have they managed to acquire an entire armory? Flora exclaimed in disbelief. That I don't know. Sophia replied, shaking her head. That it is possible, yet also improbable. The canned food you just consumed was sold to me by Ellie. If they had merely acquired an armory, they should not possess the capability to manufacture such canned goods. At this, Flora was momentarily taken aback. The flavor of the canned food had been exquisite, and it certainly did not appear to be expired or nearing expiration. After a brief pause, Flora swirled her wine glass and chuckled at Sophia. With so much information, are you suggesting that this individual is quite the headache for you? It seems I cannot conceal anything from you, Sophia replied with a faint smile, clinking her glass with Flora's. I am unaware of the nature of the owner behind the Redstone Mercenary Corps, but the speed at which they have grown, aided by him, is simply astonishing. To at this rate, it won't be long before Giant Forest Town may have to change its name and ownership. Flora observed Sophia's furrowed brow and remarked playfully, then perhaps you should just relocate. After all, you are an evolved individual. Besides, it sounds rather unwise to oppose such a person. And are you certain that what he has provided to the Redstone Mercenary Corps is indeed the best equipment he can offer? If there exist weapons capable of threatening you, should you become injured, your subordinates would likely stand no chance against those Redstone mercenaries. Sophia nodded, her expression serious. I understand, but to simply give up is truly disheartening. You are aware that after becoming an evolved individual, one requires a plethora of resources to continue advancing. Without managing a gathering place or accumulating wealth, my path to improvement would become significantly more arduous. Upon hearing this, Flora sighed. What Sophia stated was indeed the truth. During the enhancement phase, one only needed to consume the flesh of mutated beasts. However, upon reaching the evolved stage, the path to advancement becomes exceedingly treacherous. Because every evolution crystal comes at a steep price, if one wishes to save money by hunting evolved-level mutated creatures, it is far from straightforward. These evolved creatures possess intelligence comparable to that of humans, and some even evolve at a pace surpassing that of humans. Attempting to hunt such creatures could easily lead to death. This predicament results in the vast majority of evolved individuals being unable to progress. Yearning for strength, yet finding it unattainable, it isn't entirely hopeless, Sophia remarked with a gentle smile. Observing Flora's own expression of distress, as of now, the Redstone Mercenary Corps does not appear to have any intentions of engaging in conflict with me. Or perhaps they are merely biding their time, Flora countered. Once they have amassed sufficient strength, they may choose to confront you, and you could end up in a precarious situation. Then I shall flee. Sophia shrugged her shoulders. Currently, I have no means to contend with them if it comes to a confrontation. Even if I were to emerge victorious, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, with the chances of failure being far greater. At this juncture, as she gazed at Flora, Sophia finally revealed her intentions. However, for the sake of my safety, would you consider staying a while longer? I am definitely not interested in that. Flora quickly waved her hand, indicating that she was not swayed by such advances. Yet, observing Sophia's demeanor and the content of their earlier conversation softened Flora's heart, prompting her to respond. Nonetheless, I can stay and assist you for a time. If anything arises, I can help you escape. That I knew you would come through for me, Flora, Sophia said, stepping forward to embrace Flora warmly. With Flora's assistance, the Giant Forest Group would effectively have 2 evolved individuals. Even if the Redstone Mercenary Corps sought to strike, they would have to weigh their options carefully. Chapter 31. Without restraint, boss, have you finished your seclusion? Upon seeing Lin Yi's figure, Ellie's voice rang out in surprise. Seclusion? Where did you hear that term? Lin Yi inquired, a hint of peculiarity evident in his gaze. Ellie pointed towards Lucy's room. It was Lucy who mentioned it. She said she learned it from a game. Did you not spend the past few days in seclusion? Well, somewhat, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. Unwilling to dwell on such details, he turned to Ellie, asking, You sent me a message earlier, stating that a gigantic wolf had entered Giant Forest Town. What is the meaning of that? At this, Ellie suddenly realized. She slightly bowed her head, apologetically saying, Is that why you returned? I apologize, boss. I may not have expressed it clearly. The enormous wolf came back with the Giant Forest Group's convoy. Sophia even organized a luncheon specifically for the arrival of the wolf's master. Given the nature of the event, it is likely that the individual is also an evolved person. The wolf is probably the pet of that evolved individual. An evolved person? Lin Yi stretched languidly. During these past few days, His original body had been undergoing cultivation. The strength of this bionic body remained only slightly greater than that of an ordinary person. To this day, Lin Yi still had no idea of the true strength of an evolved individual. However, from the emphasis placed on evolved individuals by Sam, Ellie, and others, he sensed that they were likely not just marginally stronger than enhancers. To be honest, he was quite curious to witness the prowess of an evolved individual that he could devise strategies for dealing with such individuals. Shaking his head gently, Lin Yi stated, "Let us set the giant wolf aside for now. Has there been any news from the mercenary corps? Sam sent me some messages, but I didn't delve into them. They were simply too lengthy." Almost every day, Sam would provide updates. The dense stream of information, combined with the lack of segmentation, made it overwhelming for Lin Yi to even glance at it. Thus, he had naturally not finished reading Sam's messages, merely skimming through a few lines before shutting it down. Ellie nodded. "The mercenary corps is doing well. It currently has 80 members. Tomorrow, we will recruit 20 more, bringing the total to exactly 100. That's good to hear." The growth rate was rapid, yet not excessively so. Lin Yi was already aware of Sam and Caesar's thoughts regarding this matter from their reports, so he felt no surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi added, "By the way, didn't the merchant convoy from Giant Forest Town return? Let's sell them another batch of goods to exchange for more nutritional supplements." "Are we sticking with canned goods this time?" Ellie inquired, looking up. "The previous batch of canned goods has yet to be sold by the Giant Forest Group. And if we continue to sell them now, the price might. Then let us not sell canned goods. We can exchange for something else." Though Ellie's sentence was not yet complete, Lin Yi already grasped her implications. If steak canned goods were not suitable, then they could switch to something else. Without taking Ellie's presence into account, Lin Yi conjured a plethora of items and softly said, "Take a look at these. What do you think we should sell? Handsome chef's beef noodles. Laby soda. Unknown brand compressed biscuits. Dolly beef mixed noodles. Tomato canned goods. Old Wong snail noodles. Dawn milk." A multitude of items appeared before Ellie with great fanfare. However, Ellie, who had grown accustomed to Lin Yi's eccentricities, did not find the scene before her to be particularly astonishing. Or rather, in her and Sam's eyes, Lin Yi's actions were entirely normal. After all, everyone knew that Lin Yi's room was devoid of any peculiarities. The transformation into a wondrous space was undoubtedly tied to Lin Yi himself. The marvel had never resided in the room, but rather in Lin Yi as an individual. "This seems excellent. And that looks quite appealing." Ellie surveyed the assortment before her, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Most of the items within were things she had yet to taste. After examining them all, she felt that each would be a splendid choice, capable of causing quite a stir when sold. After a moment of hesitation, Ellie still could not make a decision. "Boss, it's truly difficult to choose. Shall we wait for Sam and the others to return and discuss it together?" "Of course, that is no problem," Lin Yi replied with a smile. In the time that followed, Ellie did not merely wait idly. She quickly consumed everything Lin Yi had presented. "How does it taste?" Lin Yi inquired with a grin. "Delicious," Ellie nodded. That moment, a voice filled with astonishment echoed, "Wow, what is that delightful aroma?" "Aunt Ellie, you are indulging by yourself." Ruth bounced over, having not accompanied Sam on his mission today, but instead had enjoyed a long slumber in her room. The moment she awoke, she was greeted by an enticing scent. Stepping out, she was met with this scene. Glancing at Ruth, Ellie chuckled lightly. "No need to rush. There's plenty more at the boss's. You can ask him for some." "All right," Ruth replied with a smile. Turning her head, she noticed Lin Yi, who stood silently, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Here you go," he said, with a casual wave, recreating the earlier spectacle. This magical display elicited excited exclamations from Ruth, who immediately attributed this ability to a mystical game. "Go ahead. No need to hurry." Lin Yi, seated nearby, prepared a meal for himself, although his synthetic form could sustain itself for an extended period without food. Habits are not easily altered. As he ate, Lin Yi gazed out the window. In comparison to those scrambling for survival, his current journey through the wasteland, which had started off somewhat grim, was steadily improving. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Burp. Ruth made a peculiar sound while sipping soda. Lin Yi turned back to see her nonchalantly guzzling from the bottle, completely unconcerned about appearances. "Drink slowly. No one is competing with you." Observing this, Lin Yi offered a resigned suggestion. Ruth shook her head. "That one tea do. If I wait for Dad and Uncle Caesar to return, such a delicious beverage will surely be gone." How long had it been since she savored such wonderful sweetness? Ruth could hardly recall. Although the drink wouldn't intoxicate her, she reveled in the joyous sensation. Watching Ruth, Lin Yi smiled faintly. Despite her accustomed struggle for survival in the wasteland, she still displayed a childlike demeanor upon feeling safe. After all, she was merely a teenager, forced to mature prematurely. With that thought, Lin Yi prepared a heap of snacks for Ruth. After handing some food to Ellie, he turned and made his way to the entrance of the container hotel. "Are you going out?" Ellie asked in surprise, observing his movements. Today, both Caesar and Vaughn had accompanied Sam on his mission, and Ruth was still enjoying her meal. Ellie had quickly readied her weapons, prepared to follow Lin Yi closely. The boss's safety was of utmost importance. This was understood by everyone in Sam's team. "Yes, I'm going for a stroll," Lin Yi replied over his shoulder. "You don't need to protect me. Stay here and keep Ruth company." "Well, all right." Ellie hesitated briefly before nodding gently. Chapter 32. The gluttonous wolf and the maiden. Lin Yi walked along the streets of Giant Forest Town. Compared to previous days, nothing appeared different. The gravel-paved roads still felt rough underfoot, and the air was tinged with an unmistakable metallic scent. Passers-by hurried along the sides of the street, some dressed akin to scavengers. "Wow, that's enormous. So majestic. If only I could ride such a magnificent wolf, it would be incredibly impressive." A chorus of hushed discussions piqued Lin Yi's interest. He turned to find a crowd gathered at the street corner, gazing at the colossal wolf lying at the entrance of the giant forest group. At first glance, the enormous wolf indeed exuded an air of grandeur, quite unlike an ordinary beast. It possessed an otherworldly aura. As it scanned the crowd with its eyes, a seemingly human expression of exasperation flickered across its gaze. It rolled its eyes in silence and then glanced ahead. As the crowd grew increasingly boisterous, the wolf finally rose, shaking off its lethargy and glaring at the onlookers. Over 6 meters in length and 3 meters in height. The imposing figure of the wolf sent the nearby crowd scattering in fright. After all, if they were honest with themselves, even combined, they might not stand a chance against this creature. And its master was a distinguished guest of the giant forest group. Killing them would likely go unpunished. As the crowd dispersed, one individual remained. The giant wolf fixed its fierce gaze upon him, attempting to intimidate him into leaving for a moment of peace. Yet, this person seemed impervious to fear, standing his ground. The wolf approached slowly, each step deliberate, yet it failed to intimidate him. The young man maintained a calm demeanor, observing the creature with keen interest. "Would you like a treat?" As the wolf drew near, the young man raised his hand, holding a slender stick. Upon closer inspection, the stick bore the label, "Some ham sausage." The wolf sniffed the offering and promptly swallowed it whole. The massive creature. This morsel was scarcely a snack. The packaging was discarded, and as the wolf chewed, it once again fixed its gaze on Lin Yi, drool trickling from the corners of its mouth, a slightly unbecoming sight. "Want more?" Lin Yi chuckled at the sight. Noticing the wolf's lack of enthusiasm for the sausage, he presented a hamburger instead. Upon tossing it to the wolf, it chewed appreciatively, revealing a newfound fondness for this food. Its previously fierce demeanor softened considerably. Soda, hamburgers, and spicy strips. Lin Yi produced over 20 different items, tossing them one by one to the wolf. Ultimately, it seemed most intrigued by the first 3 offerings. "Pashi, what are you doing?" A surprised exclamation rang out from the direction of the giant forest group. Flora rushed over, her eyes wide as she beheld a man petting her giant wolf. Upon seeing Flora, the wolf, known as Pashi, cast a sheepish glance her way before sidling up to her and nuzzling against her clothing. "Did he give you a lot of tasty treats?" Flora blinked, scrutinizing the man. Clearly, she suspected this man of harboring ulterior motives toward her wolf. Had she not come out in time, Pashi might have been lured away. Yet, hearing Pashi's description, Flora couldn't help but feel a sense of envy. "Hey, you over there. Who are you?" Flora called out to Lin Yi. "Are you asking me?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "I am merely a passerby." Flora gasped in surprise. "A deer person? A person transformed from a giraffe? How impressive." Lin Yi rolled his eyes. "No, a passerby. Just someone passing through, not some transformed giraffe. Oh, I see." Flora nodded, a finger resting thoughtfully on her lips. After a brief hesitation, she tentatively asked, "Do you have any more of that food you gave Pashi? Could you share a bit with me to try?" As she spoke, her cheeks flushed crimson. Asking others for food was a first for her. Yet Pashi's glowing descriptions had ignited her curiosity. What could possibly be so delectable that it had Pashi lamenting her premature return? "Oh, are you interested as well?" Noticing the girl's expression, Lin Yi smiled. He produced a renowned Kaifeng cuisine set, complete with a hamburger, soda, and fried chicken. Upon revealing these items, Flora's immediate reaction was not one of praise, but rather an awestruck gaze, her mouth watering, seeing the astonished look on Lin Yi's face. Flora hastily wiped away the drool, flustered as she explained, "Why, you mustn't misunderstand. I'm like this because of the mental link with Pashi." After speaking, she averted her gaze from Lin Yi, accepting the Kaifeng cuisine set and diving into the feast. Soda, fried chicken, hamburgers. These were delicacies Flora had never experienced in this wasteland world. Not everything mirrored Lin Yi's past experiences. Through their conversation, Lin Yi learned that prior to the war, the variety of food in this world had been severely lacking. The fast food known as Kaifeng cuisine that had dominated another world was non-existent here. Soda, too, was a rarity. Could I possibly have another serving? After finishing her meal, Flora shyly inquired, seemingly concerned that Lin Yi might think her a freeloader. She quickly added, "Of course, I'll offer you something in exchange for it." With that, Flora rummaged through her backpack, and within moments, several familiar tin cans appeared before Lin Yi. "These are canned steak, quite delicious. I'll trade them with you, all right?" she asked with eager anticipation. "No trade." Lin Yi shook his head. Those cans were his own wares, and there was no need to reacquire them. Besides, treating Flora to some food wouldn't deplete his resources significantly. A fresh Kaifeng cuisine set materialized in Lin Yi's hands. Flora, initially feeling disheartened, looked at Lin Yi with renewed astonishment as her small hands rubbed together, brimming with impatience. "This is a treat for you." Lin Yi offered the meal. Nearby, Pashi lowered its head toward Lin Yi, affectionately nudging his clothing. "What are you two up to?" Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise and curiosity interrupted. The trio turned to see a woman with red hair, donning a golden wolf mask, approaching at a seemingly leisurely yet swift pace. Sophia. Upon seeing this woman, Flora gasped, her expression mirroring that of someone caught in a compromising situation. Panic etched across her face. Chapter 33. The first encounter. Upon hearing the name Sophia, with the golden wolf mask obscuring half of its visage and the attire that accompanied it, Lin Yi had already discerned the identity of the visitor. However, he had never anticipated that their initial encounter would unfold under such peculiar circumstances. If Sophia were to uncover his identity, would she suspect that he was attempting to undermine her? With this thought lingering in his mind, Lin Yi regarded Sophia with curiosity. Although her full face was concealed, her ruby lips and the exposed skin were strikingly fair. As for her physique, it was undeniably voluptuous, complemented by long, shapely legs, setting aside any considerations regarding her facial features. One could certainly deem her a beauty based solely on her external attributes. In contrast, Flora, who was equally charming, appeared somewhat juvenile next to Sophia, lacking a hint of the latter's allure. Nevertheless, their styles diverged. Sophia embodied the essence of a mature woman, while Flora, despite possessing a lovely face, exuded the demeanor of a youthful girl with a notable penchant for food in the blink of an eye. As thoughts swirled within him, reality resumed its course. Sophia approached, observing the anxious Flora, then glanced at Lin Yi. Having never encountered Lin Yi before, she was oblivious to the origins of this man, who was rather handsome. And thus, with a puzzled expression, she inquired of Flora, "Flora, is this your companion?" "No," Flora replied, having regained her composure. She smiled and introduced, "This is a friend I just met here." "Just met?" Sophia's gaze shifted to Lin Yi as she extended her right hand, offering a smile. "Hello, I am Sophia." "Hello, I am Lin Yi," he replied, mirroring her smile and extending his hand. They engaged in a polite half-handshake, both parties courteously concluding their greetings. At that moment, Flora also reached out, saying, "I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Flora, pleased to meet you." Lin Yi nodded, returning the half-handshake with Flora. "I am equally delighted to meet both of you." "What were you two discussing just now?" Sophia asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice after Lin Yi and Flora retracted their hands. "Nothing much. We were talking about Pashi," Flora replied with a playful glint in her eye. The food they had previously consumed had been discreetly stowed away in her bag, while the remnants of their earlier meal had been carried off by the wind. "Pashi is indeed remarkable," Sophia acknowledged, accepting Flora's words without question. At this juncture, Flora turned her gaze towards Lin Yi, signaling him to keep quiet. "Yes, exceedingly impressive," Flora added, patting Pashi's leg. "Sophia, what brings you out here? Have all the arrangements been made?" "Everything has been set in motion. We are merely awaiting the Redstone Mercenary Corps to finalize the transaction. Sophia confirmed, I saw you had not returned for quite some time, and feared you might have gotten lost in unfamiliar territory, which is why I came to check on you. How could I possibly get lost? How large is Giant Forest Town? Flora waved her hand dismissively. Besides, with Pesci here, getting lost is out of the question. Pesci may not, but you might, Sophia retorted, shaking her head. Flora instinctively scratched her head, seemingly at a loss for a rebuttal. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, why are you so quiet? I'm not very familiar with the situation and don't know what to discuss, Lin Yi shrugged, opting to listen in silence to their conversation. There must be something we can talk about, Sophia chuckled. Lin Yi, what an intriguing name. Where do you hail from? From a very distant place, Lin Yi mused, contemplating his words. Initially, he suspected he might have traversed into the future. But after learning about the changes in this world and conversing with Flora, he felt the likelihood of having crossed into a parallel universe was far greater, a very distant place. Although this statement bore little information, Sophia found it oddly credible. Yet, this did not quell her suspicions regarding Lin Yi. Instead, she directly inquired, how did you arrive in Giant Forest Town? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure, Lin Yi replied, spreading his hands wide. When I awoke, I was already near Giant Forest Town. Subsequently, I followed someone here. Followed someone? Sophia began to probe further, but Flora interjected, Sophia, you can't interrogate my friend like that. Besides, he's a good person. A good person? Can one discern the character of a person at a glance? Sophia regarded Flora with a puzzled expression. While Flora possessed considerable survival experience in the wasteland, her current demeanor seemed rather naive. Flora was acting strangely. However, with this distraction, Sophia found it inappropriate to continue her inquiries into Lin Yi. Nonetheless, she remained vigilant towards Lin Yi, who had suddenly appeared beside Flora and Pesci. Observing Sophia and Lin Yi, Flora suggested, it's rather dull here. Shall we take a stroll outside? I have no objections, Lin Yi replied with a smile. That sounds agreeable, Sophia nodded, casting a glance at Lin Yi. Both she and Flora were evolved beings. So even if Lin Yi posed a threat, the likelihood of him overpowering them was minimal. However, soon, a dilemma presented itself to the trio. Flora desired to ride Pesci and invited Sophia and Lin Yi to join her. The question arose, how would the three of them position themselves on Pesci? Who would sit in front, who would sit behind, and who would occupy the middle? After some deliberation, it became evident that the front position beside Flora was unsuitable for another passenger. Thus, Sophia and Lin Yi could only sit behind her. Ultimately, Sophia settled in the middle, with Lin Yi at the back. As Pesci charged forth from Giant Forest Town, racing across the wilderness, the experience was exhilarating. Even for Lin Yi, who found it both thrilling and enjoyable. It feels like we've traveled quite far, Flora remarked as she brought Pesci to a halt, gazing at the surrounding ruins with a look of contemplation, as if assessing her current location. Indeed, quite far, Sophia agreed, her eyes scanning the area. She was uncertain of their exact whereabouts, primarily because she had not brought a map along. However, Pesci possessed the ability to navigate, making their return effortless. Just then, a series of gunshots captured Sophia's attention. She glanced at Flora, pointing towards the direction of the gunfire. Flora, let us go check that out. Okay, Flora nodded, her connection with Pesci eliminating the need for further instruction. In an instant, Pesci leaped forward, heading towards the right. Before long, Pesci stood atop a hill, and the three of them listened to the cacophony of gunfire while observing a distant battlefield. Were they hunting a half-evolved mutant creature? Flora's eyes widened in astonishment as she took in the scene. Meanwhile, Sophia remained silent, her focus unwaveringly fixed on the battlefield. Half an hour later, the skirmish concluded. The half-evolved mutant creature lay lifeless, leaving Flora momentarily speechless. After a pause, she finally spoke. Is this the Redstone Mercenary Corps? Indeed, Sophia confirmed with a nod. Shortly thereafter, Flora voiced her concern. Those individuals are approaching us. What should we do? Will they attack Pesci? Should we leave? Stay calm. If they intended to attack, they would have done so already. Let us observe their intentions first, Sophia reassured, glancing at Flora and then at Lin Yi. With two evolved beings present, the Redstone Mercenary Corps was unlikely to initiate hostility. Sam approached, nodding slightly as he spotted the women standing before Pesci. Greetings, Wolf Lord. It is an honor to encounter you here. His gaze shifted to Flora, a woman he did not recognize. However, upon noticing the individual beside Flora, Sam was momentarily taken aback. What is the boss doing here? And beside Wolf Lord Sophia, no less. Noticing Lin Yi's lack of intention to greet him, Sam refrained from speaking out of turn. At this moment, Sophia smiled and said, "You must be Captain Sam, correct? I am equally pleased to meet you here." Like Sam, Sophia's words carried little sincerity. Nevertheless, their exchange constituted a greeting of sorts. "Is there something that brings you here?" Sam inquired, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Lin. He was well aware that Sophia was an astute woman. Had she been otherwise, she would not have been able to establish Giant Forest Town amidst the wasteland. "Nothing at all, merely accompanying a friend on an outing, and we happened to cross paths with you," Sophia replied, shaking her head lightly to indicate that her presence bore no ulterior motive, with two evolved beings standing before him. Facing a mere 8th-tier Sam, she felt no need for excessive courtesy. Yet, evolved beings are still human, and in the presence of a well-armed squad, they could not afford to be dismissive. Sam nodded gently. "In that case, I won't intrude further." With that, he and the members of the Redstone Mercenary Corps turned decisively to leave. The three individuals before Pesci watched them depart. Moments later, Flora exclaimed, "Sophia, I didn't realize the Redstone Mercenary Corps held you in such high regard." "They have always been like this," Sophia replied with a slight nod. Although she harbored reservations about the Redstone Mercenary Corps, she could not deny that both Eli and Sam treated her and the Giant Forest Group with a degree of respect. Refraining from any misconduct or oppressive behavior. "Where to next?" Flora asked, noting that the Redstone Mercenary Corps had begun to clear the battlefield and dismantle their quarry. "That I wish to visit Redstone Town." "Do you know the way?" Sophia suddenly inquired, looking at Flora. Flora shook her head, and Patch, being a first-time visitor to this place, naturally had no idea where Redstone Town was. "I know." Just then, Lin Yi spoke up. Sophia glanced at him in surprise, and the three of them boarded Patch, heading in the direction Lin Yi indicated. Patch moved swiftly, no less impressive than a roaring motorcycle. In a mere half-hour, Redstone Town came into view. Observing the town, which already had some rudimentary shelters, Sophia said nothing, maintaining a calm demeanor as she surveyed her surroundings. "Why are we here?" A question mark emerged in Flora's mind as she looked at Sophia. Her face a mask of confusion. The area was filled with crumbling ruins, offering no scenery at all. "This place is called Redstone Town," Sophia replied with a smile, "and the group we just encountered is known as the Redstone Mercenary Corps." Without hesitation, Sophia articulated her thoughts. While the name of a hunting team might seem arbitrary, a mercenary corps would likely carry some significance. That it could either reflect the characteristics of the leader or the essence of the team itself. Or perhaps it represented the aspirations of those who controlled the group behind the scenes. There must be a connection between the two. Flora suddenly understood. "Are these two Redstone names related?" Sophia nodded calmly. After a brief pause, she spoke softly. "Seeing this place, I am beginning to believe that the Redstone Mercenary Corps indeed has no intention of usurping Giant Forest Town. This may very well be the territory they have prepared for themselves. Am I correct, Mr. Lin?" Suddenly, Sophia's gaze shifted directly to Lin. "Sophia, what are you talking about?" Flora asked, her face filled with bewilderment. Just as she was about to defend Lin Yi, she noticed him raise a hand to stop her. Lin Yi nodded with a smile and said, "That is indeed the case. Giant Forest Town is too small to be worth taking. The future Redstone Mercenary Corps will undoubtedly establish a base here in Redstone Town to manage their territory." At this, Flora was taken aback. She glanced at Sophia and then at Lin Yi, utterly perplexed. "What are you two discussing? I don't understand a word." "Flora, there's no need to rush. Your new friend actually has another identity." Lin Yi revealed the true power behind the Redstone Mercenary Corps. "Mr. Lin." Sophia enunciated each word deliberately, yet every sentence resonated with Flora like thunder. "But that Redstone Mercenary Corps." Flora attempted to find a reason, but Sophia interrupted. He was merely unaware of why Mr. Lin was there. To avoid interfering with him, he pretended not to know. "But look at Mr. Lin's left wrist. Isn't there a watch there?" Sophia continued. "This watch is identical to the ones used by the management of the Redstone Mercenary Corps." Following Sophia's words, Flora turned to look. Sure enough, Lin Yi wore a black watch on his left wrist, one she had also seen on Sam. Moreover, upon reflection, it seemed Lin Yi had been wearing this watch since she first met him, though she had never paid attention to its design. But Sophia had noticed. "You truly are." Flora stared at Lin Yi in shock. Lin Yi simply nodded. "Indeed, what she said is true." In response, Flora was momentarily stunned. However, the two individuals before her paid no heed to her astonishment. Looking at Sophia, Lin Yi smiled. Did Lord Wolfhead say so much just to reveal my identity? Not exactly. I was merely pondering why you dared to accompany us. Sophia replied, shaking her head, her voice serious. Have you not considered that if I were to strike at you in a place unseen by others that you could perish here? There was an icy undertone in Sophia's voice. The rapid rise of the Redstone Mercenary Corps had begun to affect her control over Giant Forest Town. Thus, from this perspective, she had her reasons for wishing to eliminate Lin Yi if Lord Wolfhead were to do such a thing. He would not have spoken of it, Lin Yi replied with a smile, gazing at Sophia. Moreover, even if you were to kill me, what would it matter? Could you revive me? No, this body is too weak. Sophia continued to speculate. Perhaps this is not your true form. Am I correct? Who knows? Lin Yi responded with a smile. Listening to their conversation, Flora was at a loss for words at that moment, even if she were slow to react. She understood that the two individuals before her were the leaders of the two largest factions in Giant Forest Town. Their conversation appeared devoid of hostility, yet an inexplicable sense of pressure still weighed upon her. Looking at Lin Yi, Sophia's lips parted slightly. Mr. Lin, shall we change the subject? Do you not think that using Giant Forest Town as a stepping stone to develop the Redstone Mercenary Corps lacks gentlemanly decorum? Firstly, I am not a gentleman. Lin Yi shrugged. Secondly, they are not your slaves to this. Sophia paused for a moment. What Lin Yi said was indeed factual, yet it did not hinder her from achieving her objectives. Gazing at Lin Yi, she earnestly asked, Mr. Lin, one last question. Where do your supplies come from? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi remained unfazed, but Flora appeared alarmed. Sophia, what are you asking about? Inquiring into someone else's secrets, especially important ones, could only be interpreted as stirring up conflict. You wish to know the answer to this question? Lin Yi glanced at Sophia and suddenly chuckled. But why should I respond to you? Because of my abilities. Flames erupted from Sophia's hands. Flora was now agitated. Even Patch lowered its wolf head, seemingly trying to stop Sophia's recklessness. But just then, Sophia's voice rang out again, her bright gaze fixed on Lin Yi. I am an evolver. Throughout this journey, you have shown a distinct curiosity towards me and Flora. Yet, your gaze lacks that emotional connection typical between men and women. After much contemplation, it seems the only thing that could pique your curiosity is the identity of an evolver. You seek to uncover the mysteries of evolution. Looking at Sophia, Lin Yi clapped his hands, offering mild praise. If it weren't for the fact that you have some inaccuracies in your deductions, I might have suspected you could read minds. So, you wish to make a deal with me? You help me understand the difference between an evolver and a strengthened human, and I will tell you where those supplies originate. After Lin Yi finished speaking, Sophia nodded. Throughout this exchange, she had never intended to resort to violence. For Lin Yi had previously conveyed a complete disregard for death, and she had no desire to worsen relations with the Redstone Mercenary Corps. However, as Sophia nodded, Lin Yi shook his head. I'm afraid the value of both is not equivalent. There are many evolvers, and I have no need to expose my secrets. But why are you so curious about the origin of my supplies? Sophia sighed. Clearly, even as the ruler of Giant Forest Town, she held little sway in Lin Yi's eyes, for there was a legend. After the war erupted and the apocalypse descended, a tale began to circulate in the wasteland. It speaks of the Celestial Star Federation having established a massive underground city long ago. That place is rich in resources, with factories of all kinds. Everything found in a city can be found there. I wish to locate that place. Sophia's soft voice lingered in the air. Beside her, Flora nodded. I have indeed heard of this legend before. However, even if the underground city truly exists, it couldn't possibly be located in such a desolate place. Lin Yi slowly raised his head, looking at Sophia. What do you seek the underground city for? Sophia cast a glance at Lin Yi, and then removed the golden wolf head mask from her face. Beneath the mask was not the beautiful visage one might expect, but rather a face marred by scars, evoking an immediate sense of revulsion at first glance. This is the reason. After briefly showing Lin Yi, Sophia replaced the mask, exposing her disfigured face before a man was, for Sophia, a significant challenge. She had not intended to mention her appearance again, yet the information about the underground city stirred her desire. In this wasteland, her greatest wish was to restore her looks. Only after that could she seek greater strength. Observing Sophia, Lin Yi remained silent for a moment before finally raising his head to say, I regret to inform you, my supplies do not originate from the underground city. Sophia's expression dimmed, yet she still smiled. That's all right. After all, it is merely a legend. It would be better to hope for the discovery of an intact hospital and a suitable plastic surgeon. No, 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 it needn't be so complicated. Lin Yi waved his hand. I only said my supplies do not come from the underground city, but that does not mean I cannot resolve your issue. As his words fell, Sophia regarded Lin Yi in disbelief. Flora beside her widened her eyes, filled with anticipation. Lin, are you saying you can help Sophia restore her appearance? Yes, Lin Yi nodded. While he knew little about the underground city, he possessed numerous methods to remedy Sophia's disfigurement. Sophia regained her composure and turned to Lin Yi, saying, I am uncertain whether you are merely comforting me, but if you truly manage to achieve this, I would be willing to bestow upon you the Julin group as a reward. That I have no interest in the Julin town, Lin Yi reiterated. Beside them, Flora, with a penchant for stirring the pot, chimed in, no worries, Sophia can offer herself in gratitude. Just a little secret. Sophia is actually a stunning beauty. This remark, Sophia instinctively delivered a playful slap to Flora's head. Flora, clutching her forehead, feigned innocence. But isn't that what the books say? The prince rescues the princess, and she offers herself in return. Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly, and at that moment, he chose to ignore the peculiar thoughts swirling in Flora's mind. Instead, he silently perused the myriad of items in the universal trading system, seeking anything that could restore beauty. Surgery was clearly a last resort. Sophia possessed exquisite bone structure. Ruining it would equate to destroying a beauty. Before long, an item caught Lin Yi's eye, seemingly perfect for Sophia. Elixir, restorative pill effect, detoxification and rejuvenation, enhancing skin quality. Review. This pill was crafted by a certain cultivator to preserve the youth of their partner. Effective even against disfigurement. Price, 10,000 universal currency. So exorbitant. Lin Yi blinked. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the restorative pill materialized in his hand. Subsequently, he tossed the ancient pill box toward Sophia. She instinctively caught it and then turned her gaze to Lin Yi's cheek. However, Lin Yi suddenly interjected, 10,000 nutrient agents. Remember to provide them to me upon your return. 10,000 nutrient agents. Sophia was momentarily taken aback. A few seconds later, she belatedly realized that this was the price Lin Yi had quoted. All she had received was a small wooden box, the utility of which remained uncertain, and she questioned whether 10,000 was. Sophia slowly began to speak, hoping to obtain a guarantee from Lin Yi. 10,000 is still 10,000, regardless of who it is. Lin Yi waved his hand, firmly declining Sophia's attempt to negotiate. He was already being quite generous. After all, that he would only profit by 900%. If he were to sell it elsewhere, rarity would dictate its worth. Sophia and Flora exchanged glances. She gently opened the box, and an enchanting aroma of elixir wafted through her senses. Nearby, Flora and Pesci's mouths watered uncontrollably. Sophia cautiously picked up the elixir and slowly placed it in her mouth. It melted instantly. Chapter 36. The best of friends. As the elixir settled in her stomach, a tingling sensation quickly spread across Sophia's disfigured cheek. Instinctively, she removed the obstructive golden wolf mask. However, she was met with two astonished gazes. What is it? Sophia hesitantly inquired, caressing her cheek, which no longer bore the scars it once did. Yet, upon seeing those two astonished expressions, she subconsciously fell into a state of insecurity. Could a mere, unknown pill truly restore her beauty? How beautiful! Flora's exclamation instantly lifted Sophia's spirits. The mirror that Lin Yi subsequently offered allowed Sophia to truly see her current appearance. Just as Flora had noted, Sophia was indeed quite stunning now. Even the complexion appeared significantly improved. Sophia adjusted the mirror from various angles, scarcely able to believe that a single elixir could indeed restore her beauty. Thank you. Suddenly, Sophia looked at Lin Yi and sincerely bowed in gratitude. The miraculous method he employed made her understand why Sam and others gravitated toward Lin Yi. The resources were not sourced from the underground city, but from him directly. Lin Yi smiled, observing the rejuvenated Sophia, whose temperament had notably improved, and calmly replied, no need for thanks. Just remember to repay me. That moment. Upon hearing the word repay, both Sophia and Flora rolled their eyes. I would never default on my debts. Sophia sighed and then shifted her gaze, seemingly recalling something. With a piercing gaze fixed on Lin Yi, her tone suddenly took on a sweet, coaxing quality. Since you possess elixirs that restore beauty, do you also have any that can enhance strength? What elixir? It is called a pill, Lin Yi emphasized, his eyes scanning the universal trading system for strength-enhancing pills. Indeed, such pills existed, but they were rather pricey. Would you like to know the cost? How expensive? Sophia's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Lin. He glanced at the product description. Elixir, spirit gathering pill effect. Increases the speed of spiritual energy absorption. Review, an essential item for cultivation, capable of slightly enhancing training speed. Price, 10,000 universal currency. Lin Yi had previously purchased a vial of this elixir, though its effectiveness was difficult to assess, perhaps because the spiritual energy in this world was scarce. It could not fully exert its benefits. In contrast, the spirit-nourishing pill was far superior. Elixir, spirit-nourishing pill effect, replenishes one's spiritual energy expenditure. Review, consume one before battle, one during, and one afterward for optimal results. Price, 10,000 universal currency. However, what price should he set? His gaze lingered on Sophia and Flora for a few seconds as Lin Yi pondered. 10,000. All 10,000. After a moment's hesitation, guided by the notion of milking a wealthy patron without scaring them off, Lin Yi proposed a price equivalent to that of the restorative pill. 10,000 nutrient agents. Sophia's eyes sparkled, her face seemingly brightening with a smile. The moment Lin Yi saw that smile, he felt as though he had offered a bargain. Yet, having uttered the words, he had no intention of retracting them. He nodded, calmly stating, "Yes, 10,000 nutrient agents. Then I shall purchase 2 pills first. I will provide you with the nutrient agents afterward." Sophia spoke earnestly. Meeting Lin Yi's skeptical gaze, she focused intently. "What? Do you doubt my honesty?" Lin Yi chuckled, denying her accusation. "Not at all. But are you certain that after completing the transaction with the Crimson Stone Mercenary Group and procuring 10,000 nutrient agents, you will still have some left for me?" "Absolutely." This time, the caravan brought back a total of 100,000 nutrient agents. At this moment, Flora interjected, vouching for Sophia. 100,000. Wow. Each nutrient agent costs 10. So 100,000 amounts to 1,000,000. If he managed to obtain all those nutrient agents, he would be on the verge of leveling up to a Tier 3 merchant. With this thought, Lin Yi's expression subtly shifted. 2 vials of elixirs soon appeared in his hands. Observing the 2 jade vials handed over by Lin Yi, Sophia carefully accepted them and opened one to take a glance. She then lifted her head, stating, "I only bought 2. This vial seems to contain 10. Then you can return 18 to me." "I won't mind." Lin Yi smiled, even extending his hand to retrieve them. Unlike the restorative pill, the price of the spirit-nourishing pill was based on the vial, and this was related to the rules of the universal trading system. The price indicated was for a single item. The restorative pill was priced per piece, while the spirit-nourishing pill was priced per vial. Initially, Lin Yi had considered skimming off the surplus. However, his conscience prevented him from committing such an act. Sophia was not so easily fooled. She scrutinized Lin Yi, noticing the peculiar smile on his face, and seemed to comprehend something. "What you mentioned, the 10,000, is the price for a vial?" "Precisely," Lin Yi nodded. With her internal queries confirmed, Sophia finally felt at ease. After all, if those 20 elixirs were worth 200,000 nutrient agents, she could not procure that amount in a short time. The feeling was indeed palpable. After consuming a spirit-nourishing pill, Sophia's eyes began to sparkle with excitement. Confirming that there was no danger, she directly handed the other vial of spirit-nourishing pills to Flora. "What are you doing?" Flora exclaimed in surprise as she gazed at Sophia. Sophia smiled and ruffled Flora's hair. "Just a little gift for you. This pill works similarly to the evolution crystal, whether you or Pashi consumes it. The effects are remarkable." Upon hearing this, Flora momentarily froze, but soon recovered and embraced Sophia tightly. "Sophia, you are truly wonderful." "Of course, you are my best friend," Sophia replied earnestly, watching the 2 women, one tall and one petite, embrace one another. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel that the scene bore a curiously whimsical quality. Moments later, Sophia gently pushed Flora away and turned to Lin Yi, suddenly adopting a formal and serious tone. "Lin, if I am not mistaken, you require a significant amount of nutrient agents, correct?" "That is indeed the case," Lin Yi nodded. Currently, nutrient agents were the most cost-effective option available in a 1-to-10 ratio. even gold would pale in comparison. Sophia slowly lifted her gaze, her lips parting slightly. Have you considered establishing a nutrient agent processing factory? Lin Yi nodded lightly. I have contemplated it in the past, but I did not know where to begin. If Lord Wolfhead is aware, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Truth be told, I am also unsure how to establish a nutrient agent processing factory at that moment. Sophia shook her head. However, I know of a nutritional supplement processing factory. If you could seize that place, building your own factory would be akin to having one already. Do you harbor a grudge against that location? Upon hearing Sophia's words, Lin Yi's mind immediately conjured such a thought. Sophia shot Lin Yi a sidelong glance, her every gesture exuding a hint of charm. Must there be enmity? This is the wasteland, as long as there is profit to be made, allowing oneself to live more comfortably. There is no need to seek a reason for conflict. Lin Yi nodded in agreement with Sophia's statement, yet he still asked with a hint of skepticism. That may be true, but what is your motive for doing so? Because it pleases me. Shaking the pill bottle in her hand, Sophia replied with a smile. This was indeed the truth, but evidently not the whole story. Nevertheless, Lin Yi was not concerned about Sophia's hidden agenda. After all, with the Yuling pill, one cannot aspire to enhance their strength without it. By controlling the Yuling pill, he essentially held a significant portion of Sophia's fate in his hands, rendering him unafraid of any covert schemes she might concoct. Chapter 37. Joy is sufficient from Sophia. Lin Yi gleaned much about the surroundings of Giant Forest Town. There are 3 towns and 1 small city surrounding Giant Forest Town: Tashi Town to the southwest, Andalusia Town to the northwest, Ajelton Town to the south, and the city of Cordnina to the northeast-south. The merchant caravans from Giant Forest Town typically transport the goods they have collected during this period to a gathering point in Cordnina City. There lies the primary production site for nutritional supplements in the vicinity. Mentioning that gathering point in Cordnina City, Sophia expressed her disdain and grievances. They suppress prices, engage in coercive buying and selling, and sometimes even shortchange on the nutritional supplements, all of which left her greatly dissatisfied with the leader of that gathering point in Cordnina City. Can't you overpower them? Listening to the implications in Sophia's words, Lin Yi quickly arrived at that conclusion. With Sophia's temperament, she would generally find a way to retaliate against anyone who treated her so. Yet, it was clear that the gathering point in Cordnina City was thriving to this day. Indeed, they openly possess 5 evolvers. Sophia nodded. No one would take on such odds. Moreover, battles between evolvers are fraught with peril. Facing 5 alone is akin to courting death. Openly, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Yes, they have never disclosed the number of evolvers. But with so many caravans and resources converging there, it's impossible for new evolvers not to emerge. They have concealed the number of evolvers, but the reason behind this remains a mystery. Sophia shook her head. Becoming an evolver requires a degree of luck and talent. However, merely approaching the threshold of becoming an evolver necessitates consuming vast amounts of mutated creatures' flesh and blood, and those are precisely what the gathering point in Cordnina City cannot lack. Even if the chances are slim, with a large enough populace, they could certainly amass a contingent of evolvers. It is implausible for there to be only 5 individuals. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at Sophia. So, do you still expect me to confront them? It seems improbable that anyone else could take that place down. Sophia smiled. But you, perhaps, might succeed. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. You truly have faith in me. Should I thank you for that? No need for gratitude. I merely stated a fact. Sophia shook her head, expressing her candid thoughts. She had encountered many evolvers, yet none possessed the capabilities Lin Yi did. Moreover, he even had access to items that could enhance evolvers, and Sophia was well aware of the allure such items held. It was akin to a siren's call. If Lin Yi desired, numerous evolvers would likely flock to him. After all, this method appeared far less perilous than hunting mutated beasts for evolutionary levels. Speaking of which, Sophia remarked calmly, furthermore, should you continue to develop in this manner, as long as the Redstone Mercenary Corps continues to grow, it is only a matter of time before you seize Cordnina City. Lin Yi remained silent, tacitly acknowledging Sophia's perspective. Then, what is your objective? Sophia suddenly turned her head, locking her gaze onto Lin Yi's eyes as she inquired. People always have motives behind their actions. Lin Yi formed the Redstone Mercenary Corps and intended to establish a base in Redstone Town. It was evident that halting here was out of the question. My purpose, you may find hard to believe. Lin Yi did not shy away from this question that he gazed into the distance, speaking in a calm tone. Initially, my goal was merely to live a bit more comfortably. Now, however, I can't quite articulate it. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi had inadvertently cultivated a sense of ambition within himself. This ambition would gradually expand and evolve with the passage of time, changing circumstances and acquired abilities. At first, he wanted to be a merchant. Yet, he discovered that conducting business in the wasteland necessitated a certain degree of strength. Thus, he began to recruit Sam's team, training them, and gradually providing them with gear to facilitate their expansion. As the power of the mercenary corps grew stronger, the level of trade increased, and his own safety was assured. Lin Yi's aspirations had undergone yet another transformation. Presently, he was suddenly curious to discover the extent of his potential and whether he could stir up a tempest in this post-apocalyptic wasteland that belonged to him. Lin Yi. I understand. Sophia smiled. She, too, had traversed the path from an ordinary person. She was well aware of the changes that might arise within Lin Yi at this stage. However, each individual's pursuits differ. Thus, thoughts cannot be identical. Her desire was to restore her appearance and grow stronger, but Lin Yi possessed capabilities that, in her eyes, were quite terrifying. What would such aspirations resemble? In a moment of reverie, Sophia found herself yearning to witness the manifestation of Lin Yi's desires. She gazed intently at him, scrutinizing his features. This man was rather handsome. Shall we head back? Suddenly, Flora interjected with a hint of boredom. The sun had yet to set, but standing here felt somewhat tedious. Especially since Sophia and Lin Yi's conversation was entirely incomprehensible to her. Talk of seizing Cordonina City and motives left her with a throbbing headache. Certainly, Lin Yi nodded, coming back to his senses. He realized he was no longer entangled in those convoluted thoughts. Having ambition was a good thing. Otherwise, he might end up like a sloth, akin to his previous life, which could also be rather dull. Then let us depart. By the way, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Flora patted her small belly, casting a slightly embarrassed look at Lin Yi. Beside her, Pashi rested his head next to Flora's. The two sets of eyes, one human and one wolf, were fixed upon him. Meanwhile, Sophia was utterly perplexed, still trying to comprehend what Flora and Pashi were up to when Lin Yi had already handed 2 open meal sets to Flora. Here, you can have one too, in no time. Lin Yi produced 2 more plastic bags, containing hamburgers, cola, fries, fried chicken, and family bucket meals. So, when I first encountered you, were you sneaking a bite? Opening the meal sets and taking a gentle whiff, Sophia suddenly connected the dots back to when she first met Lin Yi. Flora quietly retorted, sneaking a bite sounds too harsh. We were merely eating while chatting. Sophia rolled her eyes at Flora, saying, So, you were swayed by such a meal? Not at all. Flora shook her head. Clarifying it was 2 portions, Sophia couldn't help but chuckle. However, as the aroma of the food wafted through the air, her stomach began to rumble as well, taking a bite of the crispy, tender fried chicken. Sophia looked at Lin Yi and asked, Do you consume such delectable food every day? Not exactly. I generally avoid such junk food. Lin Yi shook his head, only to be met with the indignation of the 2 and the wolf. He could only helplessly explain. These foods have high caloric content and can easily lead to weight gain. Hence they are termed junk food, but they are not truly garbage. You can indulge without worry. Upon hearing this, the trio felt reassured and continued to feast heartily. Observing their delight, Lin Yi also retrieved a hamburger for himself. Junk food is indeed junk food, but as long as it tastes good, that is what truly matters. With that thought, Lin Yi took a generous bite of the hamburger, savoring the long-lost flavor. Chapter 38. Strolling after enjoying the fast food and simply satisfying their hunger. The trio mounted Pashi and began their journey towards Giant Forest Town. At this point, Sophia had donned her mask once more, reverting to the proud figure of the Wolf Lord. The journey was silent. None wished to fill the air with idle chatter. Before long, Pashi led them back to Giant Forest Town. Upon entering, the 3 dismounted, and Sophia turned her gaze towards Lin Yi, invitingly suggesting, Would you care to sit inside for a while? No, it's getting late. Glancing at the sky, Lin Yi noted that darkness would soon envelop the land. He politely declined Sophia's invitation and watched as she and Flora entered the inner city of Giant Forest Town. Soon after, he approached the task bulletin board and immediately spotted an advertisement hanging there. Redstone Mercenary Corps hiring. The advertisement, painted in bold strokes, nearly occupied an entire wall. detailing the benefits of joining the Redstone Mercenary Corps and the standards for recruitment. Unlike its inception, the current Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps, though not restricting strength, has imposed additional requirements in other aspects. For instance, those who defy management or are self-aware of their own prowess. Such individuals are unwelcome in the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps. Likewise, those with a criminal record, poor reputation, or a penchant for petty theft are also excluded. There are more requirements in various domains, but they are merely fundamental expectations. Generally, as long as one harbors no ill intentions, the criteria can be easily met. Lin Yi observed this advertisement for a while amidst the throng of people who were abuzz with discussions about the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps. However, the predominant voices were those of discontent. The emergence of the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps has led to the swift completion of numerous tasks, placing many smaller hunting teams in a precarious situation. It is a classic case of the big fish eating the small fish, and the small fish in turn devouring the shrimp. When a ferocious predator appears in a placid lake, the other creatures within it are inevitably affected. Many hunting teams find themselves gradually trapped in a vicious cycle, until either the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps departs or they themselves descend into despair. Alternatively, they might choose a third path, joining the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps, sacrificing a degree of freedom in exchange for a more stable income. Lin Yi was acutely aware of these dynamics. Yet, such turmoil would not impact the lower-tier hunters, for the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps does not engage in low-level tasks, leaving their livelihoods largely unaffected. The most affected are, of course, the mid-tier hunting teams, which are precisely the targets for absorption by the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps. To remain unscathed is fundamentally impossible. Carloan Mercenary Corps is recruiting. A sudden shout caught Lin Yi's attention, compelling him to glance in that direction. The name Carloan resonated vividly in his memory, and the addition of Mercenary Corps made it all the more intriguing. Let us go take a look. Those who had been observing the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps advertisement immediately turned to follow the sound of the call. Before long, a large crowd gathered at the scene. Lin Yi joined the throng, and soon he spotted a banner displayed by the Carloan Mercenary Corps, outlining numerous requirements such as the need for hunters of intermediate rank or above, as well as a certain level of combat proficiency. After a prolonged observation, the onlookers realized there was no banner detailing the compensation offered by the Carloan Mercenary Corps. That a burly man stood up and shouted, "How much do you pay each month?" It can't be less than the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps. The Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps had already made a name for itself. At least in Giant Forest Town, nearly everyone was well acquainted with it. Although those who first joined the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps had yet to receive their wages after less than a month, the quality of their equipment dispelled any doubts regarding the Corps' financial capability. Comparatively, it was certain that Carloan offered better compensation. The representative from Carloan proclaimed loudly, "We at Carloan Mercenary Corps believe in a system where you reap what you sow as long as you work diligently and sincerely. You will undoubtedly earn more than with the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps each month." Hearing this, Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk. What does it mean to work diligently and sincerely? In this world, does that not equate to toiling tirelessly? While it is indeed possible to earn more through hard work, the associated risks are exceedingly high. It is akin to those who join the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps undertaking legitimate work, whereas joining the Carloan Mercenary Corps primarily involves engaging in dubious activities that if nothing goes wrong, one stands to gain significantly. However, should trouble arise, the consequences could be dire. Nevertheless, Lin Yi understood that there would always be individuals willing to take a gamble. Within moments, he observed several people stepping forward to register their names and abilities. Lin Yi watched them calmly and, after a brief pause, turned to leave. Frankly, he deemed this method to be of limited viability. Yet it could be viewed as the last desperate struggle of the local hunting teams in Giant Forest Town. Under normal circumstances, should the Carloan Mercenary Corps successfully absorb a substantial number of hunting teams and stabilize, they might even rival the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps in Giant Forest Town. The only unfortunate aspect is that the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps is not a typical mercenary group. The disparity in equipment is akin to that between militia and regular armed forces. "What are you doing?" Inside the Giant Forest group, Flora observed Sophia as she busily wrote and issued numerous commands. Many of these directives pertain to the valuation of crucial components within the Giant Forest group. Sophia seemed to be maneuvering through a game of strategy she could not fully comprehend. "Flora, have you ever engaged in investments?" Sophia asked, closing her pen and interlacing her fingers on the table before her. I probably haven't. Flora shook her head, reflecting on her past life, realizing she had never participated in any form of investment. The primary reason boiled down to two words: no money. What a pity, Sophia replied with a smile. Investing can be quite an enjoyable endeavor, particularly as it tests the investor's acumen. For instance, if you have high hopes for an individual, would you provide assistance before they have matured, or wait until after they have reached their potential? After a moment of contemplation, Flora slowly replied, it should be before they have grown, right? Why do you think that? Sophia inquired with a smile. Flora instinctively replied, because once they have matured, they may not need my help. Exactly. Sophia clapped her hands. Such reasoning is not difficult to grasp. After all, offering timely assistance is vastly different from merely enhancing an already flourishing situation. Flora regarded Sophia with a mixture of understanding and confusion. But how does this relate to what you are currently doing? Does it not? Sophia raised an eyebrow. Consider your newly made friend from today. If he wishes to embark on a venture, do you think he will succeed or fail? Should be successful, right? Thinking of Lin Yi, Flora instinctively responded. Although she had only encountered the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps once and her knowledge of Lin Yi was limited, the fact that he could effortlessly produce such delectable offerings set him apart in a significant way. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Sophia replied calmly. While the probability of success is not absolute, it certainly surpasses that of individuals like us by a significant margin. Following their conversation in Crimson Stone Town, Sophia had developed numerous ideas. Merely contemplating the myriad possibilities of the future, she was reluctant to remain a mere observer. Thus, she aspired to be involved, to partake in the unfolding events, and to actively drive those occurrences forward. The thought of this sent tremors through Sophia's hands, her excitement reaching an unparalleled level. Even if the ultimate outcome were failure, such a vibrant life would not render her existence on this earth meaningless. Yet, I still do not grasp what you intend to achieve. Flora shook her head. While she understood Sophia's intention to invest in Lin Yi, she could not fathom what Lin Yi aimed to accomplish that stirred such fervor in Sophia. To undertake something monumental, Sophia declared with a smile. She was acutely aware that Lin Yi might not yet have clarity on many matters, but once she joined, she would assist him step by step, guiding him to become a king amidst the wasteland. Most crucially, this was not merely her fanciful daydream. Lin Yi possessed the ability and strength to realize it by joining now, while the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps had yet to evolve. She could still secure a position as a senior member. Once the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps truly flourished, the benefits of joining then would undoubtedly differ from those available now. Merely envisioning the grand scenarios that might unfold in the future, Sophia felt that clinging to a mere giant forest town was, in truth, devoid of significant purpose. There was a chance she might be deemed short-sighted by those who came after. Without much delay, the various reports from the giant forest group were promptly presented by her secretary. After perusing them briefly, her focus settled on the 10,000 nutritional agents returned by the merchant convoy. While the value of such items in the wasteland was not particularly high, they held considerable importance for Lin Yi and the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps. To mitigate any potential risks, Sophia intended to make a substantial investment this time. Deciding to offer all these nutritional agents as a gift to Lin Yi, such a generous offering, she believed, would be irresistible to him, and he would hardly be able to stubbornly reject her assistance. That evening, as Lin Yi emerged from his bedroom, preparing to join the others for dinner, his gaze unexpectedly shifted to the two new figures present, revealing a look of confusion. What are you doing here? Sophia smiled and replied, are we not allowed to be here? Lin Yi shook his head. That is not it. However, one does not visit without reason. I find it hard to believe you would come to my domain without a purpose. Despite having met only once, Lin Yi could tell that Sophia was not the type to waste time frivolously. I'm not here as a guest, Sophia countered, shaking her head. Suddenly, she looked directly at Lin Yi and declared, I am here to join the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps. Crack. Sam snapped a mutated beast's bone. Bang. Vaughn, swaying in his chair, toppled to the ground. Thud. Ruth's reaction was equally dramatic, her head crashing onto the table. Ellie fared slightly better, merely covering her gaping mouth to stifle any sound. Only Caesar maintained his usual impassive demeanor, unfazed by the announcement. The expressions of everyone else in the room, save for Sophia and Flora, were nothing short of spectacular. Anyone living in Giant Forest Town would undoubtedly be astonished to learn that Wolfhead Sophia intended to join the Crimson Stone Mercenary Corps, likely leaving their jaws agape. Are you certain you are not jesting? Lin Yi gazed at Sophia with a look of confusion. Is it not preferable to be the master of Giant Forest Town? Why would one choose to join the Redstone Mercenary Corps? Of course, I am not joking, Sophia replied earnestly. I am not one to indulge in frivolity. As for why I wish to join the Redstone Mercenary Corps, at this moment, her gaze lingered on Lin Yi for an extended period. With a serious tone, she continued, You may not perceive your own worth, or perhaps have yet to realize the extent of your capabilities, but I am acutely aware of it. I genuinely wish to join. Will you still refuse me? Lin Yi scratched his head, looking at Sophia with a bemused expression. It is not that I wish to decline, but rather, given your stature, how should I arrange your position? Presently, the Redstone Mercenary Corps is merely a small establishment. With the arrival of a formidable figure, where should one position such a deity? This question is quite intricate. Then let us refrain from making arrangements for now. Sophia suggested wisely, let me serve as a trump card, set aside for the time being. Very well, that seems preferable. Lin Yi nodded gently. It would be impossible for him to displace Sam from his position as the leader of the Redstone Mercenary Corps. However, having Sam oversee Sophia would obviously be quite inappropriate. Sophia's proposal conveniently resolved this dilemma. Yet soon after, Sophia's words astonished him once more. 100,000 nutrient solutions, all for me. Listening to Sophia's report, Lin Yi's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. Today, he had already acquired 30,000 from Sophia, and was contemplating what to exchange for the remainder, but now, Sophia had brought them all, under the guise of a donation. With no expectation of return, Sophia nodded. Indeed, not only 100,000 nutrient solutions, but the entire Giant Forest group will also integrate into the Redstone Mercenary Corps with my joining. Most leaders, upon hearing of such an act, might suspect Sophia of ulterior motives. Yet, at this moment, Lin Yi, Sam, and the others did not entertain such thoughts. For the Redstone Mercenary Corps, the only irreplaceable element is Lin Yi as the owner. Sophia understood this truth very well, as well she had come specifically for Lin Yi. Wait a moment, I am somewhat disoriented. Lin Yi scratched his head and took a seat at the round table. Initially, he had intended to develop the Redstone Mercenary Corps gradually, allowing it to grow robustly over time. However, Sophia's sudden entry had completely disrupted his anticipated plans. The power at his disposal had expanded dramatically, to put it differently. He had essentially acquired the greatest authority in Giant Forest Town, for even the wolf leader Sophia had become his subordinate. To be candid, you have disrupted my plans. Gazing at Sophia, Lin Yi sighed and extended his right hand. Nevertheless, I am genuinely pleased to have you on board, and I hope the future of the Redstone Mercenary Corps will not disappoint you. Sophia met Lin Yi's gaze directly, revealing a beautiful smile. I am not afraid that the Redstone Mercenary Corps will let me down. I merely hope that you will not be a disappointment. Their hands clasped. This moment bore a significance entirely distinct from previous encounters. Chapter 40. The meeting. Sam and the others erupted into applause. As the applause faded, Lin Yi turned his gaze to Flora. And you, Miss Flora, do you also wish to join the Redstone Mercenary Corps? Flora appeared momentarily flustered. However, at that moment, Sophia chimed in with a smile. Since I have joined, she will undoubtedly join as well. Now, should our dashing and generous boss not equip us with some gear? Sophia's tone carried a hint of playful teasing. Yet Lin Yi had grown accustomed to this woman's other side, one that contrasted with her usual calm demeanor. No need for so many adjectives in the future. Lin Yi replied with a gentle smile. You are all evolvers, and I am currently uncertain about what equipment to provide. However, in due time, I shall ensure you are supplied. For now, I can only offer standard supplies and elixirs. With a light wave of his hand, 3 communication wristwatches appeared on the table. Alongside the wristwatches were 2 jade vials containing spirit essence pills. He had sold these to Sophia earlier that afternoon. However, now that Sophia could be considered one of their own, it would be improper to continue profiting from her. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi felt a tinge of regret. He had initially intended to view Sophia as a sustainable investment, but plans change. The opportunity for steady nutrient supply was now lost. Is this your communication device? Picking up the wristwatch, Sophia fiddled with it for a moment. Soon, she grasped its purpose, and upon viewing the entire chatroom's content, her brow arched slightly. Setting the wristwatch down, Sophia inquired directly, How far can this device's signal reach? Lin Yi responded. Currently, the communication wristwatch has a range of 50 kilometers that if a signal amplifier is installed, communication is possible within its coverage area. Instant communication, Sophia marveled. Before the apocalypse, instant communication was not considered a formidable ability. However, in the current wasteland, anything capable of communication has skyrocketed in value. Most gathering spots are entirely disconnected from one another. Just like when Sophia previously attempted to convey a message, it was an arduous task. The elixirs aren't going to cost money. Are they? Setting the wristwatch down, Sophia glanced at the vial containing the spirit essence pills. Lin Yi had sold her these for 11,000 each earlier, and she hesitated on whether to take them now. The nutrient solutions she had procured from Kodanina City had already been presented as a token of loyalty to Lin. If they required payment, she would be unable to afford them. Certainly not. Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head. These items are a benefit of your joining, and your future wages will also be dispensed in this manner. This does indeed feel like working for you. Sophia sighed. As the wolf leader, she wielded absolute power. Yet if one were to ask Sophia whether she regretted her decision, the answer would undoubtedly be no. To gain, one must first give. There can be no gain without sacrifice. But at that moment, as she observed Lin Yi distributing the spirit essence pills to Sam and the others one by one through the round table's turntable, Sophia's expression shifted from confusion to something more peculiar. From Lin Yi's actions, she could ascertain one thing. The cost of these spirit essence pills was certainly not as high as 11,000 per vial. Otherwise, Lin Yi would not be distributing them like candy to everyone present. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Sophia. Meeting Lin Yi's calm demeanor while he continued to hand out the spirit essence pills, she felt a surge of indignation. Lin Yi smiled at the perplexed Sam and the others. These can substitute for the meat of mutated beasts, enhancing your reinforcement levels. Furthermore, you need not worry about consumption. I shall bear the cost as long as your bodies can withstand this point. Lin Yi turned to Sam. I hope you can expedite your advancement to the Evolver stage, both to serve as a role model as the leader of the Redstone Mercenary Corps, and because I am curious to see whether you awaken a new ability or strengthen your existing one. Of course, it is also possible that nothing will happen. I sincerely hope it is not the worst-case scenario. Upon hearing this, Sam rose solemnly and bowed to Lin Yi. Rest assured, I will strive to enhance my reinforcement level. Indeed, you all should as well. Lin Yi glanced around at the others, his gaze lingering on Ruth for a few seconds. Among those present, Ruth was the weakest, currently only at level 4 reinforcement, barely considered intermediate. However, Lin Yi chose not to comment. The Redstone Mercenary Corps was developing rapidly enough, and he would not force Ruth to elevate her level. Allowing Ruth to continue her joyful existence was entirely acceptable. Shifting the topic, Lin Yi's tone softened. For the time being, let us engage in open discussion. Feel free to voice any thoughts you may have. I would like to say a few words. As soon as she spoke, Sophia smiled at this moment. No one objected, and Sophia proceeded to articulate her thoughts. I understand that my joining may impact the plans of the Redstone Mercenary Corps. However, while it may cause some disruption, my presence will undoubtedly benefit the long-term development of the Redstone Mercenary Corps. From my perspective, the current Redstone Mercenary Corps faces two choices. Point 1 is to abandon the establishment of a base in Redstone Town and focus entirely on developing Giant Forest Town. The other is to shift focus, abandon Giant Forest Town, and fully explore Redstone Town. I believe we must deliberate on this matter promptly and then allow our boss to make the final decision. Sophia shared her thoughts, scanning the room before fixing her gaze on Lin Yi's face, patiently awaiting his response. Anyone with objections may speak freely, without hesitation. After Sophia concluded, Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings, waiting in silence. However, prior to Sophia's joining, this matter had already been discussed. Although a new option had emerged, Sam and the others still did not wish to change their plans. Sam spoke slowly. I believe Redstone Town is preferable. It was the original town, and the roads there have not suffered severe damage. For instance, the currently intact drainage system is an advantage of Redstone Town. Compared to Julin Town, Wanjie Town, despite its current state of slight decay, surpasses it in nearly every other aspect. This sentiment has naturally been echoed by others. Following Sam's remarks, Caesar and the others also shared their thoughts. Once everyone had voiced their opinions, Lin Yi turned to Sophia and said, If I am not mistaken, you two support the development of Wanjie Town, correct? Indeed, Sophia nodded. As the ruler of Julin Town, the esteemed Lord Wolf in the eyes of outsiders. No one comprehends the disadvantages of Julin Town better than she does. In the past, she recognized the impacts of these shortcomings, yet she was powerless to effect any change on her own. The idea of developing Hongshe Town was not entirely new to her. However, the frequent appearances of mutated creatures in that area made it challenging to seize control without formidable strength. Yet, these concerns did not pose a significant issue for Lin Yi. Understanding this, Sophia also felt that the development of Hongshe Town would be a more advantageous course. Lin Yi smiled. Since it is a unanimous decision in favor of Hongshe Town, let us proceed accordingly. As for the specifics of how to clear and develop the area, I shall leave that in your capable hands. At this juncture, Lin Yi glanced at Sophia. Very well. Sophia, I entrust this matter entirely to you. Are you willing? Sophia nodded. I have no objections. Lin Yi then turned to Sam and the others. What about you? Do you have any opinions? None at all. The group shook their heads. After the vote concluded, Lin Yi looked at Sophia and said, Then this matter is yours to handle. However, I must stress that until Hongshe Town is fully developed, the foundational stability of Julin Town must be maintained. Rest assured, I will manage it well, Sophia replied with a smile. Before the apocalypse, she was the owner of a large corporation, and in terms of management, no one under Lin Yi could possibly rival her. Yet, even Sophia did not expect that she would be assigned such an important task less than an hour after joining. Moreover, judging by Lin Yi's earlier words, it was clear that he was not the type to micromanage or impose stringent demands on his subordinates. Working under such a leader was far more relaxed than she had anticipated. But was it truly wise to relinquish so much authority? Perhaps it was a bit too reckless. Lin Yi remained unaware that, at this moment, Sophia had already deemed him a rather audacious individual, one who exhibited little wariness towards outsiders. The thought of relinquishing all power was something Sophia could hardly dare to contemplate. Human nature is unpredictable, and should dissent arise among the ranks, deceiving the boss would be alarmingly effortless. However, observing Sam and the others, Sophia was acutely aware that instigating a rebellion among them would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. The reason was simple. Their boss, Lin Yi, was exceedingly generous. As long as one followed Lin Yi, a steady stream of benefits would ensue. Even she had no desire to leave. What reason would the subordinates have to rebel against such a remarkable boss? Sophia mused internally, growing increasingly aware that she could not compare herself to Lin Yi. For instance, his extravagant spending was something she could never emulate. Is there anything else? Lin Yi inquired calmly, surveying the group. With the discussions regarding Hongshe Town concluded and all necessary items distributed, he continued, If not, let us prepare for dinner. The meal was consumed amidst the astonishment of Sophia and Flora. They had genuinely not expected that the core members of the Hongshe Mercenary Corps dined on such sumptuous fare daily. You should have joined the Hongshe Mercenary Corps sooner. Then I could have savored this food earlier, Flora remarked to Sophia, her culinary cravings lingering, feeling that it surpassed even hamburgers. There wasn't a Hongshe Mercenary Corps before. Sophia rolled her eyes. The Hongshe Mercenary Corps had only been established for a little over half a month. This realization left her momentarily speechless. It had taken her 2.5 years to develop Julin Town to its current state, while Lin Yi had accomplished the same in just over half a month with the Hongshe Mercenary Corps. Though all this was indeed tied to Lin Yi's capabilities, Sophia could not help but feel a pang of defeat. After the meal, Sophia instructed that all the nutritional agents be sent to the container hotel. Once Lin Yi had secured all the nutritional agents and retreated to his bedroom, closing the door behind him, Sophia turned to Sam and the others with a smile. Now that the boss has left, if anyone has thoughts to share, feel free to ask. Is Lord Wolf here to support the boss? Eiley was the first to speak. Sophia chuckled. First, there's no need to call me Lord Wolf. We are all colleagues, so you may simply call me Sophia from now on. Secondly, I did indeed come for Lin. Primarily drawn by his capabilities and the future he might bring, Eiley's question resonated with Sophia, and her response was succinct. Sam nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin is truly an extraordinary individual. Suddenly, Caesar interjected, Then, Miss Sophia, since you've joined us, will the merchant caravan from Julin Town be incorporated into the Hongshe Mercenary Corps? Of course, Sophia affirmed with a nod. Now that she had joined, it was inconceivable that the merchant caravan from Julin Town would not be included. Moreover, Merchant caravans in the wasteland represented a lucrative enterprise and served as vital channels for information from other areas. It would be unthinkable and unwise to sever those ties. She spoke. Sophia turned to Eiley. However, I intend to entrust the caravan's affairs to Eiley. She is already the commercial representative of the Hongsher Mercenary Corps and is well suited for the role. That I have no objections. Eiley replied with a gentle nod. Managing the caravan would be beneficial for her. Otherwise, merely selling materials from mutated creatures hunted by the Hongsher Mercenary Corps would be exceedingly dull. Furthermore, given her background as a scout, she was inherently suited for the caravan's responsibilities. Beyond that, there was little else to discuss. Sophia looked at Sam. If you require assistance, I can allocate some personnel from the current defense team in Julin Town to join the Hongsher Mercenary Corps. That's not urgent for now. Sam shook his head. The hunting teams have not fully integrated yet. We can discuss that later. Understood. Sophia did not press the issue. She had observed Sam leading the mercenaries of the Hongsher Mercenary Corps and felt that their style bore little resemblance to that of mercenaries. They appeared more akin to well-trained soldiers. In the time that followed, Sophia gleaned much about Lin Yi from Sam, and a preliminary vision for future development gradually formed in her mind. However, she likely did not anticipate the immense surprise Lin Yi would bring her upon their next encounter. Shortly after he had acquired 100,000 nutritional agents, discovered tradable item, composite nutritional agent X100000. Would you like to sell? Selling would yield 1000000. Yes or no? Yes. Lin Yi made his choice. In the next moment, a golden light flickered on the panel, followed by a plethora of text emerging. Cumulative sale value has reached 1000000. Trading level has been elevated to level 3. Special upgrade discount has been activated. Please select your desired reward. Note: the special discount is limited to one item. Please choose wisely. Lin Yi regarded the special discount list that appeared before him. The discount remained at 10%. But this time, the options were items from the level 3 shop. Each selection seemed tantalizingly enticing. Chapter 42. Construction Robot Set. Qingfeng Mingyue Sword Set Configuration. Qingfeng Sword. Mingyue Sword. Evaluation. A magical artifact forged by practitioners using spells. Exquisite in quality and exceptional in ability. Price: 500,000. The first item on the list caused Lin Yi to pause momentarily. His gaze shifted to the second item, which also appeared to be equally impressive. Flying Motorcycle Set Configuration. Flying Motorcycle and Rider's Apparel. Evaluation. A motorcycle capable of flight. Once owned, there is no place in the world that one cannot reach. Price: 500,000. With the same price, Lin Yi felt tempted. Unfortunately, this opportunity for a 10% discount allowed him to select only one item from the list. He was not yet ready to make a decision. Continuing to scan to the right, Lin Yi glanced over the third and fourth items. While these items also had commendable effects, they were not what he required, and their practicality was inferior to the first two. At the fifth, sixth, seventh, Lin Yi examined each item until his gaze lingered on the ninth. Construction Robot Set Configuration. Transformable construction robots and their residing factory. Evaluation. A fundamental trade from a powerful technological world, possessing exceptional endurance. Price: 800,000. For transformable construction robots. Lin Yi fell into contemplation. Aware that this was a 10% price reduction, that if he did not purchase it now, acquiring it later would cost 8 million, an astronomical sum. Yet, Lin Yi still did not fully grasp the meaning of transformable. However, he had come to a realization. Acquiring this construction robot kit would render the development of Hongsher Town a manageable endeavor. While expanding his influence was important, he must first prioritize his own needs. This was a matter he needed to ponder. In a moment of indecision, Lin Yi glanced at the 10th and final, relatively expensive option. Yet, his gaze returned to the construction robot kit. This will do. He hesitated for merely a few minutes. Having made up his mind, Lin Yi concluded that he had reached a decision. The magical artifacts were of no immediate use to him. Although the two swords were commendable, they required substantial cultivation. Most critically, the bionic body had yet to practice any of those techniques. And presently there was no necessity for his original form to manifest. Thus, when weighing the options between a flying motorcycle and a construction robot kit, Lin Yi recognized that practicality held greater importance. Purchase the construction robot kit for 800,000 realm coins? Yes or no? Yes, the option was confirmed, and the purchase of the construction robot kit was completed. However, the scale of this item exceeded Lin Yi's expectations significantly. Its footprint spanned at least 1,000 square meters. This unexpected revelation brought Lin Yi a sense of delight. With such a vast area, the construction robot kit should, in all likelihood, surpass his initial assumptions. It was certainly not the ordinary tireless robot he had envisioned. Upon completion of the purchase, the promotional tag vanished. Lin Yi perused the newly available items. Without the enhancement in transaction level, he might have been unaware of how long it would take to review them all. It could be said that his unique advantage remained remarkably potent. The additional goods in the Tier 3 marketplace, although slightly pricier, appeared to be exceptionally formidable. At it was just past 10 o'clock, glancing at his watch. Lin Yi lay back on his bed at this hour. Heading to Hongshe town was evidently unnecessary, and in the next instant, his consciousness returned to his original form. After consuming a spirit essence pill, Lin Yi promptly began his cultivation. Although his current life had become exceedingly comfortable, he understood that the pursuit of personal strength must never be forsaken. Otherwise, should his life be lost, even the final opportunity for a turnaround would vanish. Such an outcome was clearly something he wished to avoid. The night was enchanting. In a forest far from Julin town, a group of individuals continued to press forward. "Captain, have we yet to locate our target?" A burly man inquired, gazing at Carlin. This was the first mission for the Carlin mercenary group since its establishment, and their goal was a half-evolved mutated creature. However, despite their search, they had only encountered signs of the creature's existence without discovering its current location. The scouts had yet to return with news. Carlin shook his head and reassured, "There's no need for haste. We are drawing near. Once we find it and eliminate it, retrieving its remains will complete our mission." As he spoke, a noticeable intensity colored Carlin's tone. Recently, the Redstone mercenary group had been thriving, and witnessing Sam and others enjoying such prosperity stirred a strong sense of discontent within Carlin. He had heard that the Redstone mercenary group had hunted more than one half-evolved mutated creature. Therefore, he too intended to lead his team in a hunt to prove that his mercenary group was equally capable of such tasks. Moreover, it would serve to elevate the reputation of his group and position it as a rival to the Redstone mercenary group. Casting a glance behind him, Carlin felt considerably reassured. His audacity in thought and action was not without justification. During this period, he had attracted numerous hunters of level 8 and even 9 by promising generous shares of the spoils. Such high-level hunters generally were reluctant to join the Redstone mercenary group for meager wages and the need to follow orders. Those who reached such advanced levels of hunting usually possessed their own tempers. Without firearms, they were the most formidable individuals in Julin town, second only to Wolfhead Sophia. Their pride was well-founded as for Carlin's current endeavor. Their progress was far from smooth. Should any delays prolong, they might encounter unforeseen dangers. Thus, Carlin could only pray that the scouts within his team would swiftly uncover the traces of the mutated beast. "Captain, this is bad." Lacking communication devices, the transmission of information reverted to human effort. From a distance, a flicker of flames appeared, and a scout rushed back, breathless, immediately addressing Carlin with urgency. "Slow down. What's the matter?" Upon hearing the scout's alarming words, Carlin and his companions' expressions grew grave. Could it be that the half-evolved mutated creature had completed its evolution? Would this mean their mission was doomed? The scout took a sip of water to steady his breathing and quickly looked up, saying, "We located the half-evolved mutated creature, but it has already been consumed, leaving only bones." What? Upon hearing this, everyone around gasped in shock. If the mutated creature had merely completed its evolution, it would be a setback at worst. However, if it had been devoured by another mutated creature, it implied that a genuine evolved creature was nearby. Furthermore, it might have undergone evolution for a considerable time that we don't know the specifics. We only saw some skeletons. Judging by the tracks, it could be a giant mutated rodent. And we all understand their habits. As the scout finished speaking, the flickering flames seemed to exude an air of chill. It was well known that rodents often favored living in groups. Chapter 43. A series of surprises retreat. Carlin gritted his teeth and commanded. Despite his reluctance and frustration, he understood that acting on impulse in such a situation would only lead to a swifter demise. Having survived in the wasteland for 3 years, he was certainly no fool. With the order given, he prepared to lead everyone down the mountain. However, a distant scream echoed through the air. The group instantly stiffened. Set the fire. After a brief moment of hesitation, barely 3 seconds, Carlin produced a new torch, discarding the one he previously held. Setting fire to the mountain was a desperate measure. Yet in the apocalyptic wasteland, no one would care. Moreover, their lives were at stake. If a raging fire could not deter the evolved mutated creature, it was possible that everyone would perish here. The flames ignited, and thick smoke billowed as the group rushed down the mountain. Led by individuals of level 8 and 9.8, such a moment, no one wished to remain behind. Sacrificing oneself for others was an act of foolishness in the wasteland. The forest was vast, but the group descended swiftly. Regrettably, the fire did little to impede the evolved mutated creature. The cries of agony persisted behind them. Several minutes later, they finally descended the mountain, starting their vehicles and activating the surrounding searchlights. They finally beheld the full form of the evolved mutated creature trailing behind them. It was a colossal giant rat, as large as a bull. Behind it, countless more giant rats emerged. The sheer number was unfathomable. Move! Without hesitation or doubt, Carlin shouted at the driver. Grabbing an old-fashioned hunting rifle, he aimed at the massive rat and pulled the trigger, yet the bullet soared into the night sky, leaving its impact uncertain. Subsequently, Carlin continued firing, not seeking accuracy but merely attempting to frighten the giant rats away. As for those who had not made it to the vehicles, or who had met their end in the forest, Carlin could only attribute their misfortune to their own bad luck. "Boss, something's off." In the vehicle, a bare-chested man holding binoculars spoke coldly. The giant rats had not given up. Through the rear window, he observed intently. By the dim moonlight, it appeared that the giant rats were still in pursuit, trailing closely behind. "Damn it," Carlin cursed under his breath. "We must return to Julin Town. It can't be helped." Diverting the threat was the only strategy that came to mind. They could not contend with a powerful, evolved giant rat. However, there was a similarly formidable woman in Julin Town. Even if it did not succeed, Julin Town could help alleviate their risks. A glimmer of resolute determination flashed in Carlin's eyes as he made his decision. "Yes," the driver nodded. The vehicle was filled with members of Carlin's original team, and naturally, they would not question his judgment. The vehicle sped toward Julin Town. Yet, challenges arose as the evolved giant rat could suddenly burrow vast tunnels. They only became aware of this because the evolved giant rat appeared abruptly in their path. Left with no choice, the convoy had to change direction, leading the giant rat on a convoluted chase. As dawn broke, Lin Yi emerged from his room to find everyone enjoying breakfast. Surprisingly, Sophia and Flora, who had returned the previous night, were among them. "There's no need for you to come here daily. Communication devices suffice," Lin Yi gently reminded them, glancing at Sophia and then at Flora. Both were evolved beings, and there was no necessity for daily check-ins. However, Flora was the first to shake her head in response. "How could we do that? We are members of the Redstone Mercenary Group. We should come here every day." Lin Yi looked at Flora with curiosity. With a smile, Sophia unveiled Flora's grandiose words. "Flora believes that the food here is far more delectable, which is why she is reluctant to remain with the group and share canned goods and jerky with me." "Yet, aren't you the same?" Flora pouted, stuffing food into her mouth. "When I arrived here, you showed no hesitation whatsoever." The two women engaged in a playful rivalry. Sam and the others exchanged glances, choosing to remain uninvolved in this friendly spat, pretending not to hear. Lin Yi suddenly enlightened, chuckling as he shook his head. "Ah, I see. Then feel free to come over whenever you wish in the future. If you have any suggestions regarding the food, do let me know. Lin, you are truly wonderful." "An absolute gem of a person," Flora exclaimed joyfully. If not for her fondness for the food on the table, she would undoubtedly have embraced Lin Yi warmly. Sophia, sitting beside her, nodded in agreement with a smile. As Lin Yi picked up a biscuit, he turned to Sophia and gently asked, "If you have some free time later, would you both like to accompany me to Redstone Town?" "Redstone Town? I would love to go." Sophia replied with a slight nod. "Perfect. I'll plan out the area over there and see how we can proceed with the construction." Lin Yi smiled that he refrained from mentioning the construction of robots, thinking it would lose its impact if revealed too soon. After their meal, Flora summoned Patch, and the three of them set off towards Redstone Town, just as before. Before long, Patch halted at Redstone Town. Under Lin Yi's guidance, they climbed the clock tower. "There were battles fought here," Flora remarked, furrowing her brow as she observed the conspicuous marks on the clock tower. It seems it hasn't been long since. Indeed, battles occurred here just a few days into this month. Lin Yi replied with a smile. That was when he had just crossed over, wielding a Barrett rifle to vanquish a colossal centipede monster, which Sam and the others referred to as the Earth Devourer. Briefly mentioning it, Lin Yi's gaze swept around. From here, one can almost overlook the entirety of Redstone Town. It is indeed vast. The reconstruction will be quite a challenge, Sophia sighed softly, recognizing the unavoidable issue of manpower. It present. The wasteland is merely stabilized for the time being. The workforce has diminished significantly since before the apocalypse, making the complete redevelopment of Redstone Town no simple task. No worries. We shall take our time, Lin Yi reassured with a smile. After careful observation, he identified a suitable area, a place that once appeared to be a stadium. Now flat and ideal for housing construction robots. As Lin Yi descended from the clock tower, Sophia and Flora followed in a daze. However, their astonished expressions quickly transformed as they beheld a towering structure crafted entirely of steel materializing before their eyes. You can create such things? Sophia gasped, covering her mouth, her pupils slightly dilated. She had initially thought Lin Yi's abilities were limited to exchanging nutrients for supplies and equipment. Yet, this colossal edifice clearly surpassed any conventional boundaries. This isn't merely creation, Lin Yi replied with a grin. Choosing not to elaborate further, a batch of construction robots emerged from the factory. Lin Yi began to enlighten Sophia about the factory's capabilities. This factory serves as the home for the construction robots. While it cannot manufacture them, it is essential for their daily maintenance and energy supply. The importance of the factory is self-evident. However, Sophia's astonishment did not cease there. Before long, her exclamations of surprise echoed once more. Chapter 44. Power armor. Under the watchful eyes of Sophia and Flora, the orderly robots marched out of the factory with synchronized precision, performing a perfect march. Upon exiting the factory gates, the construction robots split into two teams, one to the left, the other to the right. With nimble movements, they immediately commenced clearing the rubble from Redstone Town's roads, dismantling the ruins deemed irreparable. The unfolding scenes left Sophia visibly shocked. After a considerable pause, she turned to Lin Yi. These robots? She inquired incredulously. Lin Yi calmly nodded. They are construction robots. Though not suited for combat, they can significantly aid in the development of Redstone Town. With insufficient human resources and the impracticality of recruiting scavengers for skilled tasks, the emergence of construction robots addresses a significant gap. Moreover, the factory houses far more than just 50 construction robots. It contains an array of construction-related machinery as well. Shortly, a construction robot drove out a truck, hauling discarded materials away from the town. In the robot's AI planning, these abandoned building materials could serve as the foundation for city walls. Recycling and utilizing them would contribute to the construction process. In this regard, Lin Yi, Sophia, and the entirety of Giant Forest Town's inhabitants could never match the expertise of the construction robots. With their presence, the town would likely see a swift completion of its reconstruction. Sophia pondered deeply. She had initially believed that cleaning and rebuilding Redstone Town would take at least 2 to 3 years. However, observing the efficiency of the construction robots, she felt that timeline could be drastically condensed. 3 months. No, 3 weeks. As she witnessed a transforming excavator emerge from the factory, she mentally erased the 3-month estimate. Wow, Lin Yi exclaimed in awe, astonished that the excavator could stand upright like a transformer. Watching the enormous robot-like excavator swiftly clear the debris, Lin Yi felt increasingly justified in his investment of 80,000. It was proving to be exceedingly worthwhile. Even if the robots were solely for construction, Lin Yi understood the necessity of development through construction. To prosper, one must first build roads. This adage holds true even in the wasteland. After observing for a while longer, Sophia could no longer contain her thoughts and eagerly inquired, "Boss, may I command them?" "Hold on, I'll set up a permission system for you," Lin Yi replied, nodding as he retrieved a small, wristband-like device and began to operate it. Before long, the factory dispatched a box containing another wristband. Lin Yi handed it to Sophia. "This device is a factory controller. You can communicate with the robots via brainwaves to issue commands." "May I give it a try?" Sophia asked, excitement radiating from her as she donned the wristband. Upon receiving Lin Yi's nod of approval, She promptly issued her command, prompting a loader to exit the factory and proceed to the other side of the road. After a brief trial, Sophia opened the wristband again. Observing the list that appeared on the display, she began to modify some details that I believe we should prioritize establishing the city walls. Additionally, the underground section requires adequate protection. The foundation of the walls should be deeper. This way, we can better defend against the Earth Devourer's incursions. As she operated the device, Sophia explained her thoughts, emphasizing that the planning for the additional urban area should not be rushed, advocating for the establishment of housing first, with other matters to follow later. Minutes later, Sophia ceased her actions. She looked at Lin Yi, her face alight with a smile. "Boss, you won't disregard my suggestions, will you? Isn't the reconstruction of Redstone Town entrusted to you?" Lin Yi chuckled, encouraging her to be bold, assuring her that as long as her ideas weren't utterly outrageous, he would be amenable. "Really?" Sophia asked in disbelief. Although Lin Yi had indeed delegated the matter of Redstone Town to her, the planning and construction details had not been discussed previously. After all, she herself had doubted the feasibility of completing this task in the short term. Until today, she had thought it would be more prudent to discuss such matters later. Yet, it had only been a single night, just over a dozen hours, upon Lin Yi's return and his invitation to Redstone Town. Everything felt unusually surreal, as if she were in a dream. Indeed, Lin Yi affirmed. While he lacked expertise in construction, he sensed that Sophia was more knowledgeable, given her extensive management experience. Lin Yi held her in high regard. She was beautiful, possessed an excellent figure, and most crucially, rarely discussed compensation, exhibiting remarkable enthusiasm for her work. She was truly a gem, and it would be a shame not to utilize her talents. "Thank you, boss," Sophia said with a slight bow in that moment. Her smile radiated warmth. On her very first day joining the Redstone mercenary group, she already felt that her decision could not have been more correct. What does a capable person fear the most? Undoubtedly, it is the lack of a platform to showcase their abilities. Yet, now she had one. Looking at Lin Yi, Sophia spoke earnestly and elegantly. "Since you agree, I shall begin to amend the reconstruction plan according to my vision." Lin Yi nodded in approval. Subsequently, the construction robots began to follow Sophia's directives. They commenced clearing the roads and collecting materials, digging trenches in the outermost areas of Redstone Town to prepare for the foundation of the city walls. Glancing at Sophia, who was thoroughly enjoying herself, Lin Yi decided against rushing into action. After all, there was still ample time. It was merely morning that he found a place to sit down and began to browse through the updated universal trading market, contemplating what might be of use. "There are so many items," Lin Yi murmured to himself. Many of the new products within were quite impressive, even including transport vehicles for troops. However, the exorbitant prices hindered his purchases. His funds were dwindling. A glance at his currency revealed he had just over 200,000 yet. Each item he desired started at several hundred thousand. That truly impoverished. Lin Yi sighed softly. As his gaze shifted, he suddenly spotted a dark object. Upon closer inspection, he read, "Power Armor T1 Type, Guardian Set Configuration, a complete set of power armor, 1 Guardian Rotary Machine Gun Evaluation. Power armor from a post-apocalyptic world, exhibiting exceptional resistance to physical attacks. Equipped with a highly potent rotary machine gun, it proves formidable against flesh and blood creatures. Price, 50,000 currency units." This object bore an uncanny resemblance to the power armor from Fallout 4. Lin Yi mused as he examined the illustrated description. Chapter 45. The Crisis of the Giant Rodents. Since his childhood, Lin Yi had harbored a dream of donning armor, from Ultraman Digga to the Golden Armored Warrior, and later to the Armored Warriors and the Super Beast armament. He had always held a fondness for such armored contraptions. After reviewing the data on the T1, he began to search for more details. Soon, he encountered the more advanced T3 that also a Guardian model. The T3 featured a jetpack and an upgraded rotary machine gun, with its ammunition transitioned from standard armor-piercing rounds to explosive armor-piercing rounds. The sole unattractive aspect was the price, an entire 100,000. Casting a glance at his savings and then at the T3, Lin Yi gently shook his head. Although he undeniably admired the item, the opportunities to utilize it were currently scarce, unless faced with evolved mutated creatures or similarly formidable foes. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a series of urgent beeps emanated from his watch. This was a specially designated signal. Ordinary messages did not warrant such a rapid alert. Lin Yi closed the marketplace and glanced at his communication watch. The message, sent by Sam, was broadcast to all individuals equipped with the V3 communication device. The content read as follows. We have encountered some hunters who claim to be part of the Carlin mercenary group. When we encountered them, they were in a frantic retreat. From their words, I have learned something significant. Sam briefly recounted the events, culminating in a rather explosive revelation. After verification, it was confirmed that a large number of giant rodents were pursuing these individuals. And if my judgment is correct, their goal is likely to lead the rodent pack back to Giant Forest Town. Giant Forest Town. The mere mention of these words caused Lin Yi's brow to furrow in concern. Indeed, he had never regarded the Carlin or the mercenary group they formed with any seriousness. However, should the rodent swarm reach Giant Forest Town, it would undoubtedly result in catastrophic damage, most critically with Sophia's involvement. Giant Forest Town had become his asset, and he could not allow this horde of rodents to wreak havoc. Lin Yi swiftly responded. Try to lure those rodents towards Redstone Town. I am here. Understood. Sam replied immediately as the communication ended. Lin Yi glanced at Sophia, who had also finished reading the message on her watch and was now looking back at him with a solemn expression. Can we successfully lure them here? Sophia asked gravely. I do not know, but we must at least try, Lin Yi replied softly. Even if it fails, we can return to Giant Forest Town once we gather the information. All right, I will prepare, Sophia nodded, taking a spirit-enhancing pill. Flames began to surge around her, transforming Sophia into an embodiment of fire, radiantly intense. Moments later, a message from Sam crackled through the communication device. Boss, the situation has changed. We have spotted an evolved giant rodent, and it is ignoring our attempts to lure it. I understand. Prepare to intercept, Lin Yi replied. He glanced at Sophia, then at Flora. I could see this moment. No explanation was necessary for the two. Both equipped with communication devices, who grasped the gravity of the situation. Patch, Flora called out. Seconds later, Patch appeared before the trio. Swiftly mounting Patch, the three began to navigate towards the battlefield where Sam and the others were located. Guided by the positioning from their communication devices, this was to be a guerrilla battle on the move. With the Redstone mercenary group's involvement and a plethora of firepower, the giant rodents began to suffer significant casualties. However, such actions also drew the attention of the evolved rodent. Its focus shifted from Carlin and his companions to Sam's position. Noticing the change in the rodent king, Sam couldn't help but chuckle, a smirk adorning his face. Ruth, it's your turn. Understood, Ruth quickly replied. From a vehicle several hundred meters behind Sam, Ruth emerged from a small hatch, armed with a Barrett rifle, aiming at the frantically charging rodent king. Just as the creature approached Sam and his group, Ruth decisively pulled the trigger. In the next moment, it seemed as though the rodent king sensed something, suddenly halting its advance. The bullet whizzed past it, embedding itself in the dust on the opposite side. This beast is rather perceptive, Sam thought. That if the rodent king possessed such acute instincts, killing it would not be as easy as anticipated. Indeed, monsters with prolonged evolution posed far greater challenges than those newly transformed. No need to worry, came Ruth's voice. The next moment, a series of gunshots erupted. Barrett's bullets flew in a triangular formation towards the rodent king. Regardless of its movements or direction, it was bound to be struck. However, a surprising scene unfolded. The rodents seemed to sense the incoming bullets. Leaping in front of the rodent king, the bullets pierced through the mass of rodent corpses and struck the rodent king. The kinetic energy was insufficient to penetrate its hide. Once again, it evaded the attack. Caesar, take Ruth and leave, Sam shouted as the rodent king turned its gaze. Clearly, the rodent king had recognized Ruth as a threat and intended to eliminate the vehicle carrying her first. Understood, came Caesar's voice. The next moment, the off-road vehicle roared to life and began to flee. The rodent king burrowed into the ground. Re-emerging, it positioned itself directly in front of the off-road vehicle. Caesar calmly regarded the rodent king, executing a slight drift to change direction. However, the crisis was escalating. The space for escape was limited, with the rodent king ahead, a multitude of rodents behind, and several abandoned vehicles on either side obstructing their path. For Caesar and Ruth, this was a formidable challenge. The sound of Barrett continued to echo, and Ruth's counterattack pressed on. Yet, with the arrival of the numerous rodents, the Redstone mercenary group appeared to be encircled. Damn Carlin, if I catch him, I will skin him alive, Vaughn's furious voice resounded over the channeled AT. Such a moment. A breakout was imperative. Everyone, regroup with me. We must retaliate from our vehicles. However, Sam, glancing at his communication device, refrained from issuing the order to break out. Strangely, he chose to hold his ground, effectively abandoning their last chance for escape. I.S. the boss coming. Upon hearing this, the core members of the team understood Sam's intent. For Sam to choose to hold his position, there must be a compelling reason. Yes, Sam nodded. Observing the rodent king approaching leisurely, a hint of mockery graced his features. To be honest, the rodent king's instincts were indeed impressive. Yet they paled in comparison to his own extraordinary intuition. In Sam's perception, the surrounding sense of crisis was rapidly dissipating, and what this signified needed no further elaboration. Chapter 46. The A-3 Assault Unit. The rodent swarm was drawing near. A burst of flames struck the front lines formed by the vehicles. Following this, the furious howl of wolves echoed. Enveloped in flames, Sophia, alongside Flora directing Patch, appeared behind the crowd. Salvation had arrived. Yet, where is the boss? Despite seeing Sophia and Flora, Sam's gaze revealed a hint of confusion. Did the boss not come? Had he merely sensed Sophia and Flora? The uncertainty lingered in his mind. Meanwhile, Sophia and Flora showed no inclination to engage. The rodent king's strength was formidable, a true evolved-level mutant creature, coupled with countless other rodents. Even Sophia could not guarantee victory. However, their objective was not to directly eliminate the rodent king. Merely delaying for a while would suffice. With a resounding boom, an unidentified object plummeted from the sky, crashing into the mass of rodents ahead of the convoy. A cloud of dust erupted, which, accompanied by a gust of wind, slowly dissipated. As the dust settled, the scene before them emerged clearly. The boss has arrived. Upon seeing the sleek power armor, Sam's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed immediately. Hearing this, the members of the Redstone mercenary group erupted in cheers. With two evolvers and a boss shrouded in mystery lending their support, regardless of whether they can triumph over the horde of giant moles, their lives should be secured. Victory is imperative. Sam's eyes widened as he silently cheered for Lin Yi. Should Lin Yi emerge victorious, the morale of the Redstone mercenary corps would undoubtedly soar, instilling a stronger sense of identity among its members. At that moment, the team would truly pledge their loyalty to Lin Yi. The crux of the matter lies in Lin Yi's need to confront the giant moles with an undeniably dominant stance. Sam was filled with anticipation, as was Sophia. The entire Redstone mercenary corps fixed their gaze intently on the power armor, hoping for a potential miracle. As the match concluded, the battle system activated. The sound of the power armor filled the air as Lin Yi slowly raised his head. What greeted his eyes was a plethora of red information. Without hesitation, he sent a giant mole flying with a single punch. Following that, he swiftly drew the twin blades strapped to his back and strode forward. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as the blades cleaved through a cluster of giant moles. Lin Yi, with an audacious demeanor, carved a direct path toward the Mole King amidst the onslaught of its minions. They locked eyes. The Mole King's rage ignited. Although it could not comprehend what the A-3 assault unit was, the instinct for vengeance for its kin consumed its thoughts. Charging at Lin Yi, it lunged forward with ferocity. Lin Yi smirked at the sight. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, the A-3 assault unit leaped into the air, soaring 10 meters high. As he descended above the Mole King, a glimmer of deadly intent flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. Propelled by a gust of air, he swiftly maneuvered above the Mole King's head. In an instant, the blade in his right hand struck down upon the Mole King, followed by a fierce thrust from his left hand. With 2 consecutive strikes, he landed on the ground, and without waiting for the surrounding moles to encircle him, he moved like a specter, gliding gracefully around the Mole King. What an astonishing display! Sophia exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing the Mole King being outmatched. Indeed, the power armor under Lin Yi's control was formidable, but his skill was nothing short of exquisite. Victory was assured. Victory was assured. Victory was assured. Suddenly, a chorus of fervent shouts erupted across the battlefield. Observing Lin Yi's actions, the members of the Redstone Mercenary Corps felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. In the center of the battlefield, the Mole King repeatedly attempted to shake off Lin Yi's relentless pursuit. As its wounds multiplied, a profound fear of the dark power armor beside it took hold. Since its transformation into an evolved mutant, it had never felt so close to death. Panic began to seep in, a desperate urge to flee before it was too late. Yet, every time it attempted to unleash its abilities, Lin Yi's blade would strike first. After several failed attempts, the Mole King's eyes were now filled with dread. Cowering on the ground, it let out a mournful cry, seemingly pleading for Lin Yi's mercy. Seeking a chance at survival, and no matter how clever a beast may be, it remains a beast unworthy of pity. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi acted purely on instinct. The dual blades of the assault unit pierced like lightning into the Mole King's brain. With a mournful wail, the Mole King collapsed to the ground, its body convulsing slowly. That it had lived for a long time, feasting on countless humans and other mutated creatures, yet it never anticipated that today would mark its demise. As the Mole King fell, the surrounding giant moles did not flee. Instead, upon hearing their leader's wail, they seemed to go mad, converging upon Lin Yi's position. A strange red mist clouded their eyes. Witnessing this, Lin Yi positioned his blades before him, his expression devoid of emotion. Energy surged forth. With the command given, the energy source in his chest began channeling power into the blades. After a 5-second charge, Lin Yi swung his weapon, creating a crescent-shaped wave of energy. Every mole caught in its path was vaporized into mist. Suddenly, a vast expanse of emptiness surrounded Lin Yi. All the giant moles lay dead. What a terrifying technique! What a stunning strike! Sophia and Flora exclaimed in unison. As Lin Yi returned, Sam quickly ordered the vehicles forming their defense line to part ways. Boss! Upon seeing Lin Yi, Sam performed a remarkable gesture. He clenched his right fist over his heart and knelt on one knee, a sign of knightly homage and loyalty. Boss! With Sam's gesture, the other members of the Redstone Mercenary Corps followed suit. In the wasteland, the strong reigned supreme. Lin Yi's recent display had surpassed everyone's expectations. They were willing to follow such a powerful leader and pledge their loyalty to him. Rise, all of you. Lin Yi helped Sam to his feet, astonished by his actions. Yet, gazing at the weary but exhilarated members of the Redstone Mercenary Corps, he graciously accepted Sam's goodwill. Chapter 47. C. 3-type warrior. With the battle concluded, the next step was to clear the battlefield. Countless giant mole carcasses had been erased by the energy blade. However, under Lin Yi's careful protection, the Mole King's body remained intact. Subsequently, the Mole King's remains were dissected, and the evolution crystal was cleaned and delivered to Lin Yi. Noticing the evolution crystal, Sophia's eyes flickered slightly. Lin Yi, smiling, raised the crystal and asked, "What? Do you wish for this item?" "Somewhat, but not with great desire." Sophia shook her head. After acquiring the spirit-nourishing pill, her urgency for the evolution crystal had greatly diminished. Yet, the body's yearning for the crystal was not easily extinguished. Hearing Sophia's response, Lin Yi chuckled. The abilities of this evolution crystal are rather impressive. It can designate a direction and create an underground passage for traversal, significantly enhancing speed within the passage, allowing one to traverse 500 meters in just 3 seconds. Sophia gently shook her head. Evolvers cannot utilize the abilities of evolution crystals. They can only absorb them. She then inquired, "How do you know the specific abilities of this evolution crystal?" Lin Yi smiled. Holding the crystal, "That's my secret. The attributes of such items are known to the Universal Trading System the moment they are acquired. However, this crystal seems to hold little significance. Humans are not giant moles, and they cannot sense information from the surface while underground." After a moment of silence, Lin Yi slowly spoke. "What do you think it could fetch if sold?" 50,000 units, or maybe 100,000 if luck is on our side. Perhaps even more if fortunate. Sophia replied slowly. Considering that such items rarely appeared on the market, ordinary evolvers would likely choose to absorb the crystals to enhance themselves. 50,000? Lin Yi's eyes brightened at Sophia's words. This item could only sell for 50,000 universe coins to the Universal Trading System. But if it were 50,000 units of nutrient solution, that would equate to 500,000 universe coins. A tenfold price difference instantly captivated Lin Yi's interest. "Then let's sell it to I." In the brief discussion, Lin Yi had made his decision. Even a conservative estimate of 50,000 units, or potentially much more, piqued his curiosity. "Are you really going to sell it? Isn't that a bit of a waste?" Sophia cautioned. Regardless, the value of such an item was exceedingly rare, while the spirit-nourishing pill could serve as a substitute. The efficacy of the evolution crystal far surpassed that of the pill. "That it's not a waste at all." Lin Yi calmly shook his head. You only need to understand that selling it could yield countless spirit-nourishing pills. This is a deal that will undoubtedly profit. Listening to Lin Yi's nonchalant words, Sophia's pupils constricted. The effectiveness of the evolution crystal indeed surpassed that of the spirit-nourishing pill. But the disparity was only in the dozens of times. If selling this item could yield countless spirit-nourishing pills, then this transaction would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Boss, suddenly, Sophia's tone softened. Lin Yi glanced at her, immediately understanding her intentions. Not now. The nutrient solution earned previously has nearly been exhausted. At most, I can give you one more bottled, if that's acceptable. Sophia nodded, expressing her satisfaction as she accepted the pill Lin Yi offered, pondering when she could enhance her abilities at that moment. Sam approached, beginning with a knightly greeting before speaking. Boss, the dissection is complete. What should we do with the Mole King's meat? The flesh of an evolution-level mutant creature is, strictly speaking, a valuable resource in the wasteland. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before replying. Is there any toxicity? None detected, Sam confirmed. Then distribute it when you return home, Lin Yi instructed. If someone chooses to sell it after distribution, how should we handle that? Don't worry about it, Lin Yi replied with a gentle shake of his head. Since the rewards have already been distributed, how the mercenaries below choose to handle them is their prerogative. Thank you for your generosity, Sam spoke with a smile, bowing once more before turning to leave. At that moment, Lin Yi turned to Sophia beside him and said, by the way, Sophia, once we return, recruit some scavengers and send them to Redstone Town tomorrow. For tonight, let's prepare a meal at the scavenger camp as a welfare gesture. Understood, boss. Sophia, filled with vigor from the benefits received, showed no dissent towards Lin Yi's orders. Soon, the convoy began its journey back to Giant Forest Town, where the meat of the King of Moles was being divided and distributed at the scavenger camp. However, what astonished the people of Giant Forest Town the most was that the Redstone Mercenary Corps was actually providing the scavengers with the meat of the King of Moles. They also announced plans to develop Redstone Town, inviting all scavengers and hunters to participate. Meanwhile, Pashi had also acquired a piece of the King of Moles meat and was waiting for Flora to roast it. Lin Yi had no interest in the meat, instead gazing silently at the distant revelers, pondering matters of the future. Boss, I couldn't find them. Shortly after, Caesar's figure appeared next to Lin Yi. However, several hunting teams reported having seen traces of the Karen team on the road to Coordinina City. Have they fled? Lin Yi remarked, slightly taken aback by their swiftness. He had initially intended to hold Karen accountable for leading the King of Moles towards them, but was surprised at how quickly this individual had escaped without a hint of hesitation. Looking at Caesar, Lin Yi nodded gently. No need to continue the search for now. Let it be. Return and summon Sam. I have matters to discuss with him. Yes, boss. Caesar performed a knightly salute and departed. Ever since Sam had initiated this gesture today, the knightly salute seemed to have become the official etiquette of the Redstone Mercenary Corps, regardless of whether it was Sam, Caesar, or any of the mercenaries whose names Lin Yi could not recall. Nearly all of them bowed towards him. 2 minutes later, Sam arrived. Boss, did you call for me? Sam inquired softly. Lin Yi nodded, smiling at Sam. Yes, I called you here for a reason. Rising slowly, Lin Yi pointed to the black 3 assault power armor behind him and said, I intend to distribute this power armor. Who do you think would be most suitable for it? Caesar, without a doubt. Sam replied without hesitation. This power armor should be speed-oriented, and among us, Caesar has the quickest reflexes, making him the best fit. That's what I thought as well. Lin Yi chuckled. Initially, I planned for you to use it first, and once I find something suitable for you, I would then switch it out for Caesar. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly turned around and a dark cloth was lifted, revealing an even heftier black power armor, much to everyone's astonishment. However, I later realized that such an approach lacked significance. What should be given should be distributed sooner. Chapter 48, A New Beginning. Power Armor C3, Warrior Set Configuration, Thor Assault Rifle, Warrior Greatsword, Warrior Shield, Jetpack. Evaluation, a power armor from the post-apocalyptic world, exhibiting exceptional resistance to physical attacks, although its defensive capabilities are not as robust as the Guardian model. Its weapon systems are superior. Price, 100,000 interworld currency. The Warrior set represents the third model of power armor. This batch of power armor likely originates from the same world, with the Assault model lacking ranged weaponry, relying instead on speed and agility, thus demanding a higher level of proficiency from its user. Conversely, the Guardian model, which Lin Yi had initially encountered, was specifically enhanced for defense and firepower in prolonged combat and when clearing large numbers of enemies. The Guardian model proves to be more effective than both the warrior and assault types. However, after careful consideration, Lin Yi ultimately chose the more balanced warrior model for SAM. IT offers versatility, neither excelling nor falling short in any particular area. And its equipped weapons align well with Sam's style. "Boss, this," Sam exclaimed in surprise, lifting his gaze. The power armors might have been firmly etched in everyone's minds after today's battle. Yet, they never anticipated that during the evening's celebration banquet, Lin Yi would present such a formidable weapon to them. At that moment, Sam was not only astonished, but also deeply moved. "Try it on." Lin Yi smiled, pressing the button on the chest of the warrior power armor. The back of the armor unfolded. And Sam, filled with excitement, stepped inside. The next moment, the armor closed around him, a flash of light emanating from its eyes before swiftly dimming again. "Boss, the matching is complete." That a minute later, Sam's voice resounded from within the armor. "How does it feel?" Lin Yi inquired with a grin. Sam nodded. "I'm thrilled. I can sense the power of this armor." Saying this, Sam leaped forward, although not as high as the assault model's 10-meter leap. He managed to reach nearly 6 meters. "This thing is incredible, but it seems impractical to carry it around all the time." After a moment of adjustment, Sam realized a significant drawback. The weight of the power armor was astounding. Even the warrior model likely weighing a ton in ordinary circumstances, it would be challenging to haul such a heavy piece of equipment around. Lin Yi remained unfazed. "No worries. I've also outfitted you with something else, the Wolf Run heavy armored vehicle." Following Lin Yi's gaze, in the darkness ahead, a black heavy armored vehicle stood silently. Lin Yi had purchased it for a hefty sum of 50,000 interworld currency. It contained storage compartments for 2 power armors and could accommodate 4 passengers. Most importantly, this vehicle did not consume fuel but, like the power armor, was powered entirely by nuclear batteries. This vehicle is quite impressive. After loading the power armor into the vehicle, Sam examined it for a moment and exclaimed. Indeed, aligning with Lin Yi was the best decision he had made. Otherwise, he might still be toiling away on tasks, fretting over next month's expenses. With a heart full of joy, Sam called over Caesar. Upon hearing that the assault model power armor would be assigned to him, Caesar's expression suddenly froze. He stared at Lin Yi for a long time. Finally, he clenched his right fist over his left chest. Bowing slightly, no need for pleasantries. Try it on. Without waiting for Caesar to respond, Lin Yi urged him to don the power armor. But a minute later, although it was Caesar's first time operating the assault model, having witnessed Lin Yi's demonstrations, he quickly grasped the controls. The dazzling dual blades slashed through the air, swiftly wreaking havoc on the nearby concrete posts. Ultimately, it was only at Sam's reminder that Caesar removed the power armor. Yet, like Sam, the expressions of delight on both their faces were impossible to conceal. "All right, go about your business." Feeling slightly uneasy under the gazes of Sam and Caesar, Lin Yi waved his hand, signaling them to proceed as they wished. He returned to Sophia's side, noticing an unusual look in her eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Sophia set down the pastry in her hand and wiped her mouth with a napkin. "Are you always this generous to your subordinates?" "Indeed, because I was once a worker too." Lin Yi nodded and smiled, recalling his past as merely an employee before his journey. Empathizing with others, he genuinely despised greed and exploitation. Winning as an individual is one thing, but winning as a group is something else entirely. There is no need for such tension. After Lin Yi's response, an eerie silence fell around the campfire. "I thought you were intentionally trying to win people's hearts." After a long pause, Sophia suddenly sighed. "Perhaps there is some truth to that." In the astonished gaze of Sophia, Lin Yi candidly acknowledged. Looking at Sophia, Lin Yi calmly articulated, "I do not deny my self-interest. However, in a strict sense, everyone in this world acts with purpose. To me, self-interest is not something to be ashamed of. If we delve deeper, truly selfless individuals are exceedingly rare." Lin Yi concluded his thoughts. Sophia nodded gently, agreeing with his perspective. For the remainder of their time together, they engaged in a hodgepodge of trivial conversation. And thus, the night passed. 2 days later. "Yes, this area also requires clearing." Sophia directed the assembled scavengers and lower-tier hunters. At this time, Redstone Town was rapidly undergoing reconstruction, with various regions already delineated and many houses having been erected. However, Due to Lin Yi's previous extravagant expenditures, their interworld currency reserves were nearly depleted. Solar panels and similar items could not be installed immediately. Are the goods prepared? Upon seeing Ellie, Sophia smiled and inquired that in the past 2 days, Lin Yi had issued numerous orders, including the preparation of goods for transport to Coordinina City. Due to dwindling currency reserves, Lin Yi intended to sell the evolution crystal as swiftly as possible. There was no choice. The Redstone Mercenary Corps was expanding, and Redstone Town was being rebuilt. Both endeavors inevitably required a significant amount of resources, akin to needing a substantial supply of nutrients. Trade was imperative. Almost there. Ailey nodded gently, awaiting the return of the mercenary group from today's hunt, ready to set off as soon as they loaded their valuable spoils. Sophia chuckled lightly, saying, Once you arrive in Coordinina City, do not forget to heed the advice of Flora and the former caravan leader. Rest assured, I shall not misuse my authority, Ailey replied, nodding. It had been a long time since she last visited Coordinina City. To her, it was an entirely unfamiliar territory, certainly not as well known as Flora was. Chapter 49. Coordinina. Ailey, come over here to the caravan. Sam's voice echoed from the communication watch. Ailey offered a slight nod to Sophia, conveying her apologies. Before long, Ailey reached Sam's location, observing the materials being loaded onto the vehicles, a smile gracing her face. Today's haul seems satisfactory. It's decent, Sam nodded, smiling as he spoke. According to past experience, these items should fetch around 10,000 giant forest coins. As for their selling price in Coordinina, I cannot quite estimate that. At the very least, we should earn double, Ailey responded with a grin. Since Sophia entrusted the caravan to her, she had proactively learned a great deal about it. For instance, the goods transported from Giant Forest Town typically yielded a profit margin of nearly 100%. Some unique items could even be sold for 3 or 4 times their original price, which was hardly surprising. Goodness, Sam exclaimed in awe. Yet, it doesn't feel significant. After all, they previously lacked the capability to transport these goods to Coordinina City. This journey is fraught with peril, not a walk in the park. As the loading process neared completion, Ailey softly inquired, By the way, do your men require a rest? Yes, but half an hour will suffice, Sam replied. After that, we shall set off. Very well, Ailey smiled and nodded. This time, due to the transport of evolution crystals, the mercenary group would accompany the caravan throughout the journey. Only a handful of newcomers remained to guard Wanjie Town and Giant Forest Town, while Sophia, an evolver, would oversee the entire operation. Half an hour later, with a command issued, all mercenaries stood at attention point. 10 minutes later, the caravan began its advance along the northeastern road. At that moment, Sophia, standing atop the new city wall of Wanjie Town, turned to Lin Yi beside her. Did you not say you would accompany us? I am in the vehicle, Lin Yi replied calmly. Although present, he was also part of the caravan. Over the past 2 days, he had exchanged some nutritional agents from the mercenaries, and with his own savings, he was just about able to purchase a new body. The new bionic body differed fundamentally in structure, featuring more mechanical components. Resembling half a machine. In the vehicle, Sophia, exhibiting a hint of confusion, shook her head. However, she was not oblivious to the fact that the Lin Yi before her was not his true self. That a moment's thought led her to surmise a truth close to reality. Yet, such a method was undeniably wondrous. The more Sophia observed Lin Yi, the more she found him to be unfathomable. Her only solace was that they belonged to the same faction. Otherwise, it would have been quite a headache. As she watched the caravan of more than 20 vehicles depart, Sophia turned and made her way back into the town. She still needed to arrange tasks for the scavengers and hunters. Lacking the leisure to sit idly like Lin Yi, gazing at the distant land, Coordinina, Lin Yi murmured, watching the caravan's silhouette fade from view. Moments later, he vanished into the factory of construction robots. Meanwhile, in the rear of the heavy armored vehicle driven by Caesar, an identical Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Instinctively, Lin Yi touched the exaggerated mechanical arm on his right side. Listening to the roar of the engine and observing this entirely mechanical body, he felt increasingly satisfied. The primary reason lay in the novelty of it all, for this brand new form was hardly distinguishable from the cyberpunk-inspired mechanical beings, boasting superior physical attributes. Should we circumvent the horde of corpses? Suddenly, Ailey, managing the caravan, inquired through the communication channel. According to the caravan's previous protocols, they would typically avoid such encounters, as any battle would inevitably incur losses with little gained and no need to divert. We shall clear them. Sam replied in a deep voice, noting Lin Yi's silence in the back seat. Sam felt relieved and promptly instructed the Hongshe mercenary group to advance. Before long, the battle commenced. The horde of corpses was eradicated and subsequently incinerated. With the cleanup complete, we shall continue forward. Sam spoke slowly as he waved his hand. The caravan was once again on the move. There was no need to take a detour, although the battle might cause some delays. Their momentum was swifter than before. In just over 4 hours before nightfall, they caught sight of Kedronina City. Those tall buildings house people? Lin Yi suddenly asked, gazing at the distant high-rises. Moments later, Ailey's voice came through the communication channel. Wilson says not really. Only in the southwestern corner, within the high-rise designated as the gathering place, do people reside. Seemingly only scavengers choose to live there. I see. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully, casting a glance in that direction. Another half-hour passed before the caravan arrived at the makeshift fence of the gathering place. In a few minutes, they would reach their destination. At this moment, Lin Yi spoke up. Yes? Sam turned to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression remained calm. You and the mercenaries will remain here. Should any issues arise, I will inform you via the watch. Understood. Sam nodded. Soon, as they approached the gathering place, the guards atop the city wall immediately sounded the warning bells. Dong, dong, dong. After 3 chimes, the caravan raised a red flame flag. The Hongshe mercenary group halted 500 meters away, while the caravan vehicles continued forward. The caravan from Giant Forest Town? They have arrived so soon. 100 meters in front of the city wall. A team of guards observed the familiar faces with a hint of surprise. In the past, the Giant Forest Town caravan would only come once a month. This time, only a short while had passed since their last return. They must have acquired something valuable. The former caravan leader chuckled, eager to make a profit. The guard captain glanced at the pass and then at the red flame flag. Your identity checks out. But who are those accompanying you? Following the captain's gaze, it became clear he was referring to the Hongshe mercenary group. The 3 warning bells had primarily been sounded due to the presence of the Hongshe mercenary group. Though they were only visible from a distance, it was evident that they were an elite team, with nearly every member armed. Those are members of the Hongshe mercenary group, the former caravan leader replied slowly. There are quite a few mercenary groups in Kedronina City, but none compare to the Hongshe mercenary group, dressed uniformly in black combat gear and wielding exquisite weapons. Very well. The guard captain nodded slightly. Glancing at the 2 boxes of cigarettes in his hand, as long as the Hongshe mercenary group kept their distance, he saw no reason to be unduly anxious. However, this matter must be reported upwards. To avoid any potential issues. Chapter 50. Competitive trade. The caravan entered the gathering place in the corner of Kedronina City. Although it occupied only a fraction of Kedronina, the scale of this gathering place far surpassed that of Giant Forest Town and Hongshe Town. Before the apocalypse, Kedronina was a large city. During the global crisis, it merely lost its core area. Wilson, is it? You have done well. Upon entering the city, Lin Yi glanced at the composed middle-aged man and softly praised him. To remain calm in the face of the guards' inquiries and handle the situation methodically, such a skill is no wonder you have risen to manage the caravan. And have a place in Giant Forest Town. You flatter me, Wilson replied respectfully, glancing at Lin Yi. Although he was unaware of Lin Yi's true identity, he noticed that even Sophia instinctively appeared somewhat subordinate in his presence, coupled with the numerous changes in Giant Forest Town during this period. Wilson surmised that the fortunes of Giant Forest Town had likely shifted from the past. All of this, of course, was intricately linked to the exceptionally young and handsome man standing before him. Truly humble, Lin Yi said with a smile, shaking his head as he signaled to proceed. As the vehicle moved forward, Lin Yi inquired again, when you typically arrive here, where do you go first? Under normal circumstances, we would seek out the local merchants to see whose prices are highest, and then sell our goods to them. Wilson replied readily, isn't the commerce here controlled by the owners of the gathering place? After listening to Wilson's response, Lin Yi looked up in surprise. From his words, he gleaned many differing insights. For instance, if the commerce here were under the control of the gathering place's owners, there would be no opportunity for multiple merchants to engage in price comparisons. Indeed, the commerce here is not a mere dictatorship. Wilson nodded, indicating that there are influences from other cities that have also established shops here, and the owner of this gathering place has tacitly allowed their presence. Intriguing, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. That it was evident that the most significant distinction between this place and giant forest town lies in the presence of channels for external communication. The merchants behind these establishments must belong to forces of equal standing as this gathering place. Otherwise, it would be improbable for them to take a bite out of the cake without making any noise. Soon, the convoy arrived at the inner side of the gathering place, and Wilson, accompanied by Ellie, entered a massive office building. Within a mere 10 minutes, several impeccably dressed men appeared in Lin Yi's line of sight. They donned suits and ties, exuding an air of elite professionalism befitting a doomsday scenario. They held notebooks in hand, scrutinizing and jotting down notes. Upon returning, Wilson proactively introduced them. They are representatives from major recycling companies, assessing the value of our goods. Once they finish their evaluations, we can choose one to conduct the transaction. Listening to Wilson's introduction, Lin Yi nodded gently. However, after pondering Wilson's words, Lin Yi raised an objection. Are we permitted to sell our goods to only one entity? Why not to multiple, allowing the highest bidder to acquire them? Indeed, Wilson replied solemnly. The rule is to sell to only one party at a time. This has been established for quite some time. The primary reason is to prevent mutual price inflation, ensuring that we do not end up selling at a loss. Malicious bidding and competitive auctioning could indeed lead to a substantial rise in acquisition prices. After all, commerce is not a charitable endeavor. Naturally, they would not want to undercut themselves while engaging in a relentless struggle. Boss, they have brought the quotation sheets. Shortly, Wilson obtained the price sheets from the merchant representatives. Lin Yi glanced over. Although the quotes fluctuated, they remained within a fixed range. For several trucks of goods, the highest bid was merely 156,000 Kidu coins, while the lowest was still over 140,000. The profit margin is certainly commendable. After all, simply selling 1,000 boxes of steak canned goods netted 60,000 Kidu coins. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment. Let us sell to the highest bidder, casting a glance at the representatives awaiting nearby. He handed the quotation sheet to Wilson while speaking. Understood, boss. Wilson nodded slightly. Soon, upon receiving the returned quotation sheet from Wilson, the expressions of the group of merchant representatives transformed dramatically. The representative with the highest bid beamed with joy, while the others appeared dejected. Returning to this side, Wilson cautiously spoke. It will take a day to unload the goods. Should we find a place to rest, boss? Proceed as per your usual protocol. Lin Yi responded calmly. Do not alter too much for my sake. Very well, Wilson smiled. However, even though Lin Yi had expressed such sentiments, Wilson did not adhere to them. He found a notably fine inn, a 5-story establishment with European-style architecture, the interior of which was quite impressive amid the wasteland. It seemed as though the tempest of the apocalypse had not affected this place at all. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was indifferent to the comfort of the bed or the fact that it was far cleaner than a container hotel. He was merely contemplating certain things he had observed today and their significance to himself. Wilson, come here. Through his watch, Lin Yi sent a message to Wilson. A minute later, Wilson, seemingly having only partially washed up, appeared before Lin Yi. Apologies, boss. It has been quite a while since I enjoyed such a comfortable environment, Wilson expressed with a look of regret. Following Lin Yi, he entered a guest room, his first thought being to take a proper shower to refresh himself. No need for concern. I have a question for you. Lin Yi shook his head and slowly inquired. In Kidanina, how are valuable items typically sold? There are auction houses in the city, Wilson promptly replied. Please wait. I will dress and take you there. There's no need. Just tell me where it is, and I will go myself. It south on the largest street of this gathering place, a small white building that used to be a theater but has now transformed into an auction house. Wilson explained swiftly. Lin Yi nodded gently. Soon, with a brisk stride, he departed from the inn. The white 2-story building was not particularly difficult to locate. However, Lin Yi did not proceed directly. Instead, he glanced around and suddenly leaned against the wall. His gaze fixated on a seemingly ordinary young man in tattered clothing. He watched as the young man pretended to pass by another individual, deftly lifting a few Kidu coins from the other's pocket. Coincidentally, after stealing the money, the young man headed straight towards Lin Yi. Before long, he was nearing Lin Yi. Chapter 51. Auctioning evolution crystals. Their eyes met. The young man in tattered clothing instantly turned his head to avoid direct eye contact, but discreetly scrutinized Lin Yi from the corner of his eye. Sensing that Lin Yi had not perceived anything amiss, the young man feigned calmness. As he brushed past Lin Yi, his hand reached out like a specter, swiftly extracting something from Lin Yi's pocket. In that fleeting moment, the young man was taken aback. He seemed to have acquired a card. Unfortunately, there was no leisure to inspect it here. His footsteps quickened as he darted into an alleyway. Glancing at the card in his hand, the young man wore a look of dismay. A room key for the White House. What bad luck! Why did I have to steal this? The White House is the name of the finest hotel in Kidunina, and everyone who stays there is quite affluent. Thus, it could be inferred that the room key was likely the least valuable item on Lin Yi, yet he had managed to steal it. And he certainly could not dare to sell it. With a swift flick of his right hand, the room key was sent flying towards the ground, just as the young man prepared to leave. He discovered that the key did not hit the ground, but instead landed in someone else's hand. The young man looked up to see the very youth he had encountered earlier. A mocking smile adorning his face as he regarded him. Damn it, that I've been found out. The young man swiftly activated his escape plan, turning to flee. However, as he frantically pondered how to shake off Lin Yi, Lin Yi's figure appeared specter-like at his side, gently tapping his shoulder. A chilling sensation surged through the young man's brain, spreading throughout his body. Even his legs felt somewhat numb. Running was clearly futile against Lin Yi. At this moment, his only option was to resort to his treasured techniques, risking it all for a chance at survival. Please spare my life. The young man in tattered clothing turned and knelt on the ground. Not daring to lift his head as he gazed at the floor, sweat trickled down his cheeks, slowly dripping onto the ground, adding an oppressive atmosphere to the narrow alley. Are you frightened? Lin Yi squatted down slowly, smiling as he inquired. The young man nodded, retrieving his money pouch from his boso. If you have it, I will take you to the second floor to meet our manager. Let us proceed to the second floor. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and nodded gently. The maid smiled and turned, leading Lin Yi up the stairs on either side towards the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. The maid lightly tapped on a door on the second floor. Soon, a languid voice came from within. Come in. The maid pushed open the door, and Lin Yi stepped inside. Taking a glance around, he noticed that it was a spacious office, furnished with only a single desk. Besides that, there was a small area near the entrance with several sofas and chairs, essentially a reception area. After exchanging a few words with the butler-like man seated behind the desk, the man slowly rose, a warm smile gracing his face. I've heard you have something to consign for auction. May I see it? Allow me to make an estimate. No problem. Lin Yi set down the bag in his hand and took out the item he intended to consign. Evolution crystal. The butler's expression shifted to one of surprise that he had not anticipated that the item casually placed in Lin Yi's bag would be something so valuable. You wish to consign this? Are you certain? His voice even carried a hint of excitement as he swiftly approached the reception area. Leaning in for a closer inspection, he became increasingly convinced that this was indeed an evolution crystal. For it emanated an aura that was impossible to replicate, something only mutated beings that had crossed a threshold would possess. Yet to Lin Yi, it merely seemed like a denser spiritual essence, compressed within the crystal. Yes, I wish to consign it. Lin Yi nodded gently and inquired, when will your next auction take place? Typically, an auction is held once we gather items worth over 1,000,000 Kidu coins. However, with your evolution crystal on hand, we can commence the next auction at any moment. The butler replied respectfully, his gaze lingering on Lin nonetheless. I would recommend scheduling it in 2 days, as even if we release the news shortly, we must allow some time for interested clients to prepare their finances. This way, you will maximize your returns. Lin Yi nodded. Let us proceed with that plan, since the auction is in 2 days. Will I need to leave the item here? The butler responded affirmatively. Indeed, it is necessary for the consignment. Otherwise, we would face complications during the auction without the corresponding items. However, considering the value of what you are consigning, we can provide some funds as a guarantee at this juncture. The butler turned and busied himself at the desk. Before long, he returned to the reception area, holding 5 special cards. These are our auction house's specially crafted gold cards, each equivalent to 10,000 Kidu coins. You may use these cards for direct transactions with others or exchange them for Kidu coins on the first floor of the auction house. Observing the butler's sincerity, Lin Yi nodded lightly. He accepted the 5 slender gold cards, casually tossing the evolution crystal into the butler's hands. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, the butler stood up once more. Chapter 52. Ripple's Weight. Sir, I have a gift for you. The butler smiled as he spoke, retrieving a familiar card from his pocket. This was the room key for the presidential suite at the White Palace Hotel. You may use this at your leisure until the auction concludes. Thank you. Lin Yi did not decline. Accepting the card from the butler, he turned and walked out. In the office, the butler gazed at the sizable evolution crystal before him, spilling from his lips in a continuous stream. Soon after, numerous maids hurried out of the auction house, letters in hand. From that moment on, the news of the upcoming auction in 2 days, featuring the evolution crystal as the highlight, spread throughout the entire gathering place. In evolution crystal. Who would dare to sell such a thing? In a villa within the gathering place, a man with red hair stared at the letter in astonishment. Beside him, a man with green hair shook his head. That is of little consequence. What matters is that Watford never spreads false information, but if he claims the quality of this evolution crystal is substantial, then it is indeed substantial. Are we to compete with those merchants? A man with black hair spoke in a deep voice from the corner. They were the nominal rulers of this gathering place, the 5 most powerful individuals within it. However, in truth, this gathering place was a remarkably complex area. Their power was not particularly great, and many could interfere with their actions. At that moment, a woman with short blue hair interjected. Of course we must compete. The factory has been yielding good profits lately. If we can secure it at auction, we should seize the opportunity, allowing our elder brother to ascend to the next tier sooner. Let us heed the second sister's advice and proceed as she suggests. The black-haired man smiled. Although they bore the title of rulers, they faced numerous constraints. Yet, it was heartening that their unwavering friendship had endured since the onset of the apocalypse. The next tier mentioned by the blue-haired woman referred to the first hurdle encountered by enhancers upon becoming evolutionists. To break through it was to become an evolutionist of the next tier, a general. The distinction between ability and rank was as vast as the sky and the earth. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the gathering place, the owners of various trading houses, upon receiving the news, summoned their trusted aides to discuss what price they should offer to participate. The evolution crystal was exceedingly rare and immensely powerful for evolutionists. If possible, everyone desired to acquire it, and a multitude of personnel was mobilized, drawn by the allure of the evolution crystal, adding a touch of liveliness to the night. However, Lin Yi, the catalyst for all this, remained oblivious to these developments. Quietly resting in the White Palace Hotel, he had handed the presidential suite key to Ai Li, instructing her to take the few female members of the merchant team to stay there. As for him, he chose to remain in the very room he had first occupied, indifferent to the prospect of a more comfortable experience that a night passed peacefully. Standing by the window, Lin Yi gazed silently at the bustling street outside. One could not help but remark that a large city was indeed a large city. Even a small corner of it was vastly superior to a mere town. Crowds flowed in and out, and Lin Yi could even spot several hunting teams departing in vehicles. He also observed some hunting teams seemingly returning, laden with spoils, heading towards the area designated for selling goods. "Boss, are you awake?" Outside, Wilson's voice called out. It was not loud, yet Lin Yi heard it clearly. "Come in." Lin Yi spoke softly. Wilson entered, bowing respectfully as he addressed Lin Yi. "Boss, we have received word from the trading house that the goods have been unloaded, and they would like us to come and settle the earnings. Everything in order?" That was quite swift. Lin Yi nodded lightly. It was just past 6 o'clock, the sun having only recently risen. This meant that the trading house had likely been unloading and inspecting the goods throughout the night. If all was in order, they would settle based on the previous quotation. If there were issues, some deductions would certainly be made. There were indeed many opportunities for manipulation in this process. However, the merchant team would leave a considerable number of personnel during unloading to prevent such malfeasance. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at the trading house where he had sold goods the previous day. After expressing his intent, a man with a different demeanor than the one who had quoted him yesterday appeared before him. "You are the representatives of the merchant team from Giant Forest Town, correct? Please, take a seat." The man greeted with a smile, warmly inviting them in. "Xiaona, please fetch the coffee I had prepared for our esteemed guests." "Yes, manager," the maid responded respectfully. Soon, 2 cups of coffee were brought forth. The trading house manager smiled and said, "This is a rare blend of coffee beans I managed to acquire. Please give it a try." Lin Yi took a gentle sip. The taste was somewhat average. Strictly speaking, it should have been a good variety of coffee beans, but it seemed that improper storage had compromised its flavor. "Quite nice," Wilson praised. The trading house manager beamed. Indeed, it's a pity I found it a bit late. Otherwise, the flavor could have been even better. After a brief exchange, the trading house manager shifted to the main topic. You are here regarding yesterday's goods. Correct? I recall the price on the quotation was $156,000. Indeed. Wilson nodded as he retrieved the invoice. Such documents were retained by both the trading house and the merchant team. They needed to be cross-checked for payment. No problem. Let us settle. After a brief verification of the invoice, the trading house manager nodded lightly, reaching into his pocket to produce several gold cards that a black gold card and 6 regular gold cards were pushed across the table. The manager announced, the black card is worth $100,000. The golden cards are valued at $10,000 each. As for the surplus, consider it a gift from us, hoping you will favorably regard our burly trading house in the future. We shall accept graciously. Wilson glanced at Lin Yi before accepting the trading house manager's goodwill. Since entering the room, Lin Yi had not uttered a single word, leaving Wilson to navigate the conversation solo. Do you sell nutritional agents? At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly spoke up, addressing the trading house manager. Yes, although we typically sell them in limited quantities. The manager smiled that if you wish to purchase in bulk, you would need to approach the Wanjie Trading House. They have a factory producing nutritional agents and can meet any demand that I can introduce you to them. Wanjie Trading House? Lin Yi glanced at Wilson. In a low voice, Wilson remarked, the Wanjie Trading Company was established by the 5 leaders of this gathering place. Lin Yi nodded slowly and replied, very well. I would appreciate your assistance in making an introduction. You are too kind, the trading manager smiled in response. Soon, the manager produced a card inscribed with the name Boli. This is our VIP card for the Boli Trading Company. Please keep it safe and follow Xiao Na directly to meet their manager. Thank you very much, Lin Yi said, accepting the card with a gentle nod. Accompanied by Wilson, he exited the Boli Trading Company, following the maid named Xiao Na towards the location of the Wanjie Trading Company. Chapter 53. The enraged blue-haired woman. Upon Xiao Na's introduction, Lin Yi and Wilson soon encountered the manager of the Wanjie Trading Company, a tall and exceptionally beautiful woman, exuding an air of authority befitting her long tenure. However, what captured Lin Yi's attention was her short blue hair, which, rather than appearing eccentric, emanated a refined elegance. Hello, the woman greeted them with a smile. Greetings, Wilson replied respectfully, fully aware that the blue-haired woman was the owner of the Wanjie Trading Company and one of the 5 leaders of this gathering place. The blue-haired woman smiled and, noticing Lin Yi's silence, got straight to the point. I hear you wish to order a substantial quantity of nutritional agents. May I inquire about the specific amount you intend to order? Well, Wilson hesitated, glancing at Lin Yi, who showed no signs of putting him in a difficult position. Lin Yi then addressed the blue-haired woman, stating in a deep voice, I plan to order 210,000 nutritional agents. How long will it take the Wanjie Trading Company to fulfill this request? 2 days. That should suffice, the blue-haired woman replied, holding up 2 fingers. That as a deposit, you will need to pay half the total cost. No problem, Lin Yi said, producing a black gold card, the value of which amounted to 100,000 Kidu coins. He handed the card to the blue-haired woman, who accepted it while regarding Lin Yi with sudden curiosity, asking, is that evolution crystal the work of your own hands? Lin Yi paused for a moment before affirming, yes, that is correct. That a few seconds later, he nodded, though he remained unsure of why the blue-haired woman inquired about it. However, he had not concealed his identity when visiting the auction house. Even if there were no surveillance here, it would not be difficult to trace his information. Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions towards you, the blue-haired woman said, raising her hand as she observed Lin Yi's serious demeanor. That I merely wish to convey that if you have such items in the future, do not hesitate to approach me directly. I assure you I will offer a satisfactory price. Evolution crystals are not easily acquired. Lin Yi smiled, for he indeed possessed a second evolution crystal. Nevertheless, whether he would part with it depended on the outcome of the auction. He held no objections to exchanging evolution crystals for currency. In fact, converting them into nutritional agents would yield the greatest benefit for him. The blue-haired woman smiled knowingly. I am well aware of that, and I will not pressure you. However, I guarantee that for any evolution crystal you bring to me, regardless of its quality, I will offer no less than 200,000 Kidu coins. 200,000 Kidu coins. Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the figure. Previously, when he inquired with Sophia, she estimated the starting price at 50,000, with 100,000 being a possibility, and anything over that would be exceptionally fortunate. Yet, in the presence of the blue-haired woman, he sensed that Sophia's information might have been flawed. Perhaps the price of evolution crystals had surged rapidly without Sophia's knowledge, or perhaps no one had been willing to sell such items, resulting in a situation where there was demand but no set price. Regardless, this was advantageous for him, presenting an unexpected profit. You truly possess a second one, the blue-haired woman observed with keen interest, noting Lin Yi's hesitation. She scrutinized him, intrigued that this individual from the Julintown merchant group held 2 evolution crystals, which surprised her greatly. Indeed, I do, Lin Yi nodded, candidly affirming the fact. To be honest, he was not fond of such cunning behavior. Nevertheless, both Sophia and the blue-haired woman clearly demonstrated one truth. Those lacking ability could not hold positions of power in the wasteland. Almost every competent leader possessed a sharp sense of observation. How about you sell me one first? The blue-haired woman inquired gently, although she was determined to attempt to secure the evolution crystal from the auction house. Acquiring one beforehand would undoubtedly bolster her brother's prospects. How much will you offer? Lin Yi pondered for a few seconds before looking up to ask. The blue-haired woman's eyes lit up with surprise. His question indicated potential for negotiation. If the quality is average, I would offer 200,000. If it is of higher quality, 250,000, or even 300,000 is possible. This one is of average quality. Lin Yi retrieved the evolution crystal he had taken from the recently evolved mutant and placed it on the table. Compared to the crystal from the giant rat king, this one was significantly smaller and contained less spiritual energy. As the blue-haired woman examined the evolution crystal, Lin Yi calmly stated, however, if you desire this evolution crystal, along with 210,000 Kidu coins, I will require 500,000 nutritional agents. 500,000. The blue-haired woman gasped in astonishment. For such an ordinary evolution crystal, Lin Yi was asking for an outrageous sum of 290,000 Kidu coins. Was he out of his mind? Yet, observing Lin Yi's composed demeanor, she realized he was likely aware of her desire for the evolution crystal and was attempting to capitalize on it. You must understand. Even if it goes to auction, it wouldn't fetch more than 300,000. The blue-haired woman asserted earnestly. If she were not uncertain about Lin Yi's background, she would have wanted to grab him by the collar and demand answers. I am aware, which is why I am only asking for 290. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. If you believe it is not worth that, then let us proceed as initially planned and order 210,000 nutritional agents. Wilson, let us depart. With that, Lin Yi stood up and, without hesitation, turned towards the office door. Wait. As Lin Yi approached the door, the blue-haired woman clenched her teeth and exclaimed. Seeing Lin Yi glance back, she shot him a fierce glare and begrudgingly conceded. Fine, 290 it is. Come back in 2 days with the goods for the transaction. Very well. Lin Yi nodded lightly to that moment. His expression bore no trace of joy. After all, secretly smiling was already sufficient, and there was no need to provoke further. Soon, a furious roar echoed from the office. As Lin Yi exited the Wanjie Trading Company, he felt as though a chilling gaze lingered behind him. Watching him depart. Boss, you may have offended the Wanjie Trading Company quite severely this time, Wilson remarked with concern after they had distanced themselves from the establishment. Do not worry. That is not a matter of concern. Lin Yi replied with a smile, appearing entirely at ease. As long as I obtain those 500,000 nutritional agents, what does it matter if I have offended the Wanjie Trading Company? By the end of the 2 days, with 5 million Kidu coins in hand, that I would not hesitate to defy the entire gathering place. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Wilson displayed a hint of helplessness. Compared to Sophia, Lin Yi's perspective was remarkably audacious. Yet, he was merely a humble follower, with little room to voice his opinions. Chapter 54. Hesitation. 15 minutes later, at the Villa District, the young man with black hair observed the blue-haired woman with curiosity and asked, Sister, what has you so upset? Who has angered you? A scoundrel taking advantage of the situation. The blue-haired woman retorted coldly. He dared to ask me for 290,000 for a mere ordinary evolution crystal. 290,000? Who has such audacity? The black-haired youth's eyes widened in surprise. Tell me his name. I will teach him a lesson for you. Teach him a lesson? Don't be foolish, the blue-haired woman snapped. This person can produce 2 evolution crystals. Do you think he lacks the means to eliminate you? Perhaps he just got lucky, that the black-haired youth mumbled. However, he knew his sister was correct. Without understanding the other party's background, one should not rashly provoke an enemy. This was a fundamental rule of the wasteland that even evolved individuals must abide by. The blue-haired woman ignored her brother's ramblings and turned to the green-haired youth, saying, "Fourth, you and fifth go investigate this person's background." From Wilson's demeanor, it seems this individual holds considerable status in Julin Town. Understood, the green-haired youth nodded, leaving the villa with the black-haired youth. Shortly after, the green-haired youth returned with the black-haired youth in tow. "Did you find anything?" The blue-haired woman, sipping her coffee, inquired. "We uncovered some information," the green-haired youth replied, nodding. "It appears this person suddenly emerged. He seems to be affiliated with the Redstone mercenary group and is not part of the merchant convoy. However, we also stumbled upon a curious piece of news." "What news?" the blue-haired woman asked, puzzled. "The curious news pertains to the Redstone mercenary group itself." The green-haired youth spoke rapidly, as if this force had suddenly emerged from nowhere. "Moreover, it is worth noting that the current merchant caravan in Giant Forest Town is, strictly speaking, managed by the members of the Redstone Mercenary Corps." The Redstone Mercenary Corps? The blue-haired woman fell into deep recollection. She suddenly recalled the well-equipped group that the guards had reported earlier, which seemed to bear this name. Those individuals are still stationed outside the town, apparently waiting for the caravan's return. The Redstone Mercenary Corps has taken over the caravan. The blue-haired woman pondered momentarily, and, piecing together the limited information available, she began to grasp certain connections at this juncture. One possibility is that Sophia has taken control of the Redstone Mercenary Corps, intending to use them to oversee the caravan. However, this scenario seems rather unlikely and reeks of unnecessary embellishment. Thus, setting aside this possibility, the likelihood of other explanations increases significantly. The most plausible among them is that the Redstone Mercenary Corps has seized control of Giant Forest Town and usurped the authority of the caravan. Has Sophia perished? The blue-haired woman ventured this hypothesis. No, the green-haired youth immediately shook his head, stating that Sophia had still been present at the time of departure. It was just that she was not in Giant Forest Town, but rather in Redstone Town, from which the caravan had set off. Speaking of this, I recall someone mentioning that Sophia seems to be engaged in the construction of Redstone Town. It is possible that they have reached some form of collaboration with her. Upon finishing his words, the green-haired youth quietly observed the blue-haired woman. Such news is truly exasperating. The blue-haired woman held her forehead, her tone tinged with a hint of sighing. Clearly, the two evolution crystals from either Giant Forest Town or the Redstone Mercenary Corps were not acquired by mere fortune. However, a formidable force of unknown origin is equally unwelcome news. Should we venture to test the waters? After a moment's hesitation, observing the blue-haired woman lost in thought, the green-haired youth proposed this. No, at least it cannot be us. Reflecting on the scenes from their earlier meeting, the blue-haired woman abruptly shook her head. Lin Yi's every move resembled that of a novice, yet it was precisely this unguarded demeanor that made her exceedingly wary. To maintain a relaxed demeanor amidst the wasteland, one must either be a madman or possess considerable confidence. Lin Yi is certainly not a madman. Therefore, he must possess the assurance to withstand her potential wrath. Furthermore, the Redstone Mercenary Corps' decision to avoid proximity to the gathering place may, from this perspective, hold deeper significance. Adopting a strategy of passivity to counteract the chaos, we shall observe for a period. After a brief contemplation, the blue-haired woman reached her conclusion at this moment. Lin Yi had also received a message from Ailey. Moments later, within the White Palace Hotel, listening to Ailey's report, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying that someone inquired about Giant Forest Town just now?" "Yes, they had brief contact with several members of the merchant caravan." Ailey nodded, explaining that one individual clad in camouflage with black hair, suspected to be an evolver, had extracted some information under duress. The black-haired youth's methods of inquiry were not subtle. The caravan members, who had been forewarned, dared not casually betray their allegiance. However, once they opened their mouths, coupled with the allure of monetary temptation, how much information would be willingly divulged? It is utterly uncertain. Ailey began detailing the specifics to Lin Yi. The black-haired youth exerted pressure through strength, while a nearby man, obscured by a mask, brandished a substantial amount of keto currency as bait. One played the role of the tough enforcer, while the other took on the guise of the affable negotiator. Ordinary members of the caravan would find it nearly impossible to resist such tactics. "Were there any injuries?" Lin Yi inquired slowly after hearing all this. He had gleaned much information regarding the 5 leaders of this gathering place from Wilson. The actions and habits of the black-haired youth closely mirrored those of the 5th leader. While the man who deliberately concealed his hair with a hat was likely the 4th leader, given his composure. Most crucially, he had only recently provoked the blue-haired woman, and now members of the caravan had suddenly come to inquire about matters. It is all too easy to connect the dots. There were no injuries. Ailey shook her head. The adversary had exercised remarkable restraint, merely intimidating the members of the caravan without resorting to actual violence. Then let it be. Lin Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. With the prospect of acquiring 500,000 nutrient agents from the Wanjie Trading Company in just 2 days, such a trivial matter was hardly worth concern. As for the information, even if they became privy to it, what of it? Their pace in obtaining intelligence may not even match his speed in enhancing his own strength, if they were to act upon such outdated information. Lin Yi could only wish them luck on their futile endeavors, sending them to their demise. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The auction was scheduled for the evening, and in the afternoon, the Wanjie Trading Company sent representatives to the White Palace Hotel for contact. So, they wish for us to come over as soon as possible. Lin Yi smiled at Wilson, sensing that they were consolidating their funds in preparation for that evening's auction. This is indeed the most plausible scenario, Wilson murmured. Let us proceed then. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi slowly rose to his feet. The actions of the Wanjie Trading Company aligned perfectly with his intentions. He was eager to conclude this transaction swiftly. Chapter 55. The basement. Here are the 500,000 nutrient agents. May I inquire where Mr. Lin intends for us to deliver them? The blue-haired woman regarded Lin Yi with a faint smile. The 500,000 nutrient agents had accumulated to nearly fill an entire warehouse. Yet, the merchant caravan from Giant Forest Town had only dispatched 2 trucks, even with the trucks in operation. It would take at least half a month to transport everything back. She was quite curious as to how Lin Yi would handle this, for it was no trivial matter that, if possible, please assist in delivering them to the Redstone Mercenary Corps' outpost outside the town. Lin Yi smiled, recognizing the underlying mockery in the blue-haired woman's expression. However, he had no intention of returning these items. Once they reached outside the town, they would vanish without a trace, transforming into currency within his system. There was no need to worry about transportation issues. Oh, is that so? The blue-haired woman raised an eyebrow. That if necessary, we could also dispatch some vehicles to assist in transporting them back to Giant Forest. Thank you for your kind offer, but that won't be necessary. Lin Yi gently shook his head, politely declining the blue-haired woman's goodwill. For him, it was best to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. Otherwise, should hostilities arise, he might hesitate when it came time to act. Very well then. I shall assist in taking them outside. The blue-haired woman nodded lightly, her gaze shifting. However, this may take some time. Could you please provide the evolution crystals as payment first? Your eagerness for this item has exceeded my expectations, but no matter. Lin Yi expressed mild astonishment as he produced the evolution crystals, placing them directly into the blue-haired woman's hands, accompanied by a gold card from the auction house. He settled all remaining payments without hesitation. Mr. Lin is truly forthright. The blue-haired woman's eyes sparkled with delight that a businessman as straightforward as Lin Yi was nearly unheard of in the wasteland. Just as she had surmised yesterday, Lin Yi did not resemble the seasoned survivors of the wasteland in many respects. This air of nonchalance was truly enviable. Without hesitation, the blue-haired woman swiftly organized her caravan. Truck after truck was loaded with nutrient agents, making their way toward the temporary encampment of the Redstone Mercenary Corps outside the town. After the transaction was completed, the blue-haired woman intended to invite Lin Yi to stay for a while. However, Lin Yi graciously declined. This mysterious individual seems utterly indifferent to my charms. Watching Lin Yi leave with Wilson, the blue-haired woman's gaze lingered on him for an extended period. After casting a glance at the evolution crystals in her hand, she turned and departed from the warehouse office, making her way toward the villa. Sister, why are you back so soon? Upon seeing the blue-haired woman, the green-haired youth inquired with curiosity. Was the transaction unsuccessful? No, quite the opposite. It went exceedingly well. The blue-haired woman shook her head, tossing the gold card onto the table that I in her hand. She also held the evolution crystal. Gazing at the dazzling crystal, she continued, I have successfully retrieved the items. And now I shall deliver them to elder brother. The green-haired youth nodded from the sofa, a hint of hesitation in his demeanor. just as the blue-haired woman was about to descend the stairs into the basement. The green-haired youth suddenly spoke. "Sister, once we obtain tonight's evolution crystals, will elder brother truly be able to overcome this crisis? To be honest, that I do not know." The blue-haired woman replied without looking back as she descended the stairs. "But this is our last resort." With those words, the blue-haired woman vanished from the green-haired youth's sight. Footsteps echoed from the second floor, and the black-haired youth appeared at the railing. "Fourth brother. Who were you just speaking with?" The green-haired youth glanced at the black-haired youth and shook his head. "Nothing much, just a brief conversation with Sister Doe." The black-haired youth nodded blankly before turning to head toward the restroom. The door to the villa's basement was pushed open as the corridor's light spilled in. It revealed an empty basement, save for a massive bathtub filled with a viscous green liquid in addition to that. A middle-aged man was soaking within it. "Elder brother," the blue-haired woman called softly. After several calls, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, fatigue evident on his face. He gazed at the blue-haired woman, a gentle smile appearing on his pale visage. "Mara, what brings you here? Has something happened outside?" "Outside, all seems well. Brother, look, I have obtained an evolution crystal." Mara carefully presented the crystal to the middle-aged man. "Are you still collecting such items?" Upon seeing the evolution crystal, a complex expression crossed the man's face. "I am sorry. I have burdened you all." "Brother, do not speak like that." Mara shook her head vigorously. "We agreed from the beginning that we would share both fortune and misfortune. Besides, if it weren't for you, how could we have survived that crisis? However, my injuries are not so easily recoverable. You should understand their peculiarity." The middle-aged man spoke, his tone heavy and oppressive. This was not the first time he had received an evolution crystal from Mara. In fact, he had utilized over a dozen such crystals. Yet, despite the considerable resources expended, he remained alive but uncertain of when he might break through to the general level. Moreover, would a breakthrough guarantee recovery? The man was filled with doubt. It seems no general-level evolver has ever claimed that simply breaking through would heal their wounds. As long as there is even the slightest possibility, we will save you. Mara's gaze was resolute. "Brother, enough with the idle talk. Take the crystal and rest well." She placed the crystal firmly into the man's hand. Turning away, Mara glanced back at the man in the bathtub several times. The moment the door closed, a sigh echoed within the dark basement. "So many nutrient solutions?" Sam exclaimed, astonished at the sight of truckloads of nutrient solutions being unloaded. If it weren't for Lin Yi's prior alert via his watch, he would hardly believe these provisions were destined for this place. In addition to the goods, 2 evolution crystals had been sold as well, and after tonight's auction, we might even acquire a substantial fortune. Ellie chimed in with a smile. "The profits this time far exceed our expectations. Truly wonderful." Sam marveled, a member of the core circle of the Redstone mercenary group, aware of some of Lin Yi's secrets. They understood well that these nutrient solutions, in others' hands, might merely represent 500,000 units. Yet, in Lin Yi's possession, their value was incomparably higher. "The boss has arrived," Ellie suddenly announced. Her gaze had already spotted the 2 individuals seated atop Pashi. Moments later, Pashi halted at the front of the convoy, and Lin Yi leapt down. "Sam, Ellie," he greeted the 2, then turned slightly to the side. "Ruth, Caesar, where's Vaughn?" "Vaughn is taking a nap." Ruth bluntly revealed Vaughn's whereabouts. Sam added, "Vaughn was on duty last night. He just returned this morning." This explanation seemed somewhat unnecessary. Lin Yi was not a harsh boss. He gently shook his head and patted Sam's shoulder. The members of the original Sam squad were treated like friends by him. Regardless of whether Vaughn was on duty, even if he desired to slack off, it truly made no difference. After chatting with Sam and the others for a while, Lin Yi turned and walked towards the pile of nutrient solutions. To maintain secrecy, these solutions were covered with thick black cloth, along with some supporting shelves. It ensured that whether the number of nutrient solutions increased or decreased, no one could discern the truth. "All units, be on alert." Sam's commanding voice rang out that moment. All members of the Redstone mercenary group drew their weapons, vigilantly surveying the surrounding area. "Issue a warning to those scouts." Sam glanced at Ruth. "Issuing a new command." "Understood." Ruth nodded. They had long been aware of the scouts' positions belonging to various factions. However, they had previously refrained from stirring trouble, allowing those individuals to observe from a distance. But now, they could no longer allow them to monitor the camp. The sharp crack of a Barrett rifle suddenly pierced the air, and a clear bullet hole appeared on the tree beside an unknown scout. With wisps of hot smoke still rising from it, the scout swallowed hard, quietly stowing away his reconnaissance tools. That shot had been a blatant warning that if he did not heed it, the next bullet would likely find its mark. With such a large caliber and such a violent weapon, even a shot to the chest would leave no chance of survival. If they spared his life, and he remained ungrateful, then death would be well-deserved. Watching the scout obediently retreat, Ruth also changed direction. The majority of the scouts, after receiving consecutive warnings, chose to leave without further ado. Only a few stubborn ones remained, believing that the Redstone mercenary group might merely be bluffing. However, as one scout tumbled down from his concealed perch the next moment, many obstinate scouts scattered like birds and beasts. All have been driven away, Commander, Ruth playfully reported to Sam. Well done. Maintain vigilance. Sam nodded, casting a glance at the tent where Lin Yi had entered. He then continued to watch the surroundings with keen attention. Tradable items detected. Composite nutrient solution X10000. Would you like to sell? Selling will yield 1 million realm currency. Yes or no? Yes. Lin Yi nodded slightly. This was merely the first batch. It would take some time for the Five Colors Trading Company to deliver the remaining 500,000 nutrient solutions. Even dispatching the merchant convoy would only marginally increase the speed. Nevertheless, as he awaited the arrival of the nutrient solutions, Lin Yi felt no urgency. He could skip the auction, but he would never forsake these nutrient solutions. Converting 500,000 nutrient solutions into 5 million realm currency would completely resolve the current issues. Be it the reconstruction of Redstone Town, the upgrade of the Redstone Mercenary Group's equipment, or enhancing his own strength and that of his subordinates, all could be addressed in the simplest and most direct manner, solving problems through expenditure. Looking at the empty area, Lin Yi murmured to himself, I never expected that my first experience as a wealthy person would occur in the wasteland. Gradually exiting the tent, Lin Yi observed the merchant team members and the Five Colors Trading Company staff transporting nutrient solutions to the second area shrouded in black cloth. He waited for a while, nearly an hour, until the second black cloth area was finally filled. He stepped inside, and moments later, another million realm currency was credited to his account. A smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips, one that he could hardly suppress. The boss seems quite pleased, Ellie noted. Observing Lin Yi's expression, that it appears this time's gains are not just a cause for our delight. I crave something delicious, Flora quietly interjected. Although Lin Yi had provided her with plenty of snacks, given her and Peshi's appetites, those treats had quickly vanished. Here are some snacks I've been saving just for you, Ruth said, pulling a bag of goodies from her pocket. Thank you, Ruth. You are so kind, Flora exclaimed, happily accepting the snacks and sharing them with Peshi. Within the camp, a sense of harmony prevailed, occasionally punctuated by laughter and joy. Before long, the alert continued until the sun began to set. All 500,000 nutrient solutions had been successfully delivered into the canopy. Our transaction is complete. With the final batch of nutrient solutions arrived alongside the blue-haired woman, Mara smiled at Lin Yi. However, while transporting the goods, she had discreetly assessed everyone around her, especially noting Sam and the others standing not far from Lin Yi. Committing every detail to memory, it was a pleasure collaborating. Lin Yi nodded gently, responding with a smile that I hope we have the opportunity to conduct business together again. Of course, Mara replied with a smile, setting aside her wariness. She found this transaction with Lin Yi to be the most comfortable she had experienced in a long time. As the moment of farewell approached, Mara waved to Sam and the others before turning to Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, you will be attending the auction as well, won't you? Shall we go together? No, I will head over shortly. Lin Yi replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Very well. See you at the auction, Mara nodded, turning to board her vehicle and departing from the Redstone Mercenary Group's camp. Is that blue-haired woman one of the 5 leaders of Coordinata City? Sam inquired, puzzled after Mara left. Indeed, there is no other blue-haired, green-eyed evolver in Coordinata City, Ellie confirmed with a nod, her expression suddenly tinged with curiosity. What? Do you think she doesn't fit the image of a leader here? No, it's just that she differs somewhat from my expectations. Sam shook his head. Noticing Ellie's peculiar gaze, he quickly added, I had imagined she would be as cold as Lord Wolfhead. Yet she turned out to be so warm. Ellie chuckled lightly. I thought you might have developed a liking for her. Sam looked at Ellie, hesitating to respond. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, observing the urgency in the situation. Even he could see that Ellie and Sam had mutual feelings for each other. Unfortunately, neither dared to break the ice between them, leaving the atmosphere awkwardly stagnant. Suddenly, Ruth leapt out from behind Sam. "And Ellie, what do you think of my dad?" What sort of question is that?" Ellie blushed. Unable to withstand the teasing gazes from those around her, she turned and dashed into the tent. "Father, you've squandered yet another opportunity." Ruth rolled her eyes, exclaiming her bewilderment at how he had ever managed to win over a girl in the past. Sam, taken aback by her words, awkwardly scratched his head. Then, under the watchful gaze of those around him, he nervously made his way toward the tent over there. "You don't mind at all?" Lin Yi inquired with a smile, offering Ruth a lollipop. "Not at all," Ruth cheerfully replied as she unwrapped the candy. "After all, one cannot live perpetually in the past. Besides, my dad has been single for 7 or 8 years now, and Aunt Ellie is such a wonderful person. Why would I mind? It's just a pity that my father acts like a block of wood. Even I feel anxious watching him." Chapter 57. The competition continues inside the quaint white building of the auction house. Lin Yi entered with Ruth and Flora. As they surveyed the surroundings, they observed numerous elegantly dressed men and women being guided inside by various attendants. "This place is so beautiful," Ruth exclaimed, her gaze lingering on the exquisite murals. "Indeed, it is quite stunning." Lin Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that even upon his second visit, he could not deny the cultural and artistic ambience of the theater. With a curious glint in her eyes, Ruth asked, "Brother, was this place always an auction house?" "No," Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. According to Wilson, it was originally a theater before being converted into an auction house. He recalled how Ruth had pleaded to come out and play earlier at the campsite, and in that moment, he had instinctively agreed to her request. That's wonderful." Ruth's big eyes darted around, her voice filled with delight. The reception area, a maid approached them briskly, greeting them respectfully. "Welcome to the Keto Auction House. May I ask if you have a reservation?" "Room 9, Lin Yi replied calmly. This information had been delivered to him at the White House Hotel yesterday, indicating that his seat for the auction was reserved. However, it was listed merely as a room number. The maid, realizing this, quickly responded, "Room 9, Mr. Lin, please follow me." She turned and led them through the entrance of the hall, taking a right up the staircase to the second floor. Upon reaching the door labeled with the number 9, the maid paused and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, we have arrived. The room has been thoroughly cleaned and stocked with fruits. If you wish to bid, you can speak into the intercom. Should you require any further assistance, simply press the doorbell by the entrance, and we will come promptly." Lin Yi nodded appreciatively as he stepped inside, discovering a spacious area furnished with sofas, chairs, and even an extravagantly large round bed. From the window-side sofa, one could overlook the entire auction floor. The intercom the maid mentioned was conveniently placed beside the sofa. Quite a lavish setup, Lin Yi mused, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he observed the red wine and fruits on the table. Although he didn't consider them particularly precious, they were certainly rare finds in the wasteland. That he approached the sofa, while Ruth and Flora became captivated by the various items within the room. After meandering around, the two girls curiously remarked upon the oversized round bed. "Why is there a bed here?" Lin Yi glanced at the bed, but chose not to respond. The maids at the auction house seemed to hold little status. If he were to guess, accompanying guests was likely one of their duties. This was not a baseless assumption, as he had overheard sounds from another room while walking through. However, such matters seemed rather commonplace in the wasteland. Ding! A quarter of an hour later, a bell rang throughout the auction house. The lights above the auction stage immediately focused on the podium. "Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, good day. I am the auctioneer for today's event. I shall be presiding over this auction." A neatly dressed middle-aged man began his introduction. After bowing politely, he struck a bell, prompting maids to bring forth the first item. Today's first auction item is a sword crafted by Master Lawrence. With a starting price of 5,000 keto coins, the auctioneer concluded. Bidding erupted, yet the private rooms remained eerily silent, with not a single voice raised. Ultimately, the sword was sold for 8,500 keto coins. As the next items were presented, most were weapons. However, when the 11th item was brought forth, Lin Yi's expression shifted peculiarly. The subsequent item was 100 boxes of steak canned goods, with a starting bid of 8,000 keto coins. After a brief silence, several representatives from medium-sized merchant caravans began to bid. The 100 boxes of steak cans eventually fetched 11,000 keto coins. Observing this, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, clearly recognizing that this was merchandise from the burly trading company. They had likely acquired it from him for around 60 keto coins per box, only to resell it for a profit. Truly a testament to their business acumen, seizing every opportunity to profit. Yet, Lin Yi felt indifferent. He merely wished to expedite the proceedings until the bidding for the evolution crystal began. The wait stretched on for an hour. Next, we present the final item of today's auction. And the most valuable one, the evolution crystal. On behalf of the keto auction house, I assure you that the quality of this evolution crystal is exceptionally high. It can even be said to approach the standard of a pinnacle evolution crystal. As the auctioneer concluded this statement, the auction hall fell into a hushed silence. Although the auction house had previously advertised the crystal's quality, the distinction between good and approaching pinnacle was monumental. The starting price was set at 50,000 keto coins, with increments no less than 10,000 AS. The auctioneer lifted the evolution crystal, showcasing it to the audience. The moment he set it down marked the commencement of bidding. 100,000. A woman in the general area raised her paddle without hesitation, announcing the sum. Yet, this amount was clearly insufficient to deter other bidders. 110,000, 120,000, 150,000. The bids came in quick succession, and before the guests in the VIP rooms had even descended, the price of the evolution crystal had already soared to 150,000. 200,000. Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared, capturing everyone's attention. Following the sound, they turned to see a bold 200 displayed on the glass of VIP room 1.201. The representatives in the general area were not ready to concede. But in the blink of an eye, a cold voice interjected, 300,000. The auctioneer jolted to attention, exclaiming, 300,000, 300,000. VIP room 3 bids 300,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? A palpable silence enveloped the room, yet everyone understood that this was not the final price for the evolution crystal. 300,000. Going once. 300,000. Going twice. 300,000. Just as the auctioneer prepared to declare the third time. Hesitating over whether to strike the gong, the loudspeaker erupted once more. 500,000. VIP room 1 bids 500,000. 500,000. Going once. 500,000. The auctioneer's voice was barely finished when another loudspeaker chimed in. 700,000. This time, it was neither VIP room 1 nor room 3. That the voice belonged to someone in VIP room 8. Good heavens! Lin Yi exclaimed, astonished. He had never anticipated that this evolution crystal would fetch a staggering 700,000 keto coins. Even after deducting the auction house's commission and the 5,000 deposit, he would still net nearly 600,000. Most importantly, the bidding was far from over. The competition raged on. Chapter 58. The sky-high auction. After the bid of 700,000 was declared, time within the auction hall seemed to stretch interminably. Moments passed before the auctioneer regained his composure and called out, 700,000. Going once. Is there any other esteemed bidder willing to raise the bid? Silence prevailed in the hall. 700,000. Going twice. The auctioneer raised his gavel, believing that 700,000 would be the final outcome. After all, this amount far exceeded the typical value of an evolution crystal. Only pinnacle evolution crystals could command such prices. However, just as he was about to announce the third time and strike the gavel, the loudspeaker from VIP room 1 blared once more. 80,000. 800,000 from VIP room 1. The auctioneer was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment as he shouted, 800,000. Going once. 900,000. VIP room 8 suddenly entered the fray. 900,000. VIP room 8 bids 900,000. 900,000. Going once. The auctioneer continued to call, his voice growing hoarse as he pressed on. At this point, he could no longer contain his excitement. 900,000 was an unprecedented figure at the keto auction house. His name would undoubtedly be etched alongside this auction item on the wall of honor at keto auction house. 900,000. Going twice. 900,000. Going thrice. The hammer struck down with force. Just as the auctioneer's voice rang out, the first VIP room made another bid. 1 million. The auctioneer raspily shouted. 1 million. The first VIP room bids 1 million. 1 million for the first time. 1 million for the second time. 1 million for the third time. Sold. The hammer finally fell. That a look of relief spread across the auctioneer's face. He picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow and then continued in a solemn tone. Congratulations to the first VIP room for acquiring today's Pi assistance. This auction is now concluded. Thank you all for your attendance. The auction came to a close. Lin Yi pondered the astonishing profit he had just gained. Moreover, he was curious about the identities of those seated in the first and third VIP rooms. His doubts were soon partially resolved. Observing the respectful maid, Lin Yi slowly inquired, "Are you suggesting that I should meet with the individuals from the first VIP room in the manager's office?" "Yes, but it's not a strict requirement." The maid slightly bowed, speaking gently, mainly because, under normal circumstances, very few people can produce 1 million Kidu coins outright. Most individuals do not store such a large amount of Kidu coins. Lin Yi wore a puzzled expression. Since the auction house can produce gold cards, can't they just create them in any denomination they wish? He posed the question. The maid's explanation was thorough. The production of gold cards and currency is not solely determined by a single trading company or auction house. They can only produce gold cards to the extent of the Kidu coins they have stored. Moreover, these reserves are inspected monthly by representatives from various trading companies. Thus, the circulation of Kidu coins is actually fixed, primarily to prevent currency from becoming as worthless as scrap paper. Lin Yi nodded. After all this, it seemed that the internal structure of Kidunina City resembled an alliance of sorts. No wonder even the leaders here established the Five Colors Trading Company, profiting from their factories. Let us go. Take me to meet them. Having grasped the situation, Lin Yi nodded gently. He was indeed eager to see what the wealthy individual from the first VIP room looked like. After all, they had just bestowed upon him a considerable sum of money. Please follow me. The maid turned and walked in another direction, with Lin Yi trailing behind her, while Lu Si and Fu Luo La accompanied him. The manager's office was not far from the VIP room. Upon opening the door, Lin Yi was greeted by the familiar visage of a woman. Beside her stood a young man with green hair. What a coincidence! Lin Yi waved his hand in greeting to the blue-haired woman, Mara. Mara shook her head, letting out a sigh. It's not that coincidental. I knew it would be you, but I didn't expect the evolution crystal to fetch such a price. Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders. As for the price, he had no hand in manipulating it. Given which VIP room he occupied, Mara surely could ascertain that. Since we are no strangers, let us get straight to the point. Mara spoke in a low voice, stating that they currently lacked sufficient cash and intended to offer some items in exchange for a lower price. That I do not want items. Lin Yi shook his head. Mara's expression darkened. If Lin Yi only wanted Kidu coins, it would complicate matters considerably. Even if she quickly converted her goods into Kidu coins, it would require time. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly raised his head. Don't you have a factory? How about this? I don't need cash. Just give me 100,000 nutrient solutions. Nutrient solutions? Mara's gaze shifted. She hadn't thought much of it before. However, Lin Yi had just purchased 500,000 nutrient solutions and now wanted another 100,000. What could he possibly need such a large quantity of nutrient solutions for? Mara's confusion flickered momentarily. Yet, she quickly realized that she had no reason to refuse this request. If Lin Yi only needed nutrient solutions, it would effectively save her some money. The auction house's transaction fee. Mara looked at Lin Yi, hesitantly asking. The transaction fee of 100,000 Kidu coins is not an insignificant amount. Since both parties had agreed to barter, the auction house's fee must be settled in another manner. I had forgotten about that. Lin Yi scratched his head, but it's manageable. I will cover it. Then it is settled. Mara nodded, though she noted that the factory currently had limited stock, and gathering 100,000 nutrient solutions might take a month. That's slow? Lin Yi frowned slightly. Acquiring this batch of nutrient solutions would undoubtedly elevate his trading level. He had initially thought he could upgrade quickly, but if it would take a month, that was far too slow. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about it, Mara apologized, explaining that the warehouse currently had only 300,000 nutrient solutions, and even with maximum production from the factory, it wouldn't exceed 30,000 per day. Additionally, the daily consumption of low-level hunters and scavengers at the camp would further delay gathering the remaining quantity. Listening to Mara's explanation, Lin Yi gradually felt at ease. Indeed, nutrient solutions are not items that can be stored for long. Under normal circumstances, the factory's production capacity may not even be fully utilized, and he had just taken away 500,000. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi slowly nodded. A month it is. But the 300,000 nutrient solutions must be delivered to the outskirts of the city tomorrow. No problem. Mara agreed with a nod. The manager of the auction house, who had been listening attentively, produced the evolution crystal from the auction. This is it. Mara's eyes brightened. She took the evolution crystal in hand and examined it closely. After a moment, she looked up and nodded at the green-haired youth, confirming that the evolution crystal was genuine. A pleasant collaboration. Lin Yi smiled lightly. Chapter 59. Ambushed together with Mara, Lin Yi exited the auction house, intending to stay one more night at the White House Hotel. Mara and her companion, however, had no desire to converse with Lin Yi at this moment. They wished to return to their villa immediately, to the darkened basement. Farewell. Mara and Lin Yi waved goodbye. The two parties then departed in opposite directions from the auction house. After a while, a series of thunderous sounds captured the attention of Lin Yi and his companions. The noise seemed to be coming from the direction Mara and her companion were heading. Are they attempting to seize the evolution crystal? The thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind. However, he quickly shook his head. Mara was one of the 5 leaders of this gathering place. The combined strength of 5 evolutionists was formidable. Who would dare to snatch their belongings in their territory? Though it seemed improbable, the sounds continued to echo. Lin Yi glanced at Fu Luo La and noticed her curiosity about the commotion. Should we go take a look? At that moment, the youngest, Lu Si, spoke up. Are we going? Fu Luo La also inquired. After contemplating for a few seconds, Lin Yi replied, Let us see, but do not get too close. We shall observe from a distance. Understood. Fu Luo La nodded enthusiastically. In the next instant, Pashi swiftly altered direction and leaped forward. In a certain area of the gathering place, numerous residents were scattering in all directions. The epicenter of the noise was shrouded in a cloud of dust, appearing starkly visible under the bright moonlight. Meanwhile, Mara regarded the 3 individuals standing before her with a furrowed brow. In her hand, she gripped a short sword forged from frost. Time rewinds a few minutes prior. Mara and the green-haired youth were returning to the villa when an inexplicable chill suddenly washed over her. Mara halted in her tracks, and the next moment, 5 hooded figures stood boldly atop a nearby rooftop. Who are you? Mara demanded in a low voice. The green-haired youth beside her also readied himself for battle. The leader among the hooded figures abruptly spoke. We just met. Do you not recognize us? Just met? Lin Yi's group? No, it can't be. Mara's gaze sharpened as she suddenly recognized the voice as somewhat familiar. After a brief recollection, Mara spoke coldly. You are the ones from the 3rd VIP room, aren't you? Precisely. The hooded figure replied with a sinister chuckle. At this moment, the green-haired youth understood the intentions of the intruders. However, he had no intention of meekly surrendering the evolution crystal. Countless vines shot up into the sky. Fao glared at the group, his voice icy. You pretentious fools. The next moment, the vines lashed out. However, almost immediately, a burst of flames descended upon them. Fao was forced to retreat, and the ensuing dust and booming sounds startled those nearby. Just as Mara and Fao exchanged glances, preparing to launch a counterattack against the group. The adversaries cleverly divided the battlefield. 3 remained to confront her, while 2 moved to engage Fao. Gripping her icy sword, Mara spoke in a low tone. If you dare to come, you should be aware of the intelligence here. Do you truly believe you can eliminate us before my brother and sister arrive? Eliminating you is not the objective. Acquiring the evolution crystal is. The leader of the hooded figures waggled his finger dismissively, adding, moreover, do you really think your brother can come out? Mara's pupils constricted. They were aware of this matter. Frowning, Mara coldly replied, No wonder I wondered who was so audacious. It turns out to be the rats of the council. Do you also lack evolution crystals? Mara inquired coldly. Upon discovering the origins of her adversaries, she felt no relief. Instead, a profound worry settled deep within her that you've been lacking them for quite some time. Haven't you? The hooded leader chuckled softly. However, isn't it a bit foolish to delay time in this manner? A sphere of fire erupted from the leader's hand, slowly yet swiftly taking shape before being hurled towards her. Instinctively, Mara chose to evade, shifting her position. Yet, to her astonishment, the fireball exhibited tracking capabilities. There was no escape. The icy sword sliced through the fireball, and the searing heat enveloped Mara's face. Nevertheless, the ice sword ultimately cleaved the fireball. Thwarting the attack, you can defend against it once, but what about twice? The hooded leader continued to smile, while the 2 hooded figures beside him also moved in unison. 3 individuals launched an assault together. Mara's expression hardened. This time, It would not be so easy to cope. A deafening boom resounded as Mara gasped for breath, gazing at the three hooded figures before her. A sense of urgency filled her heart. No matter what, she could not allow the Evolutionary Council to seize the evolution crystal cradled in her arms. That it was a matter of life and death. The hooded leader approached, chuckling eerily before suddenly advising, "Hand over the item, and you may yet preserve your life. In your dreams," Mara retorted through gritted teeth. Seeing her stubbornness, the hooded leader seemed to lose interest. Two fireballs coalesced in his hands, slowly merging into one. As the massive fireball changed color, Mara understood all too well. This strike would be formidable. Yet, she could not flee. The fireball was cast by the hooded figure, and Mara swung her ice sword, launching several shards of ice. However, as they neared the fireball, they melted into steam. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed. To Mara's astonishment, she found herself unscathed. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a young man with red hair, clad in a crimson leather jacket. Standing before her, "Graham," Mara exclaimed, her voice laced with surprise. The red-haired youth, Graham, without turning his head, remarked, "Second sister, apologies for my tardiness. That you're not late. Your arrival is just in time." Mara shook her head. Facing three opponents alone was beyond her capabilities. But with Graham's support, 2 against 3 might just be feasible. Yet, she wondered if Clemente could hold out on his end. She needed to break the deadlock swiftly. "Where's Clemente?" Mara inquired again. Graham replied gravely, "He may be in some woman's bed, but I've dispatched someone to fetch him. He should arrive shortly." Mara felt speechless. Yet, this habit of the dark-haired youth, Clemente, was not a recent development. It could only be said that their comfortable lives had dulled their sense of vigilance. What to do? Mara's gaze sharpened as she looked at the hooded figures ahead. Time was short, and she could not devise a better plan. She could only attempt to act. Stubbornness, the hooded leader coldly remarked. He had granted the 2 some time to converse, but now, he would not hold back any longer. Chapter 60. Need assistance? A tremendous noise, dazzling flashes of light. This was Lin Yi's first time witnessing a battle between evolutionaries. It was, to say the least, somewhat different from what he had envisioned. He had thought that battles among evolutionaries would predominantly involve monstrous creatures. However, while Mara could summon ice swords and launch ice shards, her combat style was primarily melee. Conversely, the hooded leader wielded fireballs with remarkable versatility, and it was evident to the naked eye that his strength seemed to surpass Mara's slightly. As for the subsequent red-haired youth, he appeared to command flames as well, though it seemed he could only envelop himself with them, not cast them away. Surprisingly, however, this individual possessed exceptional combat skills. Alone, he could contend with the hooded leader. The battle here was roughly evenly matched. Lin Yi's gaze shifted to another area. In the segregated battlefield, the green-haired youth, Fail, was struggling to manage 2 hooded figures using vines. Just as Lin Yi was contemplating whether to intervene, a dark-haired youth suddenly leaped in from another direction, brandishing a sharp blade and charging forward at a speed-type evolutionary. Lin Yi mused. He was unaware of the specific details regarding the 5 leaders gathered in the Cotonina City Enclave. Their abilities and combat styles were scarcely known even here. But now, the veil had been lifted. Evolutionaries seemed to be just that. Ordinary. A slight smirk graced Lin Yi's lips. He could ascertain that the 9 evolutionaries present did not possess the extraordinary powers he had once imagined could transcend all. In fact, to be precise, when facing evolutionarily equivalent creatures, they would likely struggle to prevail. Evolutionaries, after all, were still human. With the arrival of the dark-haired youth, Clemente, the 2 quickly repelled the 2 hooded figures. Once the 2 hooded assailants retreated, Fail and Clemente successfully reunited with Mara and Graham. It seemed there was no need for him to assist further. Lin Yi thought. "You have failed." Mara wiped the blood from her lips. The fierce battle had left her makeup in disarray. Nevertheless, her allies had gathered. The evolution crystal was secure. "Apologies, Captain." The 2 hooded figures now apologized to their leader. However, the hooded leader showed no interest in their pleas. "Do you truly believe you have secured victory?" He cackled, raising his head. A glimmer of cruelty shone in his eyes as he intoned, "Our objective was never the evolution crystal." Never the evolution crystal? As these words escaped the leader's lips, an icy dread surged through Mara's heart, causing her pupils to constrict in terror. "You." Mara pointed at the hooded leader, her arm trembling. She turned to her brothers beside her, gritting her teeth as she urged, "Hurry, return to the villa. Their target is our elder brother." Elder brother? The three, realizing too late, turned to flee towards the villa area. "How could I possibly allow you to pass?" The hooded leader cackled. Mara was stalling for time, and so was he. The reason he had sent those two relatively weak members to confront Fail was precisely to lure the tiger away from its mountain den. If Mara and her companions felt overwhelmed and retreated towards the villa, how could the mission be successfully accomplished? Delight, pure delight. The corners of the hooded leader's mouth curved upward, his hands never ceasing their movements. A massive fireball hurtled towards Mara and her companions, not seeking to kill, but to delay. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. Mara and her companions glanced towards the source of the sound that it was in the direction of the villa, suggesting that someone had breached it. Perhaps they were already nearing the basement. The situation was dire. "I'll hold them off," Mara declared resolutely. She may not have been the strongest among her siblings, but in terms of combat experience, she was relatively seasoned. Moreover, at this critical juncture, as the eldest sister, she had to step up. "Let me do it, sister," Graham immediately replied. However, Mara firmly insisted, "No more nonsense. Quickly return to the villa. You all handle the elder brother." "Sister," Fail looked at Mara, wanting to say more, but upon seeing the determination in her eyes, he swallowed his words and sprinted towards the villa without looking back. "Sister," Graham grit his teeth, although he yearned to stay. He understood that the villa posed a greater danger. He charged through the obstruction, leaving a trail of flames in his wake. "I'm sorry, sister. It was my fault. That I hope you can hold on until I return to apologize." Clementi bowed slightly. Had he not been absent from the villa that night, perhaps things would not have turned so dire. As Clementi reflected, he attributed all blame to himself, then dashed towards the villa without a backward glance. The three siblings broke through the encirclement in quick succession. As Mara watched her brothers escape, her gaze hardened. Though she faced 5 adversaries, it would not be so easy for them to take her life. Wait, it seemed she had forgotten something. The evolution crystal. Suddenly, Mara patted her pocket. She had forgotten to hand the evolution crystal over to her brothers for safekeeping in the villa. This was bad. Just at that moment of distraction, a fireball struck her directly. She was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall and spitting blood. Meanwhile, the hooded leader ordered, "You go after those 3. If they reach the villa, coordinate with the other team." "Yes, Captain." The remaining 4 nodded in unison. Soon, their figures advanced towards the villa. "Can you tell me just how many evolutionaries you have brought with you?" Mara's eyes glimmered with defiance as she watched the approaching hooded figures. Despite having 5 evolutionaries on her side, she never expected there would be more to ambush the villa. "Not many, just 10. The hooded figure uttered a number that filled Mara with a sense of despair. 10 evolved beings. This was not merely an ambush. It was a full-scale assault aimed at obliterating this gathering place. Mobilizing these evolved individuals had required considerable effort on my part. Yet, here you are, naively believing that I was merely after the evolution crystal. How amusing that thought truly is." The hooded figure's harsh laughter echoed far and wide. In the next instant, a blue-eye sword surged towards him. However, in the face of Mara's desperate struggle, the hooded figure remained utterly indifferent. That a fireball erupted, effortlessly intercepting the ice sword. Another fireball summoned by his other hand sent Mara flying once more. The evolution crystal was dislodged from Mara's grasp, tumbling to the ground beside her. "Damn." Mara gritted her teeth, trying to rise, her gaze fixated solely on the evolution crystal that lay abandoned on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the hooded figure's laughter grew even more grating. Yet, at that moment, a hand reached down to retrieve the evolution crystal. "Need assistance, Miss Mara?" Chapter 61. 3 seconds. That voice? Mara lifted her head, her eyes locking onto the face of the one who had picked up the evolution crystal. Indeed, it was him. "Lin, Mr. Lin." Mara gasped in pain. "Please, help me." "Certainly," Lin Yi replied with a gentle smile. "Where did this trash come from?" The hooded figure spoke coldly, his expression dark as he glared at Lin Yi, who had disrupted his grand performance. He bore no trace of an evolved being's aura, yet dared to speak so brazenly. Offering help, with a swift motion, he threw a punch. The hooded figure's body crashed violently against the wall behind him, creating a sizable hole, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Lin Yi. He could not fathom how an ordinary person could possess such formidable and terrifying strength. Truly, a testament to the evolved. Lin Yi clapped his hands in appreciation. while still within the realm of humanity. These individuals' resilience, or perhaps their physical prowess, far exceeded that of normal humans. Attacks that would typically be lethal to a human merely left them with minor injuries. This also clarified Lin Yi's earlier confusion. He had wondered why, after such a fierce exchange, no one had perished, as so that was it. "Who are you?" the hooded figure inquired, rising from the rubble, his tone earnest, although Lin Yi was not an evolved being. That punch had possessed the strength comparable to one. My name is not one you are worthy to know. Lin Yi shrugged off his arm. He had to admit that, given his mechanically enhanced physique, he was unable to swiftly conclude this confrontation. However, he had myriad methods at his disposal. Strength could be bought. Purchase Bloodletter's blade for 100,000 realm coins. Yes or no? Yes. Lin Yi confirmed in his heart. In the next moment, a crimson Dao sword materialized in his hand. Bloodletter's blade configuration. Blood frenzy evaluation. A weapon dedicated to slaughter. The more blood it absorbs, the greater the power it grants its wielder. Note: enhanced power will dissipate over time. A fireball hurtled towards him. With a single slash, Lin Yi shattered the fireball. Observing the hooded figure continuing to conjure a multitude of fireballs, Lin Yi propelled himself forward with determination. Fireballs rained down, yet Lin Yi's blade continued to strike. Once all the fireballs had been obliterated, Lin Yi's figure appeared behind the hooded figure. "Who are you?" came a trembling voice from the raspy throat of the hooded figure. He touched his neck, where a line of blood began to form. In the next second, a basketball-sized object thudded to the ground, producing a dull sound. "Are you all right?" Lin Yi stepped beside Mara, helping her to her feet as he quietly inquired. "I am fine." Mara grimaced in pain. Yet compared to death, surviving was already a stroke of fortune. "Thank you." Mara expressed sincerely that a life saved. At that moment, she was at a loss for how to repay him. "Take a sip." Seeing Mara's pained expression, Lin Yi produced a bottle containing a red liquid and offered it to her. "What is this?" Mara asked, but before she could receive an answer, she uncorked the bottle and took a large gulp. The liquid was icy upon entry but soon warmed within her. Within mere seconds, Mara felt her grievous injuries heal significantly. What a miraculous liquid! Mara marveled at Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi seemed unwilling to elaborate on the matter. Just then, a resounding crash echoed from the direction of the villa. "This is bad." Listening to the cacophony, Mara immediately realized that her three younger brothers were engaged in battle with the evolved beings. Yet, based on the information gleaned from the hooded figure, it was evident that 10 had arrived in total. 1 had perished, leaving 9 still at the villa. Now, it was not just her elder brother in danger. Her 3 younger brothers were at risk as well. Mr. Lin. Mara hesitated, unsure of how to voice her request. Lin Yi had just saved her. To ask for further assistance now felt somewhat ungrateful. Yet, lives were at stake. These were her family members. In that instant, Mara cast aside her pride and earnestly pleaded, "Mr. Lin, could you possibly assist me once more?" "I can, but you must pay a price." Lin Yi readily agreed. "Rescuing you costs 100,000 nutrient agents. Saving them will be the same." "Understood." Mara responded without hesitation. 1 person, 100,000 nutrient agents. This is an incredibly fair trade. After all, nutrient agents can be produced at any time, but a life is singular. Then let us go. Lin Yi whistled. In the next moment, Pashi leaped down from the rooftop. "ISNT that." Mara's eyes widened in confusion. "That I didn't summon her here." Lin Yi chuckled. This was a battle among evolved beings, and he had no desire for Lu Si and Fu Luo La to be harmed. After all, if he were to perish, it would merely mean the destruction of a synthetic body. The repercussions would be vastly different if Lu Si and Fu Luo La were caught in the crossfire. "Oh," Mara nodded. Yes, she mounted Pashi. A peculiar sensation lingered in her heart. Previously, she had thought Lin Yi merely an ordinary person with some background. Yet now, it seemed otherwise. Onward, picking up the hooded figure from the ground. Lin Yi tossed 2 hamburgers aside. Pashi leaped and devoured the hamburgers before sprinting swiftly towards the villa district. With 4 legs, she was certainly faster than any 2-legged creature. Before long, they arrived at the villa area, which appeared to be in chaos, illuminated by the brilliance of various abilities. "FAO, Graham, Clement," Mara instinctively called out as she saw her 3 blooded kin besieged. In the next moment, all the hooded figures attacking them turned their attention toward the massive Pashi. Startled, "Did Vislo not stop you?" one of the hooded figures inquired, perplexed at the sight of Mara. However, Before she could respond, a round, hooded object was hurled before them by Lin. Vislo is dead. Upon seeing the severed head on the ground, the hooded figures were instantly taken aback. Though Vislo was not among the most formidable of evolved beings, his demise was unexpected. Most importantly, Lin Yi bore no sign of being an evolved being. They had assumed he was merely an ordinary person. Clearly, that was not the case. So, his name was Vislo. Lin Yi suddenly smiled. Dismounting Pashi, he turned to her. Wait over there for me. I will be done shortly. Alwo, Pashi barked, turning to scamper to a safe distance. With his attention back on the hooded figures before him, Lin Yi silently drew his blade, a subtle smile playing on his lips. 3 seconds, he declared. Just as the 9 hooded figures were beginning to process his words, Lin Yi's figure darted forward like a specter, weaving and maneuvering. In the instant the 3 seconds elapsed, he pierced through a heart. Chapter 62. The Senator, Companion Slain. Though they were astonished by Lin Yi, a non-evolved being, possessing such terrifying speed and strength, the distinction between friend and foe was no longer a matter for deliberation. At that moment, the leader of the hooded figures shouted, Do not concern yourselves with the 3 over there. Focus your efforts on eliminating this strange individual. Understood. The hooded figures responded in unison. In the next moment, an array of bizarre abilities surged toward Lin Yi at full speed. Lin Yi remained unfazed, wielding the Bloodletter's blade with precision as various peculiar abilities were dismantled and absorbed. This weapon, worth 100,000 realm coins, was now demonstrating its value. Do not relent. Observing his comrades momentarily stunned by Lin Yi's actions, the leader of the hooded figures bellowed, and the dark shadows surrounding him expanded significantly in size. A barrage of attacks was unleashed upon Lin Yi. Mara instinctively narrowed her eyes at this sight. An onslaught from 8 evolved beings. Could Lin Yi evade their combined might? At that moment, Mara could not predict the outcome. She had ingested the potion, yet her body had only recovered from a state of severe injury. She was far from being able to participate in combat. All she could do was silently pray, hoping Lin Yi would manage to evade. Just as the words left her lips, a deluge of attacks rained down. Yet, even while besieged, Lin Yi did not take a single step back. The bloodthirsty blade in his hand was wielded with remarkable swiftness, creating an impenetrable zone before him. No ability of any evolved being could penetrate this layer of defense. The combined strike of the 8 hooded figures was thus nullified. How could this be? The leader of the hooded figures expressed a hint of surprise that he refused to believe that Lin Yi had no weaknesses to withstand such a formidable attack. Lin Yi must have exhausted considerable energy. Again, the leader of the hooded figures issued another command. Yet this time, Lin Yi acted first. His movements were light, his steps remarkably swift, his figure resembling a specter as he surged toward the nearest hooded figure. The hooded figure, seeing Lin Yi approach at such speed, barely managed to conjure an ice wall. However, the ice wall was shattered in an instant. The blood of the hooded figure flowed uncontrollably in the next moment. The third one. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the other hooded figures. This moment, all present were his prey. It was merely a question of whom to eliminate first, the notion of sparing or driving them away. Such thoughts had never even crossed Lin Yi's mind. As the saying goes, to help others is to see it through to the end. The moment he chose to assist Mara, he had already offended this mysterious force. Since that was the case, why not offend them even more? Simply eliminate them all. The fourth. In the blink of an eye, yet another hooded figure fell beneath Lin Yi's blade. Those who once roamed the wasteland with impunity, towering over countless others, now appeared before Lin Yi like plucked chickens, unable to even flutter their wings. Damn it. Observing his subordinates perishing one after another, the leader of the hooded figures furrowed his brow. Lin Yi exuded no aura of an evolved being, yet his displayed power was exceedingly monstrous. Their attacks could not breach the lethal blade in Lin Yi's grasp. At this rate, not only would today's mission be exceedingly difficult to accomplish, but all of them would likely perish here. The fifth, just as the leader of the hooded figures was contemplating while launching attacks, Lin Yi's figure swiftly approached a weary hooded figure. Perhaps it was the extended duration of battle that had drained all energy from his body. It could also be the fatigue of spirit or body. In any case, his momentary lapse allowed Lin Yi to close the distance. Then, with a single slash, a life was extinguished. Withdraw, observing the consecutive deaths of 4 evolved beings. Including Wieslow, the leader realized that half of the 10 evolved beings dispatched today had perished in an instant. In such moments, he felt it was imperative to halt this onslaught, taking the day's mission objective into account. Immediate retreat was necessary. You want to flee? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. He had never indicated he would let these individuals go. Moreover, to contemplate escape at this moment, did they seek his permission? Leave your lives behind. His cold words echoed as if the Grim Reaper were pronouncing a decree. The leader of the hooded figures chose to retreat, and this act of relinquishing resistance made Lin Yi's hunt all the more exhilarating. In less than a minute, all the hooded figures, save for their leader, lay dead. Meanwhile, the leader, burdened by a sack, was fleeing at great speed. You must kill me. Glancing back at the relentless Lin Yi, the leader of the hooded figures demanded fiercely. What? Not possible. Lin Yi languidly replied. Are you allowed to wreak havoc in others' homes? And when I retaliate a few times, you deem me excessive. That was merely a few retaliatory strikes. The leader of the hooded figures furrowed his brow. Yet he felt he could not out-argue Lin Yi, but burdened with a person, and not being a speed-oriented evolved being himself, he feared that within 20 seconds, he would be caught. What then? He pondered. Just as the hooded leader was deep in thought, a blade suddenly swept across. He stared in astonishment at Lin Yi standing before him, bewildered as to when Lin Yi had arrived. Just seconds ago. He had been 100 meters behind him. How had he crossed that distance in an instant? Confusion enveloped him. However, in this perilous moment, his body's instinctive reaction saved his life. He released the sack he carried, leaped, and soared over the bloodthirsty blade. Looking back at the sack, he felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, there was no time to dwell on that. Without the burden, he began to charge straight toward the outskirts of the gathering place. He is actually running away. Lin Yi frowned. Activating his energy, he dashed forward at great speed, but this ability was still on cooldown. Moreover, this hooded leader was quite adept at fleeing. Should he give up and not pursue? No. Frowning, Lin Yi refused to concede. He had vowed to eliminate the hooded leader, and he must fulfill that vow. His word was his bond, and his actions must follow. His steps never faltered. Moments later, the hooded leader burst out of the gathering place. Arriving at the inner city of Kidanina, he visibly sighed in relief. But in the next instant, Lin Yi's figure suddenly leaped out, appearing right beside him. You. Gazing at the enigmatic Lin Yi, the leader of the hooded figures felt utterly confounded. Since his evolution, he had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. As he beheld the approaching bloodthirsty blade, the hooded leader shut his eyes. He no longer had the strength to resist, let alone battle Lin Yi. Had he known it would come to this, he would have refrained from participating in this mission. The leader of the hooded figures thought to himself. However, the blade remained suspended in the air, and the anticipated pain had yet to arrive. The hooded leader opened his eyes to find a hand firmly grasping the blade of the bloodthirsty weapon. Lin Yi was locking gazes with this unexpected newcomer. Observing the person before Lin Yi, the fortunate yet astonished hooded leader exclaimed, Member of the Council, Chapter 63. I heard you have been proclaiming my death everywhere. How come you are here? The leader of the hooded figures bore a look of delight. Initially, he had thought his demise was inevitable. Unexpectedly, there was still hope. Bang! A tremendous crash ensued. Lin Yi was sent flying by the council member's strike. In the next moment, the council member flickered in midair, then reappeared before Lin Yi, delivering another powerful punch. Lin Yi was left severely injured, and the council member took him back to the side of the hooded leader. He looked at the hooded leader and asked solemnly, Where is the person you were supposed to capture? Did you fail to capture him? Council member. Well, there were some complications. The leader of the hooded figure stammered. His gaze filled with fury directed at Lin Yi, for it was he who had disrupted their plans. They had been on the verge of completing their mission, only to have Wieslow killed by him. Wieslow is dead. The council member's expression shifted slightly. In this mission, both squad leaders were advanced evolved beings. Yet, it was astonishing to learn that Wieslow had perished. What about the others? The council member continued to inquire. They are also dead. The leader of the hooded figures lowered his head. All slain by the individual you captured. Had it not been for you, I fear I too would have perished at his hands. You all, unable to handle a single individual. The council member's words carried a faint chill. The loss of 9 evolved beings was no longer just a matter of incompetence. My apologies. The leader of the hooded figures spoke respectfully. He recounted the events of the mission in detail, particularly how Lin Yi's sudden appearance had disrupted their plans and resulted in the deaths of the other hooded figures. That as he spoke, the leader of the hooded figures instinctively glanced at Lin Yi, only to find Lin Yi's expression devoid of emotion, as if his soul had been stripped away at that moment. The council member abruptly seized him, pulling him away from Lin Yi's vicinity. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The leader of the hooded figures gasped for breath, a sense of relief washing over him as he narrowly escaped death. This fellow, the council member furrowed his brow slightly. Had it not been for his evolution, significantly enhancing his perception, he might have been gravely injured by that blast. However, he was fortunate to have noticed it in time. No harm done. Thank you, my lord. The leader of the hooded figures expressed his gratitude respectfully. The council member remained non-committal, gazing toward the gathering place. Let us proceed to complete the tasks you have left unfinished. Yes, my lord. The leader of the hooded figure's eyes brightened. Now that Lin Yi was dead, the remaining evolved beings in the Kidanina gathering place were likely heavily wounded from the previous battle at this moment. It was improbable to find anyone unscathed. Furthermore, even if they were unharmed, what storm could they conjure before the advanced council member? As long as he completed the task, perhaps he would not only avoid punishment, but might even receive commendation. With such thoughts, the leader of the hooded figures began to lead the council member onward. They soon returned to the gathering place. Arriving at the ruins of the villa, what a powerful aura! Mara glanced toward the approaching council member. She had just rescued her elder brother from that sacked. In the blink of an eye, things seemed to have taken a different turn. Such a potent aura. Who could it be? Under the watchful eyes of Mara and her companions, two figures emerged from the street, swiftly approaching. Observing Mara and the others, the council member spoke with a stoic expression. You few are the leaders here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Council Member Hale Mason of the Evolved Beings Council. Council Member? Upon hearing this phrase, Mara's expression immediately darkened. Beside her, her elder brother, supported by her, wore a bitter smile. A council member, it was common knowledge that each member of the Evolved Beings Council possessed advanced strength. I am the leader here. Mara spoke in a low voice. The 5 leaders of the Kidu gathering. Now only she remains relatively unscathed. Surrender that man, and I shall spare your lives. Hale Mason gazed at Mara and spoke calmly. Perhaps this is fate. Mara's elder brother slowly began to speak, his tone filled with despair. Urging, turn me in. Mara. No, I cannot hand you over. Mara shook her head resolutely. She was unaware of the intentions behind the Evolver Council's actions, nor did she understand why they were adamant about capturing her brother alive. Yet, an ominous premonition gnawed at her, one that whispered that should she surrender her brother, his fate would be nothing short of catastrophic. Indeed, it might even be more dreadful than death. This is not a request. It is an order, her brother said in a grave tone. Setting aside the fact that the 5 siblings were currently devoid of any combat capability, even in peak condition, how could they possibly contend against a commander-level evolver? Surrendering him might offer Mara and her brothers a chance at survival. Refusing would surely lead to their demise. He would still be seized by the counselors. This was an unalterable truth that I cannot hand him over. Mara shook her head once more, casting a glance at her 3 equally wounded brothers behind her. She then turned to the leader of the hooded figures and suddenly inquired, I wish to know. What has become of Mr. Lin, who pursued you earlier? He is already dead, the hooded leader replied with a smile. He perished at the hands of our formidable counselors. With their assistance, victory in this situation is already assured. Whether one struggles or not, it makes no difference. He had no qualms about answering her. That Soda Mara's gaze darkened. Such a moment, placing hope in others was an inherently misguided notion. Yet, she inexplicably felt that Lin Yi would not simply meet his end so easily. Deep down, she did not wish to bear the guilt of causing Lin Yi's demise. Ants are always inclined to struggle, Hale Mason remarked coldly, striding forward. After all, the mission's objective was merely to capture that man. The fates of the others were inconsequential. Mara, her elder brother, spoke again, urgency lacing his voice. If you do not turn him in soon, it will be too late. Brother, we have spoken of this, Mara replied earnestly. Meeting her brother's gaze, it was you who initially said, let us not seek to live together, but rather to die together. You saved my life, as well as theirs. We will not betray you to our enemies for the sake of survival. Meanwhile, FAO, Clement, and Graham remained silent. Yet their silence tacitly affirmed Mara's resolve, stubbornness. Hale Mason furrowed his brows. From over 20 meters away, he suddenly assumed a stance for a powerful punch, targeting none other than the blue-haired Mara. In a flash, a deafening roar erupted. Mara opened her eyes, only to find herself alive as the dust settled. A brand new and exquisitely crafted power armor slowly rose to its feet. That I heard you were proclaiming my death. The power armor lifted its head, and Lin Yi's voice resonated from within. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated Mara's face. In stark contrast, the hooded leader trembled as if he had seen a ghost. Only Hale Mason regarded the iron behemoth before him with a grave demeanor. Feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. Chapter 64. Explosive Slaughter Power Armor. Flame Knight Configuration. Flame Knight's Glaive. Flame Knight Laser Cannon. Flame Knight Shoulder Cannon. Flame Knight Drone. Evaluation. A modified, powerful type of power armor, capable of adapting to combat in any environment. Price: 1 million dimensional currency, 0.1 million dimensional currency. Equivalent to 10 units of the power armor gifted to Sam and the others, with such a steep price. The performance of this power armor far surpassed that of the A3 assault variants. Lin Yi cast a detached glance at Hale Mason. Though his synthetic body felt no pain, he would repay the humiliation of defeat in kind. With a focused gaze, Lin Yi swept his glaive, sending a ripple of red energy towards Hale Mason. Observing the wave, Hale Mason tentatively unleashed a punch into the air. However, the ripple remained undisturbed. Instantly, he began to retreat. Boom! A thunderous crash ensued as Lin Yi's glaive collided with Hale Mason's fist. The metallic gauntlet Hale Mason wore, along with his hand, was reduced to a bloody mess under the force of the glaive strike. The penetrating red energy surged through the metal gauntlet and into Hale Mason's body. Unyielding, Hale Mason retaliated with another punch, successfully landing a hit against the exterior of the Flame Knight. That a wave of searing heat washed over him as he retracted his fist. His expression growing peculiar. This punch failed to budge Lin Yi, encased within the Flame Knight, which meant that the armor's defense had reached at least the commander level. Counselor, the hooded leader called out to Hale Mason. Sensing the situation turning dire, he hoped desperately that the counselor would heed his words and retreat together. The fiery power armor and the reborn Lin Yi were undeniably troubling. I refused to believe it. Yet Hale Mason did not listen. The relentless attacks had failed to inflict any damage on Lin Yi, and he felt a burgeoning emotion of resentment. He was a commander-level evolver. In this wasteland, as long as he did not encounter an evolver of the same rank, no one could pose a threat to him. This was an ironclad law. He refused to accept that this emotionless hunk of metal could injure him with a single strike. Such a thing should not exist in this world. Hale Mason's expression darkened as he began to contemplate that if the number of such armored beings continued to increase, the established order of evolvers ruling the wasteland might very well be overturned. No matter what, he had to personally obliterate this formidable entity before him, especially the reborn Lin Yi. Bang! Another deafening crash resounded. Hale Mason braced himself against Lin Yi's assault. However, the force transmitted from the glaive sent him careening sideways, crashing into the well-preserved house of another. The battle between commanders. Mara's elder brother observed the scene with a complex expression. That he was thrilled to witness the clash of commanders, yet he was acutely aware that such a confrontation could very well wipe their gathering from the map. You have successfully enraged me. Hale Mason emerged from the ruins, his voice icy though. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, gazing curiously at Hale Mason, intrigued as to whether his opponent had any hidden cards left to play. Hale Mason remained silent, having resolved to unleash his most powerful ability, even if it meant succumbing to exhaustion for an extended period afterward. However, as long as he could eliminate Lin Yi, the cost was inconsequential. Unbeknownst to him, aiding the hooded leader in completing the mission was no longer his primary concern. Right now, all he desired was to kill Lin Yi. Yet, observing Hale Mason's escalating aura, Lin Yi remained unfazed. Holding his glaive steady, its sharp end directed at Hale In the next moment, objects launched from the back and shoulders of the power armor, swiftly assembling with the glaive, transforming Itto Mara and the others. What Lin Yi now wielded was no longer merely a glaive, but a weapon resembling a cannon at the front, while retaining a long shaft at the back. Most astonishingly, the entire assembly took less than a second. Merely the blink of an eye, the laser cannon was complete. Inside the Flame Knight, Lin Yi heard the voice of his intelligent assistant. He gazed at Hale Mason opposite him, a slight smile tugging at his lips. A counselor? A commander-level evolver? He was eager to see if this so-called commander-level evolver could withstand this strike. Boomed, a deafening sound erupted. Mara and the others exchanged bewildered glances, for the source of the noise did not emanate from Lin Yi's weapon, but rather from the ground beneath Hail Mason, who had initially intended to unleash a devastating counterattack, but was now fleeing in panic. Hail Mason, counselor of the Evolver Council, a bona fide commander-level evolver, was now outrunning. Can he escape? Flames erupted from the back of the Flame Knight as Lin Yi soared into the air. Unhurriedly, he aimed the laser cannon at Hail Mason. In an instant, the crimson beam shot forth from the weapon as it locked onto its target. The terrifying velocity of the shot left Hail Mason no opportunity to evade. Under the scorching beam, Hail Mason howled in agony, but after enduring barely a second, he was vaporized, dissipating into the wind and vanishing from existence. Just like that, he was dead. Mara stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. She turned to glance at her brother, then at her three siblings, only to find them wearing expressions of equal bewilderment. That had been a formidable commander-level evolver, a counselor of the Evolver Council. Yet his demise appeared alarmingly casual, almost forgotten. There you are. Hovering in the air, Lin Yi spotted the furtive figure attempting to escape, the hooded leader. The latter had yet to vacate the gathering. At this moment, employing the laser cannon would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the surroundings. In an instant of thought, the laser cannon disassembled, and Lin Yi, wielding his glaive, hurled the weapon toward the hooded leader as if throwing a javelin. In less than 3 seconds, a glaive had embedded itself in the back of the hooded leader. The long spear pierced through his chest, impaling his body in place. The searing flames began to scorch him. In that moment, the not yet dead leader of the hooded men felt an unbearable agony, as if he were engulfed in a hellfire. However, Lin Yi had no intention of tormenting him further. The very instant the blazing flames extinguished his life force. The long spear was already summoned back by Lin. Even on the ground lay only a charred corpse, narrating tales of unwillingness and fear. Are you all right? Lin Yi inquired as he descended from the air. He gazed at the man supported by Mara, a hint of peculiarity flickering in his eyes. Strictly speaking, this should be the first genuine Eastern man he had encountered in this wasteland. When he recalled the 5 leaders of this gathering place, he couldn't help but think, was it a replica of the Oath of the Peach Garden? Chapter 65. Unclear. We are fine, Mr. Lin, Mara replied, snapping back to reality, unable to mask her astonishment. She looked at Lin Yi, clad in the Fiery Knight's powered armor, and her expression became somewhat peculiar. How should she put it? This was a person she initially considered ordinary, yet he had first slain 9/10 of the invading evolved beings with a mere knife. Then, he unveiled a type of equipment she had never seen before, erasing a member of the powerful elite from existence right before her eyes. What on earth was this person's origin? As Mara pondered rapidly, she suddenly heard Lin Yi's laughter. There's no need to be so tense. I hold no interest in you. Observing Mara, whose demeanor had softened to the utmost, and the other individuals with complex expressions, Lin Yi detached himself from the powered armor and commanded it to return to the temporary camp outside the city. You want nothing in return? Mara's elder brother asked Lin Yi, his expression one of confusion. Could there truly be such a person in this world who did good deeds without seeking recompense? Not quite. Lin Yi shook his head. As soon as he said this, the 5 individuals before him let out a sigh of relief. It had been previously agreed that saving one person warranted a reward of 100,000 nutrient agents. Now, having saved 4 of them, plus Mara, the total came to 500,000 nutrient agents. Coupled with the 1 million for the evolved crystal, you now owe me 1,500,000 nutrient agents. Lin Yi counted on his fingers, calculating for the 5 individuals before him. As they listened to the figures, the bewilderment on their faces gradually transformed into understanding. 1,500,000 nutrient agents. It was indeed a significant sum, but it wasn't exactly a precious commodity. And what about the council member you killed? Mara asked, puzzled. After saving 5 individuals, Lin Yi demanded 500,000 nutrient agents as compensation, yet he made no mention of eliminating a commander-level evolved being. Let's not dwell on that. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, we had no prior agreement regarding that, and even if ENT approached, I would have had to deal with him, having caused him the loss of a bionic body worth 100,000 world coins and having landed several punches on him. Lin Yi felt compelled to avenge himself. Yet, There was no need to pin the blame on the gathering place. Mara paused for a moment. The council member had clearly been coming for them. Lin Yi's assistance, without compensation, made her feel somewhat guilty. I'll add a little extra for you. After a brief hesitation, Mara slowly spoke. Regardless, you have helped us immensely. Therefore, I will add an additional 500,000, totaling 2 million nutrient agents owed to you. Would that be acceptable? Oh, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised that Mara would voluntarily offer more. However, it seemed unnecessary to refuse such a gesture, as it would be impolite to turn down what someone willingly offered. If you insist, then there is no issue. Lin Yi smiled. Mara nodded. Then it is settled. With that, she let out a sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yi spoke again. In that case, I shall gift you a token of gratitude. A gift? Mara was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing Lin Yi retrieve a vial from his pocket and toss it towards her, Fao reacted quickly, catching the vial with vines just as it approached and handing it to Mara. What is this? Mara asked, puzzled. Water of life. It can resolve the issue concerning that man beside you, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Mara instinctively glanced at her elder brother. This vial of potion can heal our brother's injuries? Mara shifted her gaze back to Lin Yi. Indeed, Lin Yi nodded. He had purchased that vial of potion for a hefty price of 100,000 world coins, solely for the sake of Mara. Otherwise, he would have had little concern for the fate of a man. Brother, this is for you. Upon hearing this, Mara's expression turned excited. Her brother accepted the vial, gently uncorking it while casting a glance at Lin Yi. He understood that Lin Yi had no reason to deceive him. For, if Lin Yi wished, he could effortlessly eliminate all 5 of them. Returning his gaze, he unhesitatingly drank the potion. Within 2 to 3 seconds, a warm sensation spread from his abdomen throughout his body. Particularly, those areas that had caused him excruciating pain now felt an unprecedented relief. That I feel much better. Mara's brother spoke slowly. He attempted to free himself from Mara's support and found he could stand effortlessly. A great debt of gratitude, Mr. Lin. Mara's brother spoke solemnly. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to command us. Not at present. Lin Yi gently shook his head. He had no intention of incorporating this gathering place into his domain, primarily because it was quite a distance from Hangshi town. However, I do have a few questions I would like to pose to you. Lin Yi turned to Mara's brother, the only Eastern man he had encountered in this wasteland. What is your name? I am Wanjie, Mara's elder brother. Wanjie replied. Lin Yi nodded lightly. Then let me ask you, from where do you hail? At that moment, Lin Yi regarded Wanjie with curiosity, eager to learn what this wasteland had once been and if it bore any connection to the world he once knew. I come from the Dragon Kingdom. Wanjie began to recount the tale of how he ended up here for work and the subsequent apocalyptic events. He detailed his encounters with Mara and Graham, the later inclusion of Fao and Clement, and how they all faced numerous hardships and trials together. Yet none chose to depart. It was upon Wanjie's suggestion that they ultimately forged a brotherhood, becoming the 5 leaders of this gathering place. You seem a bit disappointed? Noticing the expression in Lin Yi's eyes, Wanjie inquired curiously. Not at all. Lin Yi shook his head. From Wanjie's narrative, he could ascertain one thing. This world bore no connection to the one he had traversed before. Although he hadn't given much thought to returning, he still felt a tinge of regret. Wanjie continued his tale, and Lin Yi listened intently to Wanjie's subsequent words. He frequently mentioned an organization known as the Evolved Beings Council. The hooded men who had come today, along with the council member who appeared later, seemed to be part of this organization. Lin Yi pondered for several seconds before asking, what exactly is the Evolved Beings Council? Wanjie and the others exchanged glances, surprised that Lin Yi was unaware of the Evolved Beings Council. Although taken aback, Mara proceeded to explain. The Evolved Beings Council is an organization that emerged during the wasteland. It is said to have inherited the legacy of the Federation and wields formidable power. Ultimately, they refer to themselves as the Evolved Beings Council. All members are evolved beings, viewing non-evolved individuals as mere refuse. Their influence is substantial. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment. He had certainly offended a powerful entity today, and if their strength was formidable, he would need to exercise caution in the future. Indeed, their influence is significant, but there is no need for concern, Mara replied slowly. Their numbers are few, and they have claimed vast territories from the Federation. Their focus is primarily in the northern regions, so they generally do not venture here. Then why did they attempt to capture you? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded slightly before suddenly turning to Wanjie with a question. Actually, I am unsure about that. Wanjie felt a bit apologetic. The Evolved Beings Council sought to capture him alive, yet he couldn't provide an explanation for their motives. Chapter 66. A glimmer of insight. I suspect it may relate to my brother's abilities. Mara cautiously glanced at Lin Yi before redirecting her gaze to Wanjie, uncertainly stating, "My brother possesses analytical abilities, akin to those of a computer in terms of analysis. There's such an evolutionary ability." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had initially assumed that the abilities of evolved beings were primarily akin to supernatural powers. To discover that there existed analytical evolutionary capabilities was unexpected. Was this akin to an evolution of the brain? What other parts might others have evolved? Lin Yi rested his chin on his hand, casting an inquisitive gaze upon the 5 individuals before him. Do we possess anything unusual? Wanjie felt a bit uneasy under Lin Yi's scrutinizing gaze. The peculiar look in Lin Yi's eyes seemed less like an assessment of strength and more like that of a researcher who had stumbled upon a specimen of interest. Eliciting a subtle excitement, he genuinely worried that Lin Yi might be contemplating something. After all, the 5 of them together could hardly stand against the fiery knight that was Lin Yi, and even attempting to resist might appear comical. It is nothing, merely a notion. Lin Yi did not conceal his thoughts. Rather, he expressed them with great candor. Upon hearing Lin Yi's perspective, Wanjie momentarily paused, then hesitated before slowly stating, "The possibility you mentioned does indeed exist, and it is quite high. However, I possess only analytical skills and lack concrete data. Thus I am unable to verify its authenticity." Lin Yi gently shook his head and calmly replied, "No worries. There is no rush. Time is plentiful, and this mystery will eventually be unraveled." Upon hearing this, Wanjie felt a slight sense of relief. Since there was no urgency, it seemed Lin Yi would not scheme against them. However, when Lin Yi swiftly produced a wristband and handed it to him, Wanjie was taken aback. "What is this?" Before he could inquire, Mara was the first to ask. Lin Yi gazed at the wristband and smiled, stating, "It is a device that can assess the extent of your physical development. Rest assured, it is completely harmless, and the results will be available shortly. Such a device exists." Wanjie was astonished. He felt a profound sense of dissonance, for this item that Lin Yi presented had never been seen even before the apocalypse. He lowered his head, scrutinizing the wristband Lin Yi had offered. The pristine metal and embellishments appeared as if they had just been manufactured. Coupled with the fiery knight he had just seen, it seemed as though they belonged to a technology beyond this world. Wanjie pondered this, yet did not consider the possibility of Lin Yi being an extraterrestrial. Excluding this correct answer, all others would naturally be erroneous. This sufficient. Gazing at the luminous screen before him, Greerl looked at Lin Yi in confusion. The display was visible to all, showcasing his specific information, including the development levels of his brain cells and various bodily cells, even the enhancement level of his nerves. "Yes, this will suffice." Lin Yi nodded gently. This wristband costs 100,000 world coins, equivalent to AT3 Guardian Power Armor. However, considering its reusability, Lin Yi generously placed an order. With Greerl's confirmation, Wanjie, Mara, and the others completed their assessments in turn. The data from the 5 individuals varied in numerous aspects, yet currently, no discernible differences emerged. "How are you all faring? Can you still activate your abilities?" Lin Yi softly inquired, genuinely eager to understand the underlying distinctions, particularly the secrets of evolution. That if they could be deciphered, would it mean that individuals could purposefully evolve certain abilities, rather than relying on the randomness dictated by fate? "Yes, we can." Wanjie nodded, and the other 4 had no objections. Although they had just suffered a bit, they were mostly only lightly injured. "Then please wear the wristbands and attempt to unleash your abilities." Lin Yi began slowly. He then focused on the 5 individuals before him, observing as they successively manifested their powers, with Wanjie's abilities primarily being internal and nearly imperceptible. Indeed, does it relate to the brain? While they activated their abilities, Lin Yi noticed varying levels of brain activity among the 5. Wanjie exhibited the highest level of activity, while Clemens was the lowest. Different. Moments later, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. The regions of brain activity among the 5 individuals did not align, which might be a crucial detail related to evolution. "That will do." Lin Yi clapped his hands that he retrieved several healing pills and handed them to the individuals before him. Thank you for your cooperation. You are all fine now. Collecting the wristbands, Lin Yi smiled as he spoke. Although he could not yet confirm whether his thoughts were correct, he had at least established a line of inquiry. From here, by increasing the sample size and identifying overlapping regions, it might indeed be possible to unravel this so-called secret of evolution. Did you discover anything? Mara inquired curiously, observing Lin Yi. They had accompanied him through this aimless endeavor for a while, and although nothing had been uncovered, they could not fathom why Lin Yi appeared so pleased. Not at present, but perhaps in the future. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, glancing at the watch on his left wrist. After reading the message just sent by Sam, he raised his head. It is quite late now. I shall not impose further. Please rest well, and I shall see you all tomorrow. With that, Lin Yi whistled. Pashi came running from a distance, and Lin Yi leaped onto its back. Man and wolf, they galloped away under the watchful eyes of the five. At that moment, Wanjie looked at Mara, and Mara returned his gaze. The villa was in ruins, and it seemed their only option was to head toward the merchant guild. Yet the real issue was not that. Rather, the sudden appearance of Lin Yi left them at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, Wanjie took the initiative to ask, Mara, could you tell me more about this Mr. Lin? I do not know much either. Mara nodded. She had only met Lin Yi a few times, and their sole rapport stemmed from their transactions that A.S. Han. She listened to Mara's account. He nodded slowly. He had not ventured out in a long while, and having absorbed recent information, his abilities were quietly activating. Sophia may not have been dethroned. Wanjie glanced at the others before him. The most likely scenario was that she had discovered Mr. Lin's abilities and had chosen to join him willingly. For this, she might even be willing to relinquish everything she currently possessed. Upon hearing the eldest brother's words, Mara and the others looked on in astonishment. Wanjie smiled. What? Do you not believe me? Do not forget, the conclusions I draw are seldom incorrect. She is also an evolver. Why? Clement looked at Wanjie, confused, struggling to grasp why Wanjie would arrive at such an analysis. Evolver, evolver. Wanjie repeated the word, his gaze sweeping over Mara and his three younger brothers. Does our esteemed evolutionary ability truly hold any value in his presence? This question plunged the gathering into silence. Even the members of the Evolver Council and battle-class Evolvers had been swiftly subdued by Lin Yi. The answer to this question was no longer necessary to articulate. Thus, they could only remain silent, lost in contemplation. Chapter 67. The decision, yet this is indeed perplexing that on the second floor of the five-colored merchant guild, the five siblings were gathered. They were deliberating on Wanjie's previous assertion that it was highly likely Sophia had voluntarily surrendered everything to ally with Lin Yi. An evolver willingly aligning with a non-evolver seemed utterly improbable. Fao regarded his elder brother, suggesting that unless Sophia had been compelled to join due to witnessing Mr. Lin's possession of that red mechanical armor. Although they had not joined the Evolver Council, as evolvers, they inherently believed themselves to be superior to non-evolvers. This sentiment was not solely their own. Even the residents of non-evolver enclaves shared this perspective. However, the distinction between the siblings and the Evolver Council lay in their refusal to regard non-evolvers as less than human. They merely considered their own status to be a notch above the ordinary populace. Indeed, I concur with fourth brother's viewpoint. Clement nodded lightly. The crux of the discussion was whether Sophia had joined voluntarily. After all, assuming the intelligence was accurate, Sophia's allegiance to Lin had become a fact. They merely could not accept that Sophia would do so willingly. Alas. Wanjie sighed, observing Fao and Clement. Feeling as though these two brothers had made little progress, he pointed to the written intelligence meticulously organized by Mara, and said, What if I propose that Mr. Lin possesses more than just that red mechanical armor? This report clearly states that the so-called Redstone Mercenary Corps wields a substantial arsenal. Can you tell me where these weapons originated? With the capabilities of Giant Forest Town, could they possibly have manufactured such items? Wanjie's tone was calm, yet it effectively stumped his two brothers. Noticing this, Wanjie pressed on. The water of life. The vial I just consumed resolved a problem that had plagued me for nearly a year. Did you notice his expression when he presented it? Fao and Clement shook their heads. At that moment, they had been too focused on the medicine bottle Lin Yi had tossed their way to notice the finer details. He displayed no expression whatsoever. Wanjie provided the answer, implying that this life-saving elixir which solved all his problems, may not have held much value in Lin Yi's eyes. Of course, one might argue that he is simply shrewd and does not reveal his thoughts outwardly. Yet if this elixir were truly precious, would you not expect him to trade it for items of equal worth? What did he exchange for it? Nothing at all. As Wanjie's words sank in, Fao and Clement gradually began to understand. If all those firearms, potions, and everything else were provided by Lin Yi, then Sophia's voluntary allegiance might not be entirely implausible. Sophia is a clever woman. Wanjie mused aloud. Although the current intelligence is scarce, he had already formulated a bold hypothesis from these subtle threads. And what will we do? With the discussion regarding Sophia concluded, Mara's gaze shifted to Wanjie. She was indifferent to whether Sophia had willingly joined Lin Yi or had been coerced. After tonight, the debt owed to Lin Yi was unavoidable. Thus, a new pivotal question arose. Now, what should we do? Wanjie cast a glance at Mara and smiled, saying, simply do nothing. Just remain natural. Maintaining a good relationship with him is also beneficial for us. I had thought you would, like Sophia, encourage us to align with them. Mara chuckled softly. Wanjie shook his head with a smile. I did consider that, but you all might be unwilling to do so. Aligning with Lin Yi and abandoning everything we currently have is something Sophia could manage, but it's quite challenging for the five of you to reach a consensus. The disparity between being a free-spirited, immensely powerful local sovereign and becoming someone else's subordinate is, in fact, quite significant. While I do not care much for power, I cannot disregard the thoughts of Mara and the three younger brothers. After all, we agreed from the beginning that we would share both glory and loss, that the five of us would function as a singular entity. This is an unshakable principle. Wanjie was well aware that they might be relinquishing an excellent opportunity at this moment. Perhaps in the future, they might even find themselves opposed to Lin Yi. However, compared to the myriad possibilities of the future, what he valued more was the present company, the unity of the five of them. Wow, this power armor is exceptionally impressive. Upon returning to the camp, Lin Yi discovered that everyone was gathered around the fire knight, observing it from various angles. Seeing this, he smiled and clapped his hands. Suddenly, the fire knight stood upright, startling everyone. "Ah!" Flora exclaimed. But soon, she noticed Lin Yi riding her Pashi nearby. "At your back?" Flora quickly dashed to Lin Yi's side. However, her immediate focus was not on Lin Yi, but rather on Pashi. Hands on her hips, exclaiming, "We agreed on half each. How come you've consumed it all?" Pashi lowered its head, a hint of human-like embarrassment evident in its eyes. Listening to Flora's incessant chatter, Lin Yi took out some food and placed it in her hands. "Thank you, boss." That in an instant, Flora transformed her demeanor. Lin Yi chuckled. "Pashi performed well today. You share in the credit." Indeed, Flora smiled. As long as there was delicious food to enjoy, she was more than willing to put in a bit of effort. Observing her, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile lightly. Flora was indeed an intriguing girl. When she received food, she was as innocent as a child, occasionally showcasing some clever ideas. Nevertheless, Flora's intellect was quite sharp. Having navigated the wasteland for quite some time, she couldn't be entirely naive. Watching Lin Yi approach, Sam curiously inquired, "Boss, what is the name of this power armor?" "The Fire Knight is a higher-tier power armor than the one you are using." Upon hearing Lin Yi's explanation, everyone was left in shock, and when Lin Yi revealed its true combat capabilities, capable of contending with general-level evolved beings, their expressions became even more enthralling. After a long silence, Vaughn scratched his head. If that's the case, it seems that whether one evolves or not is somewhat irrelevant, since even general-level evolved beings cannot stand against the Fire Knight. Then the distinction of being an evolved being appears to be quite minor. "That won't do." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, explaining that using power armor and evolving were not mutually exclusive. Moreover, should the power armor run out of energy or sustain damage, if one were an evolved being at that moment, there would still be a chance to fight back. At this point, Lin Yi suddenly became serious. The most important aspect is that the abilities of an evolved being may also be applicable to the power armor. This statement left everyone astonished. Chapter 68. Other transactions. Assuming a person could utilize both their inherent abilities and the power armor, the potential outcomes would likely be quite formidable. Engaging in this topic, Lin Yi and the others discussed for a while, enjoying a late-night snack before returning to the camp to rest. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, Mara had already brought people to deliver the stock of 300,000 nutrient agents. Looking at Lin Yi, Mara smiled. "Here are 300,000. There are still 170,000 remaining. Based on the current production capacity of the factory, it will take approximately 2 months to repay. No worries, there's no rush. Lin Yi smiled. Having previously discussed the factory's daily output with Mara, that I appreciate your understanding, Mara replied courteously. Lin Yi nodded, and, glancing at the nutrient agents being unloaded, suddenly addressed Mara. Miss Mara, would you be willing to assist me with a request? If it's within my ability, please feel free to ask. Mara regarded Lin Yi respectfully, recalling how he had helped her immensely the previous night. Lin Yi nodded. It's not a difficult matter. I simply hope you can help me contact the owners of other businesses. I wish to acquire some nutrient agents from them. You need more nutrient agents? Mara looked puzzled. However, she quickly nodded. No problem. I'll contact them right away. Lin Yi gently nodded. Thank you. You're welcome, Mara replied with a smile. After agreeing to Lin Yi's request, she did not linger but promptly returned to the gathering place. About an hour later, Mara returned to the camp, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, the managers from those businesses are ready. When would you like to meet them? Right now. Lin Yi glanced at his watch. It was now 9:30 in the morning. Let us aim to finish the discussions within an hour and a half, then we can return for lunch. Upon getting into Mara's vehicle, a well-preserved luxury SUV, he hardly felt any bumps before reaching their destination. This was a restaurant adjacent to the White House Hotel, essentially part of it. Following Mara, he entered a private room inside and found several people enjoying refreshments and casually chatting. Good day, Miss Mara. As Mara stepped into the room, greetings echoed in Lin Yi's ears. When Mara reached the center, the surrounding chatter gradually faded into silence. Let me introduce everyone. I am the center of the room. Mara halted and turned to face the people around her. This is Mr. Lin, my friend, and the reason I invited you all here today. A friend. A group of people exchanged glances in surprise. The manager from the burly firm stepped forward. Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to see you again. Likewise, Lin Yi replied with a smile. He picked up a wine glass from a tray held by a nearby maid and raised it in a toast to the manager from Burley. They each took a sip of the wine before setting their glasses down to a tea. That moment, another business manager turned to Mara, cautiously asking, Miss Mara, may I inquire what your friend wishes to discuss with us? It's not anything major. I simply wish to purchase some items from you all, Mara replied with a smile, but if possible, I hope you all can assist. Purchase? The group of business managers exchanged bewildered glances. At this juncture, Lin Yi stepped forward, scanning the crowd with a gentle demeanor. What I seek is not valuable goods. There's no need for concern. The purpose of today's gathering is primarily to conduct a business transaction with you all. As he spoke, Lin Yi retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, which contained a list of goods. Anyone interested can come take a look. A list of goods. Upon hearing this, Mara immediately glanced at the goods listed. Canned steak, priced at 25 nutrient agents. Meat floss pancake, priced at 2 nutrient agents. Compressed biscuits, priced at 5 nutrient agents. Unnamed soda, priced at 3 nutrient agents. Spicy strips, priced at 1 nutrient agent. Most of the items on this list were food. Yet they were rare commodities in this wasteland. Based on the prices Lin Yi had indicated, acquiring these items would indeed be profitable. After scanning the goods list, Mara suddenly remarked, Mr. Lin, may I also participate in the purchase of these items? Of course, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Anyone can participate. However, I only require nutrient agents, and there should be no delays. This. Mara paused momentarily. The factory's entire stock of nutrient agents had essentially been sent to Lin Yi. At this point, she had no inventory left. However, the thought of relinquishing these goods was quite unappealing to her. After some contemplation, she turned her gaze toward the others, seizing the opportunity while she was the only one who had seen the list. Mara promptly approached 2 business managers and engaged in negotiations. After a brief conversation, a smile appeared on Mara's face. One by one the business managers reviewed the goods list. The 2 unfortunate souls Mara had detained exchanged glances. Realizing they hadn't thought carefully before casually agreeing to lend Mara some nutrient agents. Now, it seemed that Lin Yi only required nutrient agents, and their inventory had just been halved by Mara's borrowing. You certainly have a way with things, Lin Yi remarked, observing the substantial order Mara had placed. He had just overheard her conversation with the other 2 and understood that she had leveraged her power and charm. Is Mr. Lin complimenting me? Mala let out a light chuckle, interpreting it as a compliment. Lin Yi smiled in response, saying, It was indeed a compliment, but I still need you to inquire when the nutritional agents will be ready. All right, I shall ask right away, Mala nodded. withdrawing her gaze from Lin Yi and approaching the group of business managers in a matter of moments. She had arranged a time with the managers, confirming that all the nutritional agents would be ready in an hour. Very well, then we shall conduct the transaction in 1 hour, Lin Yi remarked, glancing at the time and noting that it would be 11 o'clock, significantly sooner than anticipated, with the agreement in place. Everyone exited the dining hall. An hour later, a truck laden with goods arrived, while the business managers on the other side prepared the nutritional agents. In a scene marked by fairness following a round of inspection. Everyone departed in high spirits. Goodbye, Lin Yi waved to Mala as he hopped onto the back of the truck alongside Pashi. With a similar farewell gesture from Mala, Pashi drove Lin Yi towards the city's exit. Chapter 69. The Divine set outside the gathering place of Kodanina City. Within the makeshift camp, Lin Yi gazed at the pile of nutritional agents and suddenly unleashed a few powerful punches into the air. A bountiful harvest, a tremendous yield. Initially, he had only hoped to procure 20 to 30,000 nutritional agents during his visit to Kodanina City, but unexpectedly, that figure had multiplied tenfold. He had amassed a substantial fortune. If he sold these 500,000 nutritional agents to the system, his trading level would immediately rise from level 3 to level 4. Such a prospect had been beyond his wildest dreams before arriving in Kodanina City. The results were indeed extraordinary. Discover tradable item, composite nutritional agent X500000. Would you like to sell? Sale will yield 5 million currency units. Yes or no? Naturally, it was the affirmative. Lin Yi proceeded to sell the nutritional agents before a prompt appeared. Total sale value has reached 10,000,000 currency units. Trading level increased to level 4, that you have unlocked upgrade discount offers. Please select your desired reward. Note, the discount offer is limited to 1 item. Please choose wisely. The level 4 marketplace presented Lin Yi with a plethora of goods. From advanced power armor to laser weapons and various formidable combat tools, the trading interface was replete with options. This abundance left Lin Yi momentarily ensnared in hesitation and confusion that it seemed that any choice could be viable, making the decision exceedingly difficult. Currency, 9,340,000. Glancing at his balance, Lin Yi fell into contemplation. The 10% discount was only available upon leveling up, and as one progressed, the challenges of ascending in level naturally increased. Therefore, every opportunity for an upgrade must be treated with utmost seriousness. With 9 million currency units in hand, he needed to deliberate carefully. Mechanical troops, infantry corps configuration, infantry X 10,000, repair factory X1, transport vehicles X 500. Evaluation, a powerful force entirely composed of robots, equipped with electromagnetic weaponry, capable of effortlessly annihilating numerous foes. Discounted price, 9 million currency units. Lin Yi's gaze lingered on the icon for the mechanical troops for quite some time. Though it represented merely a 10,000-strong mechanical force, its overall might could undoubtedly rival that of a regular army. Acquiring this would equate to wielding considerable power. Even the prospect of pushing through the wasteland would not be out of reach. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yi shifted his attention to the second icon. He had perused most of the new offerings in the level 4 marketplace, but ultimately found himself torn between the mechanical troops and the object before him. Divine set configuration, Eye of God, Hand of God, Staff of God. Evaluation, a wondrous ensemble. Discounted price, 8 million currency units. Lin Yi scrutinized the divine set. Although the evaluation provided little information, based on the consistent quality of items from the multiverse trading system, the likelihood of the discounted 8 million price being subpar was minimal. Primarily, the name itself exuded a certain grandeur. Should he take a gamble? After a moment's reflection, Lin Yi realized he was not in a rush to expand. Even with a mechanical army at his disposal, he currently lacked the manpower to seize territories that AS for defense. Employing such a force would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Entirely unnecessary. He decided to take the plunge. After a brief pause, Lin Yi resolved to discover what lay within this set bearing such a lofty name. Purchase the divine set for 8 million currency units? Yes or no? Yes. Upon making his choice, a flurry of information appeared on the panel. Divine set, Eye of God. The name resonated with grandeur, yet upon examination, Lin Yi realized it was merely a satellite. Albeit with a rather pretentious title AS, he continued to observe. A sudden spark of realization illuminated his mind. The Eye of God satellite appeared capable of being directly deployed into orbit, thus eliminating the need for a launch process or the preparation of a launch pad. Place the Eye of God in the orbit of this planet? Yes or no? Yes. Lin Yi made his decision. The next moment, he felt a surge of clarity. Moments later, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Before him materialized two perspectives, one from a standard human viewpoint and another from an aerial view of the earth below. This device could connect directly to his thoughts, truly deserving of the title. Eye of God. Through the aerial perspective, Lin Yi could observe the inner workings of the Kodanina city gathering place. Even outside the gathering area, the mutated creatures concealed within the ruins of the city were laid bare under the gaze of the Eye of God. This device even possessed thermal imaging capabilities. Lin Yi felt a rush of exhilaration. Without even considering the other two items within the set, he believed he had not squandered his 8 million currency units on just the Eye of God alone. Its power was beyond imagination. With a thought, Lin Yi opted to examine the second item within the set, Divine Set, Staff of God. This was not a mere scepter, but rather a weapon affixed directly to the Eye of God satellite, a massive laser cannon. Gazing at the description of the Staff of God, Lin Yi could not suppress a grin. What power armor, what blazing knights, all paled in comparison to the might of the Staff of God. This weapon had the capacity to obliterate entire cities with a single shot. Lin Yi gasped. Struggling to contain the tremors of excitement within, he steeled himself to focus on the third item within the set. Judging by the value of the items thus far, the first two were terrifyingly powerful. The third should be equally impressive. Yet, upon reading the description of the Hand of God, Lin Yi was left utterly astounded. A moment later, a figure with 6 angelic wings gradually materialized before him. Divine Set, Hand of God. This was a being of ethereal beauty with angelic wings, and according to the system's description, this unnamed entity possessed extraordinary strength. Though she stood within the tent, her pristine feet did not touch the ground. "What is your name?" Lin Yi inquired, gazing curiously at the angel's bewildered eyes. "That I have no name." "Master," the angel murmured softly. Lin Yi paused, then gently suggested, "Shall I call you Vera from now on?" "Very well." The angel Vera nodded lightly, appearing quite pleased. Lin Yi too felt a surge of joy. It must be said that while she was a humanoid construct, Vera's beauty surpassed all expectations. Humans are naturally drawn to that which is beautiful, and Lin Yi was no different. After some time, Lin Yi addressed the angel Vera. "Vera, could you tell me about your abilities?" "I wish to understand them for reference." "Of course, Master," Vera replied, bowing gracefully before raising her head to articulate her capabilities in detail. The more Lin Yi listened, the more peculiar his expression became, roughly estimating. The abilities Vera could wield numbered in the hundreds. Was this truly a set originally priced at 80 million currency units? The absurdity of it all only intensified in Lin Yi's mind.